Motogp GT. And as you're confident, thanks, I'm making you. Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks for my time. So some setup adjustments on both sides of the factory to catching garage. It was some, and that's me adjustments to what my games be. It has electric to shrink the catching garage, just making sure that everything's in full working order. More importantly, it's going to be comfortable. When he jumps on top of the Motogp GT3 thought, and it's me nice guys. What if you've had shooting time and you did enjoy it just the afternoon? In the pool afternoon conditions we saw on solid bunch of riders and getting caught out of the medium front tyre, which just did not get into the working temperature range. It was a real struggle. I'm looking surprised to see 21 to 22 riders are branched out onto a group this morning. Let's gain on the show on board by the indication just how heavy the cloud cover is. That's what's keeping it dull. Well, relatively cool this morning here in Assen. Ambient temperature just over 20 degrees. Now the ring rider, Maverick Viñales, who was ain't fast as yesterday, is out on the soft compounders and mixed in front tire. But he's the only rider that's deviating. Big claps, and as you're confident, thanks, I'm making you. Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks for my time. So some setup adjustments on both sides of the factory to catching garage. It was some, and that's me adjustments to what my games be. It has electric to shrink the catching garage, just making sure that everything's in full working order. More importantly, it's going to be comfortable. When he jumps on top of the Motogp GT3 thought, and it's me nice guys. What if you've had shooting time and you did enjoy it just the afternoon? In the pool afternoon conditions we saw on solid bunch of riders and getting caught out of the medium front tyre, which just did not get into the working temperature range. It was a real struggle. I'm looking surprised to see 21 to 22 riders are branched out onto a group this morning. Let's gain on the show on board by the indication just how heavy the cloud cover is. That's what's keeping it dull. Well, relatively cool this morning here in Assen. Ambient temperature just over 20 degrees. Now the ring rider, Maverick Viñales, who was ain't fast as yesterday, is out on the soft compounders and mixed in front tire. But he's the only rider that's deviating. Big claps, and as you're confident, thanks, I'm making you. Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks for my time. So some setup adjustments on both sides of the factory to catching garage. It was some, and that's me adjustments to what my games be. It has electric to shrink the catching garage, just making sure that everything's in full working order. More importantly, it's going to be comfortable. When he jumps on top of the Motogp GT3 thought, and it's me nice guys. What if you've had shooting time and you did enjoy it just the afternoon? In the pool afternoon conditions we saw on solid bunch of riders and getting caught out of the medium front tyre, which just did not get into the working temperature range. It was a real struggle. I'm looking surprised to see 21 to 22 riders are branched out onto a group this morning. Let's gain on the show on board by the indication just how heavy the cloud cover is. That's what's keeping it dull. Well, relatively cool this morning here in Assen. Ambient temperature just over 20 degrees. Now the ring rider, Maverick Viñales, who was ain't fast as yesterday, is out on the soft compounders and mixed in front tire. But he's the only rider that's deviating. Big claps, and as you're confident, thanks, I'm making you. Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks for my time. So some setup adjustments on both sides of the factory to catching garage. It was some, and that's me adjustments to what my games be. It has electric to shrink the catching garage, just making sure that everything's in full working order. More importantly, it's going to be comfortable. When he jumps on top of the Motogp GT3 thought, and it's me nice guys. What if you've had shooting time and you did enjoy it just the afternoon? In the pool afternoon conditions we saw on solid bunch of riders and getting caught out of the medium front tyre, which just did not get into the working temperature range. It was a real struggle. I'm looking surprised to see 21 to 22 riders are branched out onto a group this morning. Let's gain on the show on board by the indication just how heavy the cloud cover is. That's what's keeping it dull. Well, relatively cool this morning here in Assen. Ambient temperature just over 20 degrees. Now the ring rider, Maverick Viñales, who was ain't fast as yesterday, is out on the soft compounders and mixed in front tire. But he's the only rider that's deviating. Big claps, and as you're confident, thanks, I'm making you. Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks for my time. So some setup adjustment is on both sides of the factory catty garage. It is some, and that's to be adjustments to what my games be. It has a left to shrink the catty garage, just making sure that everything's in full working order. More importantly, it's going to be comfortable. When he jumps on top of the Ducati GT3 final. It's been very nice, guys. What if you bad shooting? I mean, you couldn't think you did enjoy it yesterday afternoon. In the pool afternoon conditions we saw on. Solid bunch of riders and getting caught out of the medium front tyre, which just did not get into the working temperature range. It was a real strudel. I'm not surprised to see 21 to 22 riders are branched out onto a group this morning. On Sky on the show on board by Niagara's indication just how heavy the cloud cover is. That's what's keeping it dull. Well, relatively cool this morning here in Assen. I'm being temperature just over 20 degrees. Now the ring rider, Maverick Viñales, who was aimed fastest yesterday, is out on the soft compounders and mixed in front tyre. But he's the only rider that's deviating. Big maps, I know you're confident, thanks, can you? Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks for the time. Some setup adjustment is on both sides of the factory catty garage. It is some, and that's to be adjustments to what my games be. It has a left to shrink the catty garage, just making sure that everything's in full working order. More importantly, it's going to be comfortable. When he jumps on top of the Ducati GT3 final. It's been very nice, guys. What if you bad shooting? I mean, you couldn't think you did enjoy it yesterday afternoon. In the pool afternoon conditions we saw on. Solid bunch of riders and getting caught out of the medium front tyre, which just did not get into the working temperature range. It was a real strudel. I'm not surprised to see 21 to 22 riders are branched out onto a group this morning. On Sky on the show on board by Niagara's indication just how heavy the cloud cover is. That's what's keeping it dull. Well, relatively cool this morning here in Assen. I'm being temperature just over 20 degrees. Now the ring rider, Maverick Viñales, who was aimed fastest yesterday, is out on the soft compounders and mixed in front tyre. But he's the only rider that's deviating. Big maps, I know you're confident, thanks, can you? Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks for the time. Some setup adjustment is on both sides of the factory catty garage. It is some, and that's to be adjustments to what my games be. It has a left to shrink the catty garage, just making sure that everything's in full working order. More importantly, it's going to be comfortable. When he jumps on top of the Ducati GT3 final. It's been very nice, guys. What if you bad shooting? I mean, you couldn't think you did enjoy it yesterday afternoon. In the pool afternoon conditions we saw on. Solid bunch of riders and getting caught out of the medium front tyre, which just did not get into the working temperature range. It was a real strudel. I'm not surprised to see 21 to 22 riders are branched out onto a group this morning. On Sky on the show on board by Niagara's indication just how heavy the cloud cover is. That's what's keeping it dull. Well, relatively cool this morning here in Assen. I'm being temperature just over 20 degrees. Now the ring rider, Maverick Viñales, who was aimed fastest yesterday, is out on the soft compounders and mixed in front tyre. But he's the only rider that's deviating. Big maps, I know you're confident, thanks, can you? Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks for the time. Some setup adjustment is on both sides of the factory catty garage. It is some, and that's to be adjustments to what my games be. It has a left to shrink the catty garage, just making sure that everything's in full working order. More importantly, it's going to be comfortable. When he jumps on top of the Ducati GT3 final. It's been very nice, guys. What if you bad shooting? I mean, you couldn't think you did enjoy it yesterday afternoon. In the pool afternoon conditions we saw on. Solid bunch of riders and getting caught out of the medium front tyre, which just did not get into the working temperature range. It was a real strudel. I'm not surprised to see 21 to 22 riders are branched out onto a group this morning. On Sky on the show on board by Niagara's indication just how heavy the cloud cover is. That's what's keeping it dull. Well, relatively cool this morning here in Assen. I'm being temperature just over 20 degrees. Now the ring rider, Maverick Viñales, who was aimed fastest yesterday, is out on the soft compounders and mixed in front tyre. But he's the only rider that's deviating. Big maps, I know you're confident, thanks, can you? Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks for the time. Some setup adjustment is on both sides of the factory Ducati garage. It was some, and that's me just with Suvat Mark James. It has a lecture to shrink the Ducati garage, just making sure that everything's in full working order. More importantly, he's going to be comfortable when he jumps on top of the Ducati GT3 thought. And it's me by knowledge the guy. So what if you've had shooting time and you did George yesterday afternoon. In the pool afternoon conditions we saw on. Solid bunch of riders and getting caught out of the medium front tyre, which just did not get into the working temperature range. It was a real strudel. I'm looking surprised to see 21 to 22 riders are branched out on circuit this morning. Let's gain on the show on board by Niagara's indication just how heavy the cloud cover is. That's what's keeping it dull. Well, relatively cool this morning here in Assen. Ambient temperature just over 20 degrees. Now the ring rider, Maverick Viñales, who was ain't fast as yesterday, is out on the soft compounders and mixed in front tyre. But he's the only rider that's deviating. Pick maps, and as you're confident, thanks, American, you. Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to the time for some setup adjustments on both sides of the factory Ducati garage. It was some, and that's me just with Suvat Mark James. It has a lecture to shrink the Ducati garage, just making sure that everything's in full working order. More importantly, he's going to be comfortable when he jumps on top of the Ducati GT3 thought. And it's me by knowledge the guy. So what if you've had shooting time and you did George yesterday afternoon. In the pool afternoon conditions we saw on. Solid bunch of riders and getting caught out of the medium front tyre, which just did not get into the working temperature range. It was a real strudel. I'm looking surprised to see 21 to 22 riders are branched out on circuit this morning. Let's gain on the show on board by Niagara's indication just how heavy the cloud cover is. That's what's keeping it dull. Well, relatively cool this morning here in Assen. Ambient temperature just over 20 degrees. Now the ring rider, Maverick Viñales, who was ain't fast as yesterday, is out on the soft compounders and mixed in front tyre. But he's the only rider that's deviating. Pick maps, and as you're confident, thanks, American, you. Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to the time for some setup adjustments on both sides of the factory Ducati garage. It was some, and that's me just with Suvat Mark James. It has a lecture to shrink the Ducati garage, just making sure that everything's in full working order. More importantly, he's going to be comfortable when he jumps on top of the Ducati GT3 thought. And it's me by knowledge the guy. So what if you've had shooting time and you did George yesterday afternoon. In the pool afternoon conditions we saw on. Solid bunch of riders and getting caught out of the medium front tyre, which just did not get into the working temperature range. It was a real strudel. I'm looking surprised to see 21 to 22 riders are branched out on circuit this morning. Let's gain on the show on board by Niagara's indication just how heavy the cloud cover is. That's what's keeping it dull. Well, relatively cool this morning here in Assen. Ambient temperature just over 20 degrees. Now the ring rider, Maverick Viñales, who was ain't fast as yesterday, is out on the soft compounders and mixed in front tyre. But he's the only rider that's deviating. Pick maps, and as you're confident, thanks, American, you. Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to the time for some setup adjustments on both sides of the factory Ducati garage. It was some, and that's me just with Suvat Mark James. It has a lecture to shrink the Ducati garage, just making sure that everything's in full working order. More importantly, he's going to be comfortable when he jumps on top of the Ducati GT3 thought. And it's me by knowledge the guy. So what if you've had shooting time and you did George yesterday afternoon. In the pool afternoon conditions we saw on. Solid bunch of riders and getting caught out of the medium front tyre, which just did not get into the working temperature range. It was a real strudel. I'm looking surprised to see 21 to 22 riders are branched out on circuit this morning. Let's gain on the show on board by Niagara's indication just how heavy the cloud cover is. That's what's keeping it dull. Well, relatively cool this morning here in Assen. Ambient temperature just over 20 degrees. Now the ring rider, Maverick Viñales, who was ain't fast as yesterday, is out on the soft compounders and mixed in front tyre. But he's the only rider that's deviating. Pick maps, and as you're confident, thanks, American, you. Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to the time for some setup adjustments on both sides of the factory Ducati garage. It was some, and that's the adjustments to what my JSP. It has elected to shrink the category, just making sure that everything's in full working order. More importantly, it's going to be comfortable. When he jumps on top of the Ducati GT3 thought, it's going to be nice to guide. So, if you've had shooting, I mean, you didn't think you did enjoy it just the afternoon. In the pool afternoon conditions, we saw a solid bunch of riders and getting caught out of the medium front tyre, which just did not get into the working temperature range. It was a real struggle. I'm not surprised to see 21 to 22 riders are benched out on circuit this morning. On Sky, not the show on board by Niagara's indication just how heavy the cloud cover is. That's what's keeping it dull. Well, relatively cool this morning here in Assen. That means temperature just over 20 degrees. Now the ring rider, Maverick Viñales, who was aimed fastest yesterday, is out on the soft compounders and mixed in front tyre. But he's the only rider that's deviating. Big maps, and as you're confident, thanks, can you? Yeah, thanks so very much, Jack. Thanks to Dominic Thomas for some setup adjustments on both sides of the factory category. It was some, and that's the adjustments to what my JSP. It has elected to shrink the category, just making sure that everything's in full working order. More importantly, it's going to be comfortable. When he jumps on top of the Ducati GT3 thought, it's going to be nice to guide. So, if you've had shooting, I mean, you didn't think you did enjoy it just the afternoon. In the pool afternoon conditions, we saw a solid bunch of riders and getting caught out of the medium front tyre, which just did not get into the working temperature range. It was a real struggle. I'm not surprised to see 21 to 22 riders are benched out on circuit this morning. On Sky, not the show on board by Niagara's indication just how heavy the cloud cover is. That's what's keeping it dull. Well, relatively cool this morning here in Assen. That means temperature just over 20 degrees. Now the ring rider, Maverick Viñales, who was aimed fastest yesterday, is out on the soft compounders and mixed in front tyre. But he's the only rider that's deviating. Big maps, and as you're confident, thanks, can you? Yeah, thanks so very much, Jack. Thanks to Dominic Thomas for some setup adjustments on both sides of the factory category. It was some, and that's the adjustments to what my JSP. It has elected to shrink the category, just making sure that everything's in full working order. More importantly, it's going to be comfortable. When he jumps on top of the Ducati GT3 thought, it's going to be nice to guide. So, if you've had shooting, I mean, you didn't think you did enjoy it just the afternoon. In the pool afternoon conditions, we saw a solid bunch of riders and getting caught out of the medium front tyre, which just did not get into the working temperature range. It was a real struggle. I'm not surprised to see 21 to 22 riders are benched out on circuit this morning. On Sky, not the show on board by Niagara's indication just how heavy the cloud cover is. That's what's keeping it dull. Well, relatively cool this morning here in Assen. That means temperature just over 20 degrees. Now the ring rider, Maverick Viñales, who was aimed fastest yesterday, is out on the soft compounders and mixed in front tyre. But he's the only rider that's deviating. Big maps, and as you're confident, thanks, can you? Yeah, thanks so very much, Jack. Thanks to Dominic Thomas for some setup adjustments on both sides of the factory category. It was some, and that's the adjustments to what my JSP. It has elected to shrink the category, just making sure that everything's in full working order. More importantly, it's going to be comfortable. When he jumps on top of the Ducati GT3 thought, it's going to be nice to guide. So, if you've had shooting, I mean, you didn't think you did enjoy it just the afternoon. In the pool afternoon conditions, we saw a solid bunch of riders and getting caught out of the medium front tyre, which just did not get into the working temperature range. It was a real struggle. I'm not surprised to see 21 to 22 riders are benched out on circuit this morning. On Sky, not the show on board by Niagara's indication just how heavy the cloud cover is. That's what's keeping it dull. Well, relatively cool this morning here in Assen. That means temperature just over 20 degrees. Now the ring rider, Maverick Viñales, who was aimed fastest yesterday, is out on the soft compounders and mixed in front tyre. But he's the only rider that's deviating. Big maps, and as you're confident, thanks, can you? Yeah, thanks so very much, Jack. Thanks to Dominic Thomas for some setup adjustments on both sides of the factory category. It was some, and that's the adjustments to what my JSP. It has elected to shrink the category, just making sure that everything's in full working order. More importantly, it's going to be comfortable. when he jumps on top of the Motogp GT3 final. It's been really nice, guys. What if you've had shooting at home and you did enjoy it yesterday afternoon? In the pool afternoon conditions we saw on solid bunch of riders and getting caught out of the medium front tyre, which just did not get into the working temperature range. It was a real struggle. I'm looking surprised to see 21 of the 22 riders are branched out onto a group this morning. Let's gain on the show on board by Viñales indication just how heavy the cloud cover is. That's what's keeping it dull. Well, relatively cool this morning here in Assen. Ambient temperature just over 20 degrees. Now the ring rider, Maverick Viñales, who was aimed fastest yesterday, is out on the soft compounders and mixed in front tyre. But he's the only rider that's deviating. Big maps, I know you're confident, thanks, American. Yeah, thanks to very much, Jack. Thanks to Viñales for some setup adjustments on both sides of the factory to catching garage. It was some, and that's me just with Suvat Mark James. It has elected to shrink the catching garage, just making sure that everything's in full working order. More importantly, he's going to be comfortable when he jumps on top of the Motogp GT3 final. It's been really nice, guys. What if you've had shooting at home and you did enjoy it yesterday afternoon? In the pool afternoon conditions we saw on solid bunch of riders and getting caught out of the medium front tyre, which just did not get into the working temperature range. It was a real struggle. I'm looking surprised to see 21 of the 22 riders are branched out onto a group this morning. Let's gain on the show on board by Viñales indication just how heavy the cloud cover is. That's what's keeping it dull. Well, relatively cool this morning here in Assen. Ambient temperature just over 20 degrees. Now the ring rider, Maverick Viñales, who was aimed fastest yesterday, is out on the soft compounders and mixed in front tyre. But he's the only rider that's deviating. Big maps, I know you're confident, thanks, American. Yeah, thanks to very much, Jack. Thanks to Viñales for some setup adjustments on both sides of the factory to catching garage. It was some, and that's me just with Suvat Mark James. It has elected to shrink the catching garage, just making sure that everything's in full working order. More importantly, he's going to be comfortable when he jumps on top of the Motogp GT3 final. It's been really nice, guys. What if you've had shooting at home and you did enjoy it yesterday afternoon? In the pool afternoon conditions we saw on solid bunch of riders and getting caught out of the medium front tyre, which just did not get into the working temperature range. It was a real struggle. I'm looking surprised to see 21 of the 22 riders are branched out onto a group this morning. Let's gain on the show on board by Viñales indication just how heavy the cloud cover is. That's what's keeping it dull. Well, relatively cool this morning here in Assen. Ambient temperature just over 20 degrees. Now the ring rider, Maverick Viñales, who was aimed fastest yesterday, is out on the soft compounders and mixed in front tyre. But he's the only rider that's deviating. Big maps, I know you're confident, thanks, American. Yeah, thanks to very much, Jack. Thanks to Viñales for some setup adjustments on both sides of the factory to catching garage. It was some, and that's me just with Suvat Mark James. It has elected to shrink the catching garage, just making sure that everything's in full working order. More importantly, he's going to be comfortable when he jumps on top of the Motogp GT3 final. It's been really nice, guys. What if you've had shooting at home and you did enjoy it yesterday afternoon? In the pool afternoon conditions we saw on solid bunch of riders and getting caught out of the medium front tyre, which just did not get into the working temperature range. It was a real struggle. I'm looking surprised to see 21 of the 22 riders are branched out onto a group this morning. Let's gain on the show on board by Viñales indication just how heavy the cloud cover is. That's what's keeping it dull. Well, relatively cool this morning here in Assen. Ambient temperature just over 20 degrees. Now the ring rider, Maverick Viñales, who was aimed fastest yesterday, is out on the soft compounders and mixed in front tyre. But he's the only rider that's deviating. Big maps, I know you're confident, thanks, American. Yeah, thanks to very much, Jack. Thanks to Viñales for some setup adjustments on both sides of the factory to catching garage. It was some, and that's me just with Suvat Mark James. It has elected to shrink the catching garage, just making sure that everything's in full working order. More importantly, he's going to be comfortable when he jumps on top of the Motogp GT3 final. It's been really nice, guys. What if you've had shooting at home and you did enjoy it yesterday afternoon? In the pool afternoon conditions we saw on solid bunch of riders and getting caught out on the medium front tyre, which just did not get into the working temperature range. It was a real strudel. I'm looking surprised to see 21 of the 22 riders are branched out onto a group this morning. Let's gain on the show on board by Viñales indication just how heavy the cloud cover is. That's what's keeping it dull. Well, relatively cool this morning here in Assen. Ambient temperature just over 20 degrees. Now the ring rider, Maverick Viñales, who was aimed fastest yesterday, is out on the soft compounders and mixed in front tyre. But he's the only rider that's deviating. Big maps, and as you're confident, thanks, American. Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to the time for some setup adjustments on both sides of the factory to catty garage. It was some, and that's the adjustments to what Mark James. It has elected to shrink the catty garage, just making sure that everything's in full working order. More importantly, he's going to be comfortable when he jumps on top of the Catty GT3 thought. And it's maybe nice to guide. So if you bad shooting, I mean, you did enjoy it just the afternoon. In the pool afternoon conditions we saw on solid bunch of riders and getting caught out on the medium front tyre, which just did not get into the working temperature range. It was a real strudel. I'm looking surprised to see 21 of the 22 riders are branched out onto a group this morning. Let's gain on the show on board by Viñales indication just how heavy the cloud cover is. That's what's keeping it dull. Well, relatively cool this morning here in Assen. Ambient temperature just over 20 degrees. Now the ring rider, Maverick Viñales, who was aimed fastest yesterday, is out on the soft compounders and mixed in front tyre. But he's the only rider that's deviating. Big maps, and as you're confident, thanks, American. Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to the time for some setup adjustments on both sides of the factory to catty garage. It was some, and that's the adjustments to what Mark James. It has elected to shrink the catty garage, just making sure that everything's in full working order. More importantly, he's going to be comfortable when he jumps on top of the Catty GT3 thought. And it's maybe nice to guide. So if you bad shooting, I mean, you did enjoy it just the afternoon. In the pool afternoon conditions we saw on solid bunch of riders and getting caught out on the medium front tyre, which just did not get into the working temperature range. It was a real strudel. I'm looking surprised to see 21 of the 22 riders are branched out onto a group this morning. Let's gain on the show on board by Viñales indication just how heavy the cloud cover is. That's what's keeping it dull. Well, relatively cool this morning here in Assen. Ambient temperature just over 20 degrees. Now the ring rider, Maverick Viñales, who was aimed fastest yesterday, is out on the soft compounders and mixed in front tyre. But he's the only rider that's deviating. Big maps, and as you're confident, thanks, American. Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to the time for some setup adjustments on both sides of the factory to catty garage. It was some, and that's the adjustments to what Mark James. It has elected to shrink the catty garage, just making sure that everything's in full working order. More importantly, he's going to be comfortable when he jumps on top of the Catty GT3 thought. And it's maybe nice to guide. So if you bad shooting, I mean, you did enjoy it just the afternoon. In the pool afternoon conditions we saw on solid bunch of riders and getting caught out on the medium front tyre, which just did not get into the working temperature range. It was a real strudel. I'm looking surprised to see 21 of the 22 riders are branched out onto a group this morning. Let's gain on the show on board by Viñales indication just how heavy the cloud cover is. That's what's keeping it dull. Well, relatively cool this morning here in Assen. Ambient temperature just over 20 degrees. Now the ring rider, Maverick Viñales, who was aimed fastest yesterday, is out on the soft compounders and mixed in front tyre. But he's the only rider that's deviating. Big maps, and as you're confident, thanks, American. Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to the time for some setup adjustments on both sides of the factory to catty garage. It was some, and that's the adjustments to what Mark James. It has elected to shrink the catty garage, just making sure that everything's in full working order. More importantly, he's going to be comfortable and as you're confident, thanks, American. Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to the time for some setup adjustments on both sides of the factory to catty garage. It was some, and that's the adjustments to what. But You see this morning the session with the main purpose on this thing need for when they could they asked they change the Kinaus once what we run there unfortunately. What pattern may he was asking. As mentioned, mothers after I've told everyone that the median front has been fitted to every single motorcycle that's coming out of the racetrack. They started to see the radio down at the start. It is first time blaming son Alex Marquez, much like his old 10 days earlier, is now suddenly on his bank did finish around the board with Mark Marquez. They called it was thanks to Bilbis last year, simply as fans in the fan could gather for a friendly, shall we say, very to Gilbers. Yeah, I had a little kick about on Thursdays in every Grand Prix, but unfortunately I jacked a little bit of a half straight last night. He'd been getting some round the cop treatment. Geez, her it down. Took Lady House Master later with us. But it's good to match Jang with us for the week. Yeah, similar days. Potential targets. It didn't let him. Might have been quite as least any land use. And because they're outrunning, it take later. He's not exactly operator. Plus, he's busy out this weekend. Rosie showing out now the Shelley with Jug. So, well, yeah, we'll capture him. Don't worry. Lord Daddy tuning in at time. And that's so Fabio Quattararo. Well, I think he'll be mine to release after the excruciatingly hot conditions of Aragon on the pan, the jello, where the Yamaha just disappeared without rice. And had the flight motion, the Chatterer shoes, and I read out we'll call it that very, very short. But we'll deal with the factory on last hour, and that's. With Carline from that Fabio Quattraro and all below, because Maverick Viñales has had a big crash here on the so only 8 minutes into the session. That was a loss of barrel through the couple time a high speed line. I want to shake him out. Look at that, he's sort of stumbling away from the scene. He's just checking that left hand as well, the left wrist. He's just stretching out the fingers on the left hand. This is a big one, isn't it? Through the left hander he goes. Essentials all with the rear. Marquez leaves in the rear on the factory Ducati. Truly the fast left hand. That's a big get off. But a world championship leader. He was as he nipped the clavicle, I think, that he's a one-used left hander all did there. Could have been worse than he was, but he was still a fast old crash of Marquez. Can't really know, 170k through that D-speed on a tight lap at the rear. Stepped out quickly and finally spat the world championship leader off into the gravel chips. Look at the left, it's the left between Sarvac and gravel, which is just continued to be in the air. That is the corner around, that's the way you do not want to be stealing else. Motogp Black. It looks like Mark's relatively okay. I'm sure the Motogp was a precaution check to the circuit medical centre, but that was a big one. I think it's picked up here by Tarmac Yamaha by the coach Fonzie the Echo. It was down from the ideal start then. Through round 10. It's Mark Marquez who comes into this Assen Grand Prix just unloaded with content. As we mentioned, the back-to-back travels in Aragon at Mugello last time. Mugello's first victory. The house is 20 that one of his private detractor track winner. This weekend, not here to attack compared to that. Just minimize the damage. I mean, Alex Marquez himself said on Sunday he sounded like an opportunity to maybe snatch some points away from Mark. Don't bet in Mugello, but once again, Mark and Newman's got thing with just two sides, too small and too good. That's all now. The back of the label is changed. Marquez, he doesn't lack confidence, but sometimes that leads to moments such as that because he carries so much confidence difference. He goes a little bit beyond the limit. And the treating opposite at the Bertanianzi rather nervously waiting for his wider tier life back in the pit mob. So against the first hand description from Mark on that kind of physical play he's pretty surprised then. Yeah, I don't know whether he just rolled the throttle. It was an old throttle. I saw he's coming back to the paddock in 1 hertz. You can just tell that Mark's in no hurry to get back to spare bike at all. Yeah, normally you'd see Arias look Cass might be looking up the stairs. He's taking a little whack on the hint there, maybe the pound to Talbot. I just had to listen to the one from Mark Harrison. Blatantly off a throttle from Marquez. You thought that was bigger the case. It looked like it was just as you rolled the throttle at the rear step to guidance. Is that underneath you? And that's a biggie. That is a big get off, isn't it, for the 32-year-old straight away on the scene, Dr. Angel Chartra, the lead member of the Motogp medical team, is on the scene to go and check the state of man. And whatever happens at the end of this Dutch 2T in 2025 is going to be a very painful experience for the World Championship leader. Right, a dramatic start then to his Dutch 2T weekend. To remind you, Marc Marquez comes into this weekend with a 30-point lead over Alex Marquez, and we talking about it. Sometimes you look at that and suddenly think about Marc Marquez's approach to weekend when he set in Luis Mugello. He was perhaps defending rather than attacking. You do wonder whether that might be the mindset already for Marc Marquez in this weekend. He don't want to give up. He don't want to take that backward step, but that will certainly come given storms in this Frank's lunch early stage of the weekend. Marc Marquez, but it'll be done. One of this actually circuit flying to the crunch. The moment Valentina the Rossi having a big one there in 2006. So the man, you want to turn down all the courageous, so there's in order when you kind of catch you out. It was on the fourth lap. That session was maybe the like lack of temperature on left hand side of that. He mixed the rear tyre as he went through the rubber shock. There's good, just pointless because I'm actually still motoring at 170 kilometers an hour. It's true, Hogerheide at the corner turn 13 just before there, and 40 as well. We have the opinion of the Motogp block over 300 kilometers an hour in 6th. So it's a quick one, it's a big one now for the number 93, and it just is tell. You know, I mean, that makes it a lot of time in this comes to one night, doesn't it? Very slow to get on their feet, poses you straight to physics, or even interest. Never going to tell him was it going back into the galaxy to talk to his crew, to speak to Giuliana. And you could just see the city of, it was actually an old man looking up the steps fully back into a truck. So there's no lot of time. Discomfort for the cause of that jam. Probably right on the scene, trying to get the latest with my market. I mean, the major course, you'll be the first of no lads now. But simple lad, made a question, and is a big and thoroughly weekend scan for markets. Well, we talked up the chances of Maverick Viñales as the session went away, and Top Goods on top out the OBN. Yeah, so the 133.82, they weren't on a full dry track by the time the Moto2 sessions did its doing the and late starting earlier on this morning, and it is. Well, there are one or two damages in parts around this Assen circuit. It is 95% to major race turn. That 133.1. Maverick Viñales is around 2.5 seconds away from the all-time record that you set by this man in a weekend when he utterly dominated last year. Chequered review from last year with Chequered was quickest in free practice one. He was in for a good weekend, and my mind now goes back to Marc Marquez. He's commented his videos from yesterday, but he said, you generally know from free practice meeting what kind of shape you and everybody else is in this weekend. Well, we know already the Marc Marquez, see. Yeah. That's good of her, that's good of Stu. Saul Martin, that crunch about to. It was a big hit. I'll tell you one of the biggest he's had on the factory Ducati so far this season. Just shows you does the manage you so you can bite you hard when you least expect it. 5 days ago, the Marc Marquez had to the total race press conference with Jello, having silenced some of the critics, some of the boo boys in the grandstands in majority. So I'm letting him on the best moments of my career. The question he certainly was. In majority, he loved the celebration when he intimidated to the Ducati flag ring. I buried me. Here and Neil went as I was flying as I was landing. And marking over territory up onto the Ducati stew. Marc Marquez. It's a real big flash. Very on giving us and returns through Steve and the fast tack down there for you. And tapping right into this section. And the Timber carried. You think about I might be heading to the top of the time. He does indeed. 133.13 thighs. The Kopeck dominated the action in Assen 1 year ago. And very excited to see his name with the back of the level at the top at the time sheets because to smell like those. You haven't seen it in D1 very often so far in 2025. You fleetingly saw him at the front in Mugello in the first 5 or 6 laps. But seen him top of session and flight Murphy's this we like that. Lincoln right there he said this season was good invictive that he did take him this season. He was very much assisted by Marc Marquez's crash in Austin, Texas Viñales is also adding to his 2 Motogp World Championships. Not remote at best at this stage, 110 points adrift. Of my markers, even if you're right here, 92 points back in 2022, went on to the World Championship. This is a very distant hill, but he's going to try and climb. I don't think he's been the most optimistic of 63 fans right now. I'm expecting him to reclaim the World Championship. I think, we don't take over, but we know that he's very much a realist. He's very much a rider that lives in the moment. I think he himself, as I mentioned on Sunday, the jello. It's pretty much already game over. Who'd have thought this thing have not even reached the halfway point of this year's World Championship, but he finds himself 110 points. He can't be around the bush, you can't play punches. He's been out last bad bike for 93 so far in the factory, the Catty Camp. My guy is either the leads in Mark's absence in this session. Like we won 33.135. Then Viñales is second place. Alex Riddens on the factory up into third. Of course, Riddens was part of that absolute classic Motogp race here in 2018, which was one of the best Premier Class batches you've ever seen. We've seen plenty of the Davies here in Assen. And when the league group thanks chatting is over 172 aerodynamics. We'd like more of the same different plays on Sunday afternoon. Weren't quite that many in the early days to a gentleman, but it kind of felt it at times, didn't it? The feel in that kind of race to Viñales, markers and weight markers. He said good on me. There was some Anthony DiMichello. He said to question the fighting spirit. Like a Viñales. Well, even if he is lacking me confidence and feeling that front end to keep that pattern going all the way to the Chequered flag, and this said at the time. He was so curious that he saw Bernard got a GP these days. The boy to read Port 3, not just for the Kungos, the video beat a D1, but 3, in fact, that counts him the temperature pressure for your port time. Let's get the very latest stage. Marquez after that big crash and run shot projected Mike. Yeah, no news exactly of how that Marquez at this current moment, but stop trying to help chat and Dominic Tad. Also, you just come out of his office at the back of the truck. Stop trying to help chat for a deep conversation with Dominic Tad. Helps you out the Wigan 1-2 didn't know where it was well. And then it could count slightly early to tell the guy to get that number 2 machine ready and opting out. You think you've told the team to keep calm at this current moment, but back to nice good side of office. Right now, the Suez are coming. I'll try to grab a word with David to get the very mighty boost. Yeah, third shell, we're just mostly going to be replay onto this spectacular early flash market. Just yuck at that huge dark line that, and that makes you really tired. And that now, what the good pop does a big album so we get out and chat. And I didn't think he was making a division observer with on that side. And fingers be regularly so searching from the thing you said. Well, not much chance. There was just a girlfriend do a Jill of Toons or you'll do. Let's just have another miss to this one then. Stuck you last 340 and then continue to Motor 360 in 4th gear. Just under 2 body so it is now. Eventually, that's going to be the biggest crash that Mark's had so far on the factory Ducati. He's probably not had too many bigger than on the Ducati fully stock. Join the records in 2022. Who's to have taken back, I don't think he's ordering his takeaway meal till this evening. I think he just went his short. He's fully impressed with the big shoot time carriage. It was going on there down there in the factory Ducati goes. Maybe it is ordering a target for later this evening as well. Really, thinking back to the days when he used to celebrate 3 hot dogs through run successive Richigamme, and the time ago these days or two, some all those kind of delights. Every rider that I've seen so far on the circuit, certainly every rider was interested, but maybe 3 did. 2 on Zarkel, Fabio Quartararo, and Miguel are all of me, some point tired. Who was the conditions they're going to have all weekend here? Almost Friday, so typically this morning. We're expecting the temperatures to be, well, it's the mid to high 20s. They had temperatures of a 3, which is nearly over 26 laps on Sunday afternoon, but we're very much in the teens at the moment. These are very cool, very Assen conditions we're faced with this morning. So let's go and get a further update on the condition of our current Motogp Moto2 leader. Jack, what's going on? Yeah, David A. titles, he just come to me. Doesn't want to come on the live just yet, but very quick and through with my piece. very sore, he said, in the opposite left forearm and left arm, which has caused him the most concern, but he did say he wants to get out and do 2 or 3 up to call a close of his session, just the test that's context. So let's wait and see when we do see Mark back out there, but his left forearm and ham's the issue for the egg-time matchup. Yeah, thanks to very much, chat with you. Beyond the spot has always made to run task on the factory to cat to go with as soon as there is the reaction. Just as Jack needed everyone on the morning to bring any news. We'll further updates on my markers. As a loose sound, you know, speaking to pain. Team Lumino 83, full button shoots, Cameron's waiting outside the back of the factory cat to go. Here he is. He looks a little bit shaky and a little bit stirred and a little bit pale of what he started. They said she was fair to say, but he is at least going to get another guy. And as Jack said, want to venture out to 2 or 3 laps just to check the pain, just to check the body, and then maybe target them. Have a little bit of rest, of a shorter rest before him back out to practice this afternoon. But this at least is the best possible news, and there are clearly no fractures, no major concern as far as Mark is concerned. We just pointed there to the left elbow, the left upper arm, and with his choosy interviews, we're just having a little bit of a chat here with Mark just to get the update on where the day that will come. The payment is likely to Mark throughout the remainder of this weekend. Podium, generally, the best double defense is to Marcus Toots' view. That is his DNA, but nothing out of saying. Around this year, whatever he's done, it's the Mount PV Martin. He was asked by him about fans as well as he'd be social last weekend about the one thing that he wished he knew before his career got underway, and he said it several times this year that listening to his body, we're not at any stage yet talking about Maverick's quickly stall in this Dutch TT. We're a long way from that at the moment, but you do wonder from Maverick's point of view whether the level of risk he's prepared to take might not be quite as high as in previous years. Because a movement like that is bound to catch his attention, and you see there, as mentioned, it was just as even goes tarmac to gravel, and his left arm gets a series of jolts as he dicks that very next terrain. And now Mom did his mom, sorry, they wasn't into his mommy at this stage. You'd always expect Mom out there to be pushing it over at the odd limits of his physical capabilities at this stage of his career. This guy has got a tight threshold which is off the scale. Here's the pay threshold that doesn't compute with normal human beings. He has suffered so much down the years. These hands to come back from some of the most serious injury for what they've ever seen. He has done it. That's a pretty tough exams with Sly and Coas. This team will be a little bit of a bump in the rise, but to keep it in a close eye on Mark's return to action. He can run city cycling once for you know before he had the that's the obstructed crash in on the underbars and going through to the 16. This is why the section of the course now thank you in this line himself on the off 46 to Canty. While the body's expectations dream weekend from Frank Kidd, everybody got to Gucci, that's in Mudley the Canty, who last year he fell to be a little bit sore the very good gravel. It's traditionally a very gritty Assen surface. Let's back up Viñales back out to the Sudoku as well. And very briefly, all the moment we're going to be back to a Philly strand factory to County Lido team, but not clean pits at factory to competing. Ship already take up on Viñales, Paul with that Trick Pat Steve lead the session on that 133. The one that said Maverick Viñales, she's suddenly bought that you will be where to be deployed by the seat so far. You don't like that one. You is reach it. Funny everyone. I've actually thought this hill when I did in Magellan, the way Paul saw they're gone. This is what I mentioned, it is supposed to be cool here in Assen. Brittle people Assen was something cool compared to this end to be too recently in maybe a while, so the moment hour beside the something maybe been rented at third. So the hour of sin and the from away they were both 7 and the goal of the bearer is just outside the sunset. Keep an eye on the Podium on RC on Sunday in the Grand Prix never, especially going to be in a absolute tree. I'm sure many of you have already seen it called Yamaha managing these social media platforms. They are more than a very special livery. Underway stadium and I saw about to go on Yamaha's 17th anniversary. And trust this is an absolutely gorgeous. It's a 1999 tribute to the was the Part 7 written by Nike Yuki Hug, and we saw the grid here and that is 9. It's beautiful. So classic red and white speed blood delivery back from Yamaha. The Yamaha cause are very fortunate because they've been around the business for so long, 7 decades, but they've also had So the most iconic and legendary liveries. So we're able to do a retro livery. There's a fair old fat couple of the Chequered. And Louis Sapping, once again, how we are big fans of the late sister. I remember it's in Yamaha, and they were able to be rolled out on Sunday. The 78-year-old, still made my favourite Yamaha livery of all time is the white and the red. Of course, they did rid on that livery here in 2011 when Ben Spies took the checkered flag and we saw a little throwback to it last year in our subsequent anniversary spectacular solo start. So here he comes, Mark Marquez. So he backed out there, once again, last time it was in the Richigamme views. It's up the machine at around 200 kilometers now, and the brand shook mystical stories. Number 2 bike, Mark Marquez against trying to get his weekend back on track, and also it's still just how much he's doing to do our screw. He's bad suit, he's bruised, but he's never big, is he? Not Marquez. Yeah, this was just to explain it to our GG delivery inside the garage. Usually not. So here, whack on the elbow, the store up as well. Maybe just doing the top tip part on the upper arm. But as you mentioned, this guard has a pain threshold, which is down high. Fabio Quattro, plus your body on board with Quattro. Well, we're the time that Mark had the big get-offs. Fabio actually just gone to the top on the time sheets with a 1:32.956, the first 1:33 of the weekend so far. So fair to say, it has been a rather painful and eventful start to the strong through the Netherlands. And seeing middle challenge sheet of Marquez. Let's get the up-to-leg ladies. But it's from this with the hard tennis to George Jack. Yeah, great to be joined by David Agat. Great to see Mark back out there. 1:36 series off before. Then how is he feeling? Where's the down sheet did quick and the back down. People playing on that path because in yes, they can go to Leaderboard on it. They've fed fans. This is how about the dry. You bring them to this couple of lads named Rashidi up and so it's just the left elbow, is it? Just from the contact and a bit of bruising now. Yeah, good to know. Thank you, Danny. Yeah, thanks very much for the time. Thanks to Jack of Spose for some slight good news as far as Mark is concerned. Of the 18 quarters around Assen, only 6 of them on left-handers, and where he's going to be maybe a sort of tanks taking over exert to man at the left elbow, that the left slow around in the left hand, which was obviously the concern. And Marco Bersecu is the second in now in 32 years, which is for him now the Frankfurt April to the top of the leaderboard. This is no great surprise. Bez, particularly big at Assen second here 3 years ago in 2022. His first Motogp Podium. His third Valentino Rossi, of course, staying as a team owner. Caroselli was the 46 Italian distant military class train. That was almost where he was starting. He was the team base. And he was the winner of the sprint shoot back in 2023. His only sprint successfully was still on board to be on 46 to count to. Fancy soon best of the sharp pick this weekend, Lewis. Yeah, in Aprilia. And we'll be reasonably confident and still a graffiti ourselves, but as always with Motogp Moto2, it's about getting himself a sensible grid positions. Here's the race pace then who's me a taste and ever and Ludwig and Circuit Spain's Marquez here. Through on board the World Championship leader. It's something having a need to see if he was going to use Master Health or down at any stage. So no, the injured man and at this stage, he was just like a great stand on this. You just might get on your seat. He was practicing your line here. So go to the right of 42. This is the Ramshock. So you can see this is a bit behind how much commitment Pedro Petro is taking the hand in relative to Marc Marquez as he's closing in on the 93. Maybe a shot, I think that he did stay in this. Not that it's session inventories. So looking like he didn't shift the too many gears. That's what caused the real stuff out was in that shifting stoolways collected today. I think maybe it was in third gear at that time. That's what caused him to have the big loss. So yeah, we just see what Marcus Choiber steers. It has just his first time in the social so far on his feet lap. Of course, it's not just the pain that Miles Good is suffering at the moment. He's losing a bit of a dual to track time as well. When you look at the highest number of laps completed in the session so far, we've got 40 laps completed by Viñales and Mia. Also, been on the KTM and the Spargo, Blick and Reedies, and in play confection under. So he's about able on 9 laps behind the ankle in terms of track time out on circuit. Motogp second here, stringing together another really, really strong lap. Over the line, and you got it, really session leader. Chris slipped that down to 5th place. I think he's going to move goalposts here. The cameras on this lap will pick up the 72 now through the Timber chicane. Pops away as he squeezes a handful of frontal out of that final corner, and he does fire in at 132.730. It's only Friday morning, but this has a feeling of being a good even doesn't it for Basley factory at Pretty. So it's a pretty yellow half KTM. You'll check through the moment. Then it Tara to kept these the giant Toyo Banyaya. So that yellow half brings from Miller 6th and 7th from there with any Alex Marquez of talking out the gear or met respected you guys. You haven't seen much from Alex Marquez so far, but he is now joined in the top 10 by his older brother Mark, who 2 laps into his of GT weekend is it's the tons and 133 tons in Tapio to John Sardio. He's in 4th place. A 4th place on a Sunday, which he was never going to settle for. He kept telling himself inside his helmet what a sportive and after his proof for that place here in Magello in 5 days to improve his own ground. He was just shouting almost inside his helmet. North is not going to be your place today, Fabio. As he hunted down successfully in that chase to Pecco Magno. What a move it was in that penultimate lap to get Pecco down into severely. And he said it was a dream come true that he remembers as a kid watching Valentino Rossi, Loris Capirossi, Max Biaggi through the Titanic battles in Magello. And he was the guy to pass up on an opportunity to find himself on a GP parody with Magello. He did it before Moto 3. Second Sunday's Dustron. For the Judas Podium of actually this in the World Championship. More troopers potentially coming in. I think by 71 about this from Mark Kersley. He gets okay, he's out, fresh tyres. New soft to try and not even very tired. Whereas Milan Black was pretty much to a Rex right here, then to Stufstein, the Marcus. This is just so Mark. As we said, we left Pig Lane, battered, bruised, but never beaten. And he's about to fling himself with top of the turn shoes and modern face mixture around that overland. Of course he does. Of course he does. A 132.389. Thank you very much. And from the Global Travel Turn 15 to P1 in a space of about half an hour. Marc Marquez in a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen, that is why he is one of the greatest riders of all time. And certainly not lacking commitment there, was he? As he comes out of turn 12. As I said earlier on, for Marc Marquez, the best for defense is attack. He will be hurting, he will be in time. We'll be adrenaline. Just going to get into it. I'm sure maybe he'll have to have a bit of a time kill against Dementia at some point over the course of the weekend. He was bang, Just we do have to mention there is a caveat and some Mark's lap time. It is on a very fresh rubber. A lot of these riders, particularly at FD1, one did down to time. That's what you got about 2 new rubbers. So when you look at the likes of that. Free to sign with any manufacturer for 2026. So what do we went to? Publix, sign your deal and announce it. What? I'm sure I can tell you. I will tell you where I told you last week. These are waiting for that. Real. You're done sharing. Yeah, I'm dirt coming. You know it? My bunch. I mean, read. We did that in my terms. That you usually didn't write this in the intro manufacturers. Use something is bigger, divert, we do direction deep. So, well, sports when they said that might be using opportunity to option. Well, last one for everybody because negative, you keep out of that track, you can do whatever the brand. But how did we didn't make any more difficult? We have to. We didn't sure get the situation, but normally. We talk to riders, so when the bank comes, if it comes, we will see that. For now, I can only tell you that there's nothing what to say. I mean, there's no secret in the fact that you say you're interested in Hall Hay, they're interested in a move to Honda, but also you can't wait forever. So what kind of timeline do you have in place? It's now a deadline. By which you're understanding, we need to move forward with all the hardness. What? You're that having great done. Let's show them what we don't know. Where you funny the shit. You good one? Show me we blur I'll show you. Well, I was able to hit right side and forward. They slotted. You were just saying, Alberto, it's the next giant that we're gonna do everything. So, how long can you guys wait? Well, we're done way down the union. It's not friendly speaking. The studies. It's a matter that you not really on Jorge. This must be clear. I mean, if they figure out all the hunter, they will not understand. That's all I got done here, man. Miracle in our super hurry. We will see what is the point of a solution there. That's all I can say. So before you make a move, Albert saying that he's free to sign a deal with anybody but Honda want to wait for a trillion to say that contracts negotiations really to have a move and people understand it. But now we're in the middle of a country and I'm just digging with how they've handled it. Albert, thank you. As ever, good luck today. Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Honda Boss Albert on your page. Honda clearly waiting in the wings to see how it all unfolds with Aprilia. Our toy bar scene, as you can see on screen, this is the absolutely beautiful, spectacular livery big sport 2.0 for Yamaha series this weekend on Playstyle Sunday. My lordies, it's the 100th birthday for motorcycle racing in Assen. It of course is Yamaha's 70th birthday celebration too this weekend, and this is an absolutely drop dead gorgeous special and that's the livery to mod that occasion. And hello to a night short number you can hide the World Super Black Stone. That was a livery that he rode on the Yamaha 70 Super Black in the way back in 1990 and it's still living up in understand. All of the green liveries winning by only tiny favourites through many years of watching motorcycle racing. Yamaha in those pullers did win with its TT back in 2011. Ben Spies famously to use one of the TT weight. One to secure a chase in some adventure as the answer to subject matches. Indeed, to fun treatment. The one I knew was full to Matt Ribery in the Babel and in the Gold Breeding made so on today. Warm up underway then. To run up the old weighted Maverick Viñales. You've got yourselves of each champion black. It's on 6 years today in the sprint, a sprint which ended with a very familiar story at the front. Maverick Viñales, a fully paid up member of the Stabio Quadraro fan club, wasn't he? In the sprint yesterday, we saw man red free spitters that are coming to the line. Just all this pilot circuit ashes, they exited stack of barns. So they Maverick have a glass service show. They saw Fabio Porteron sending Storm in pole position. And they gave the Storms up in a bit of a fist Storm taking a Maverick gold characters afterwards each going. And go with you, Fabio. Come on, one of us has got to take the fight. Now to Catty, one of us has got to beat the Catty. Sadly, it was all fast, futile and gesture because the Catty won their 24th successive sprint and unfortunately for Fabio Porteron road. As he mentioned in, there's been every lap on the limit. He's just right now now you have on every lap there's a U2 and for him he had just pushing too hard on 9 front tire and he flashed out of probably contention and turned 10. He fails once again to stop the fleet of Gigantes going past in the early stages using overtaken of course by both the Marquez brothers. One at the end of the first lap and one at the start of the second. The man was unable to stop Marco Bezzecchi through 2. He was on course for 5th place before he crashed coming through Manda Bay. Quattraro will be loading. He's in to less the distance. Second this afternoon, you want out much of the conditions with good condition tyre choice later on. Everybody yesterday in the sprint went the front rear tyre, although there were 5 widers. He made me sprint to didn't have a brand new software tyre available to him. Quattraro is one of them because with only one software tyre available the remaining in their allocation. They wanted to save them better relative than we needing the Santa Luke's 26 lap down pre so for pasture 1 and the fed tyres bear the sprint to some. I'm really hard. Fabian Button is going to the sharp end of this acid room too, something that is going to do my delivery. There's some serious type, doesn't it? This is an absolute deuce. Although for Fabio Quattraro, he mentioned 4 totals in the last 6 Grand Prix. Magello died last weekend. He's nearly around in the last 6 after his exit in the sprint yesterday. And Quattraro has not had at least one do that. So he has been stats, no question about it. But he has struggled to convert some of these brilliant qualifying performances into sort of stellar Saturday and Sunday result. His only tiny return so far. Some most tools we've had Podium second place, who put to that fantastic crowd in Jerez. It was crushed. However, two results it would have been more likely here gone was crushed to win the raid. It's Adelmon and of course the DNS Formulations lose their none. Fabio Culturo's full all the potential from your half, particularly in qualifying trim, but then ultimately not able to show the points of their potential, which is also by Yamaha at the bottom of the Constructors' Championship. It's disappointing to representative and how competitive they've been, or certainly how competitive Quartararo has been so far this year, but that is ultimately where they find themselves. Quartararo second in this more obsession, at least. They took all obsession that has been live right now, Alex Marquez, including through that first call that Quartararo had the contact with Marquez corrects through front stance of the great just as we knew he would. They tried to go the long way around and he lead him on Fabio around the outside. So he drew fast at that point. Well, it would have been entirely his fault. He was instigated the contact. He said the Quartararo was trapped with his right to run that matter. Bring the curbs. He was at 99. It was just Mark trying to find another way through it. Not because of sense that restored it with Silverside. If you look in previous WM success in Motogp, they couldn't get away with the fronts, and hopefully got these so good at Maverick. I think Mark was pretty clear. They wanted to get to for the soonest to be up there. And we'll see how it stood so far. It's is be able to stand off the Podium Alex. I think Alex said that it was clearly Thompson there as a circuit where he was fast, in particular the 9 at the top of the circuit, 11 and 12. Well, the top is they're so fast. It's so hard to beat. I'm not making a mistake in case of a little bit of chaos. So I think Matt was 6 spot August. He was just something so good, distinctly in the notes, distinctly. He basically in the perhaps the circuit when Alex is strongest. There was never really Alex held an opportunity to make 8th lead to do that. You can the best opportunities to hit 9 Marquez would have been into the ultimate chicane, but Marquez so strong to the fast left of who seemed to 15 and proceeds that, but he's able to allow that little gap up right to Marquez, who's not in that position to it. And these pavement close your force to get out of the chicane up to Lords. Hard then just to open either, so I'm a smart team to exchange lots of different routes past Matt Marquez, and it was the best way of staying ahead of Marquez, just a little bit of getting to him. Still in first place, because Marquez getting through that incredibly knowledge of the line. That go by the I have like yesterday in the sprints to a second time in 6 days, which just the full security over the line. It was a tough home career with John last weekend when he was beaten by Mark and Alexander Fabio, the giant Tario. But it was the same script yesterday, the giant Tario. Stunning taste. His Maverick Viñales goes out of shape to the cane chip. Then the break is open the first corner. It's now back-to-back sprints in Matillo, and yesterday near in Assen, and the Giants already are aestheticized this. Nothing then with this race maze, and now it's all on list did you, and I was still throwing together based on that, making some great time. Maze on the grid, and slot his way through to 40th today. The way that he said, he's just going to try and qualify a little bit better because his race placed bang on. Went to 2 in Jello, and we've had another one, and it's on the end of the distance every time even then for coverage down told you mighty well into the second. And then edit this man, Alex Clark, okay, so Didier will be very keen to dip large captive line and try and get himself away with that leading goods at the front. If he can, then he is something built called the late race pace, and to do something with it, and of course, someone through the table. The tires that they will made to one, well, riders with the hotter temperatures today, through the cross to the medium or even the hard fin tire. A good few riders have gone out on the hard front tire in this multi-year possession. And so, of course, in the rear tire, we ascend which of course from the sub to the medium. We also did a pod to riders. Around a 50-50 split in this minute session, the moment between the medium and the soft rear. It's worth keeping it close. So I know that it's on returning as well. Marco Baisaki had a great sprint, yes, and I just shows the what help call it by so. Report to take a look where the C is the best. But his name there was counterbalise on that second row star, and Hagerson's third, his first sprint success in an awful long time. Just madly league all the way back in 2023. And so Doug Bass hasn't really strong. We don't know how good he is around Haster, so do discount the actually started, but might simply think of the victory back to the board screw this afternoon. Actually, the time does get to an update of 10 jack down into the looks as though it's going to be a real big battle on the Brits about it. You guys can see you can put inside to it. There's some potentially an option, but I'll let a riders out there for the very first time this weekend, now that the temperatures have gone up, although as I say that, clouds do spat, well not that, and the wind picks up there. Using a half the tide, the medium on the book, not an option. We saw on Friday, just there's nothing what to say. I mean, there's no secret in the fact to actually say if you're interested in whole hay, they're interested in a move to Wonder, but also you can't wait forever. So what kind of timeline do you have in place? It's now a deadline. By when's your adversary? We need to move forward with all the hardness. What? Garbage. You're dead? I mean, read on. That's your little one. We don't know. We need to find you the seat. Good one. Show me it, we blur, I'll show you. Well, I was able to hit right side and forward. They slotted you were just saying, Alberto, to make sure that we're gonna do everything. So how long can you guys wait? Well, we're done with down the Union. It's not friendly speaking, the studies it's a matter that you not really on Jorge. This must be clear. I mean, if they figure out all the Honto, they will not understand. That's why I got done here, man. We're going to super hurry. We will see what is the final solution there. That's all I can say. So before you make a move, Albert saying that he's free to sign a deal with anybody, but Honda want to wait for a trillion to say that the contracts negotiations really to have a move when people understand it. But now we're in the middle of a country and I'm thinking with how they've been doing. Albert, thank you as ever. Good luck today. Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Honda Boss Albert on your page. Honda clearly waiting in the wings to see how it all unfolds with the brilliant Avatar bar scene. As you can see on screen, this is the absolutely beautiful, spectacular livery big sport 2.0 for Yamaha here this weekend on Waystale Sunday. I know it's the 100th birthday for Motogp racing in Assen. It of course is Yamaha's 70th birthday celebration too this weekend, and this is an absolutely drop dead gorgeous special and that's the livery to mod that carries you from large to a night short Nori you can hide the World Super Black Stone. That was the livery that he rode of the Yamaha 70 Super Black in the way back in 1990 and it's still nothing more to stand. One of the Korean liveries winning by only time favourites through many years of watching motorcycle racing. Yamaha in those pullers did win minutes TT back in 2011. Ben Spears famously to use one of the TT weight one to secure exchange there's some adventure to as the after two subject matches indeed to event the Yamaha and we spoke to Matt Ribery in the Babel and in the Gold Breed made so on today. Warm up on the way then. Right of the old way that Maverick Viñales you've won yourselves of each champion black. They admit on 6 years today in the sprint, a sprint which ended with a very familiar story at the front. Maverick Viñales, a fully paid up member of the Stabio Quadraro fan club, wasn't he? In the sprint yesterday, we saw them on red cup free spitters that are coming to the line. Just all this pilot circuit ashes, they exited Stacking Barn Saturday. Maverick had a glass service show. They saw Fabio Porteron descending down in pole position. And they gave the Stones up in a bit of a fist on taking a Maverick gold charges afterwards each going. Encourage you, Fabio. Come on, one of us has got to take the fight. Now to Catty. One of us has got to beat the Catty. Sadly, it was all past futile and gesture because the Catty won their 24th successive sprint. And unfortunately for Fabio Porteron road. As you mentioned in, there's been every lap on the limit. He's just right now you have on every lap there's a U2 and for him, he had just pushing too hard on that front tire and he flashed out of public contention and turned 10. Once again to stop the fleet of Ducatis going past in the early stages. He's overtaken of course by both De Marquez brothers. One at the end of the first lap and one at the start of the second. The man was unable to stop Marco Bettecchi Dory through. He was on course for 5th place before he crashed coming through Manda Bay. Once around will be low team. He's in to less the distance. Second this afternoon you want out much of the conditions which could condition tyre choice later on. Everybody yesterday in the sprint went the front rear tyre, although there were 5 gliders. He made the sprint to didn't have a brand new support tyre available to them. Quattromatic is one of them, because with only one support tyre available, they were remaining in their allocation. They wanted to save them, better relative, and we needing the Santa Luke 26 lap down pre, so for pedestrian one, and the fed tyres, better to sprint to some. I'm really hope Fabian Button is going to the sharp end of this asset room to something that is going to think my delivery. There's some serious air type, doesn't it? This is an absolute deuce. Although Ford Javier Quattroazzi mentioned full totals in the last 6 Grand Prix, Magello died last week out. He's nearly around in the last 6 after his exit in the sprint yesterday. And Quattraro has not had at least one do there, so he has been stats, no question about it, but he has struggled to convert some of these brilliant qualifying performances into sort of stellar accolade and some results. His only return, something like some most totals we've had Podium second place, who put to that fantastic crowd in Jerez. It was crushed. However, 2 results, it would have been more likely here gone was crashed to win the raid. It's Adelmon and of course the DNS Formulations lose their nuns. Fabio Quattro's full all of potential from Yamaha, particularly in qualifying trim, but they're ultimately not able to show the points of their potential, which is also by Yamaha at the bottom of the Constructors' Championship. It's disappointing for the representative and how competitive they've been, or certainly how competitive Quattraro has been so far this year, but that is ultimately where they find themselves. Quattraro second in this more session, at least. They took all session that has been live right now, Alex Marquez, and including through that first call, that Quattraro at the contact with my Marquez, corrects through front stance to the great, just as we knew he would be. Tried to go the long way around and he lead him on Fabio around the outside. Man, so good, really fast at that point. Well, it would have been entirely his fault. He was instigated the contact. He said that Quattraro was trapped with his right to run that matter. Bring up the curbs, he was at 99. It was just Mark trying to find another way through it. Because of the sense that restored it with Silverstar. If you look at previous Quattraro success in Motogp, they couldn't get away with the fronts, and hopefully got the so good at Maverick. I think Mark was pretty clear they wanted to get to for the soonest to be up there. And seeing how it stood so far, it's he's been able to stand off Brody Alex. I think Alex said that it was clearly Thompson there at the circuit where he was fast, in particular than the dish 9 hands at the top of the circuit, 11 and 12. Well, the top is they're so fast, it's so hard to compete. I'm not making a mistake in case of a bit of chaos. So I think Matt was 6 spot August. He was just something so good, distinctly in the darts, distinctly. He hasn't been in the perhaps the circuit when Alex is strongest. There was never really Alex held an opportunity to make 8 clean to do that. You can the best opportunities to hit 9 Marquez would have been into the chicane, but Marquez is so strong to the fast left of the who's seen turn 15 and proceeds that, but he's able to allow that little gap up right to Marquez, who's not in that position to it. And these payment force you to get out of the chicane up towards hard then just to up and either. So I'm a smart James and to change what's a different route past Matt Marquez here, and it was the best way of staying ahead of Marquez, just a little bit of getting from still in first place. Of course, Marquez getting through that incredibly much of the line. That go by I have like yesterday in the sprints to a second time in 6 days, which just a bold security over the line. It was a tough opening career with John last weekend when he was beaten by Mark and Alexander Fabio, the giant already out. But it was the same script yesterday. The giant Fabio, stunning taste. His Maverick Viñales gets out of shape to the cane chip. Then the break is over the first corner. They start back-to-back sprints in Magello, and yesterday there in Assen, and the giants already are asceticized this. Nothing them with this race maze, and now it's all on place did you, and I was still throwing together based on that, making some great time. Maze on the grid, and thought his way through to fourth yesterday. As he said, he's just going to try and qualify a little bit better because his race placed bang on. It went to 2 in Magello, and we've had another one, and it's on the end of the distance. If you tell me, then coverage down, told you mighty well into the second, and then edited this man, Alex thought, okay, so Didier will be very keen to dip large captive line and try and get himself away with that leading grid at the front. But if he can, then he needs something to do. Called the late race pace, and to do something with it, and of course, someone through the table. The tires that they will make to one, well, riders with the hotter temperatures today, due the cost to the Leaderboard or even the Han 10 tyre, and 50 riders have gone out on the hard front tyre in this multi-year session. There's of course in the rear tyre. We ascend switch of course from the sub to the medium. We also did a Podium wide. It's around a 50-50 split in this main session at the moment between the medium and the soft rear. It's worth keeping it close. So I know that it's on Italian as well. Motogp Moto2 had a great sprint, yes, and I just showed the what help call it bike. So important to take a look where the C is the best. Nothing, but his near there was counterbalise on that second roadster and Hagerson's third, his first sprint success in an awful long time. Just mad in the league all the way back in 2023. And so Batis hasn't really strong. We don't know how good he is around Assen, so do discount the actually started, but might simply take the victory back to Leaderboard screw this afternoon. I took the time, let's get to an update of 10 chat down at the looks as though it's been real big plan on the bridge today. As you guys can see, you can pull inside it on. I do that. There's nothing one to say. I mean, there's no secret in the fact to actually say you're interested in Hall Hay, they're interested in a move to Honda, but also you can't wait forever. So what kind of timeline do you have in place? It's now a deadline. By which you're at the we need to move forward with all the hardness. What? Garbage. You're dead. Having it. Read on. Let's remember what. We don't know. We need to. Funny if this is. You good one? Show on me, we blur, I'll show you. Well, I was able to hit right side and. Forward. They slowed it. You were just saying, Alberto, to make sure that we're going to do everything. So, how long can you guys wait? Well, we're done with on the union. It's not friendly speaking. The studies, it's a matter that you not really on Jorge. This must be clear. I mean, if they figure out all the Honda, they will not understand. That's why I got done here, man. We're not in a super hurry. We will see what is their find a solution there. That's all I can say. So before you make a move, Albert saying that he's free to sign a deal with anybody, but Honda want to wait for a trillion to say that contracts negotiations really do have a move and people understand it. And now we're in the middle of a country and I'm just digging with how they've handled it. Albert, thank you. As ever, good luck today. Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Honda Boss Albert on your page. Honda clearly waiting in the wings to see how it all unfolds with Aprilia. Our toy bar scene, as you can see on screen, this is the absolutely beautiful, spectacular livery big sport 2.5 for Yamaha series this weekend on Playstyle Sunday. I know it's the 100th birthday for motorcycle racing in Assen. It of course is Yamaha's 70th birthday celebration too this weekend, and this is absolutely drop dead gorgeous special and that's the Liberty to mod that occasion. And hello to a night short nobody you can hide the World Super Black Stone. That was the Liberty he rode of the Yamaha 70 Super Black in the way back in 1990 and it's still nothing more stand. All of the green liveries winning by only tiny favourites through many years of watching motorcycle racing. Yamaha in those pullers did win with its TT back in 2011. Ben Spies famously to use one of the TT weight. One to secure a chase in some adventure as the after two submit matches indeed to fun treatment the one I knew was to Matt Ribery in the Babel and in the Gold Breed made so on today. Warm up on the way then to run up the old way that Maverick Viñales you've won yourselves of each and been black. It's on 6 years today in the sprint, a sprint which ended with a very familiar story at the front. Maverick Viñales, a fully paid up member of the Stabio Quadraro fan club, wasn't he? In this video yesterday, we saw them red free spinners that are coming to the line. Just all this pilot circuit ashes, they exited stack of barns. So they Maverick have a glass service show. They saw Fabio Porteron, they sent us down in pole position. And they gave the Stones up in a bit of a fist on taking a Maverick gold characters afterwards. Each going, encourage you, Fabio. Come on, one of us is going to take the fight. Now to Catty, one of us has got to beat the Catty. Sadly, it was all past futile and gesture because the Catty won their 24th successive sprint and unfortunately for Fabio Porteron road. As he mentioned in the spin, every lap on the limit, he's just right now now you have on every lap there's a U2 and for him he had just pushing too hard on 9 front tire and he flashed out of public contention and turned 10. He fails once again to stop the fleet of Gigantes going past in the early stages, using overtaken of course by both the Marquez brothers. One at the end of the first lap and one at the start of the second. The man was unable to stop Marco Bezzecchi through two. He was on course for 5th place before he crashed, coming through Mandabe. Quattraro will be loading. He's able to less the distance. Second this afternoon, you want much of the conditions, which could condition tyre choice later on. Everybody yesterday in the sprint went the front rear tyre, although there were 5 gliders. He made me sprint to. Didn't have a brand new software tyre available to him. Quattraro is one of them because with only one software tyre available, the remaining in their allocation, they wanted to save them. Better out than we needed in the Saturday 26 lap Grand Prix, so for Pasture 1, and the fed tyres, better to sprint to south. I'm really hard. Fabian Moto2 those points to the sharp end of this Assen Group 2, something that is hanging to my livery. There's some serious airtime, doesn't it? This is an absolute deuce. Although fall of Javier Quattraro mentioned 4 titles in the last 6 Grand Prix. Magello died last weekend. He's nearly around in the last 6 after his exit in the sprint yesterday. And Quattraro has not had at least one dinner, so he has been stats, no question about it. But he has struggled to convert some of these brilliant qualifying performances into sort of stellar accolade and some results. His only return, something like on most titles, we've had Podium second place, who put to that fantastic crowd in Jerez. It was crushed. However, 2 results, it would have been more likely here gone, was crashed to win the raid. It's Adelmon and of course the DNS formerly in Zeus-Third, Fabio Quattraro's full all the potential from Yamaha, particularly in qualifying trim, but then ultimately not able to show the points of their potential, which is also by Yamaha at the bottom of the Constructors' Championship. It's disappointing to representative of how competitive they've been, or certainly how competitive Quattraro has been so far this year, but that is ultimately where they find themselves. Quattraro second in this more session at least. They took all session that has been live right now, Alex Marquez, including through that first call that Quattraro had the contact with Marquez corrects through front stance of the great just as we knew he would. They tried to go the long way around and he lead him on Fabio around the outside. So he fast at that point. Well, it would have been entirely his fault. He was instigated the contact. He said that Quattraro was chatting with his right to run that matter. Remember curbs, he was at 99. It was just Mark trying to find the way through it. Because the sense that restored it with Silverstar. If you look in previous Quattraro success in Motogp, they couldn't get away at the fronts, and hopefully they got these so good at Maverick. I think Mark was pretty clear they wanted to get to for the soonest tips to be up there. And see how it's stood so far. It's he's been able to send off Podium Alex. I think Alex said that it was clearly Thompson there at the circuit where he was fast, in particular than the 9 to the top of the circuit, 11 and 12. Well, the top is they're so fast, it's so hard to compete. I'm not making a mistake in case of a bit of chaos. So I think Matt was 6 spot August. He was just something so good, distinctly in the notes, distinctly. He has a big period in the perhaps the circuit when Alex is strongest. There was never really Alex held an opportunity to make 8 lead to do that. You can the best opportunities to hit 9 Marquez would have been into the ultimate chicane, but Marquez so strong to the fast left of route, seems turn 15 and proceeds that, but he's able to allow that little gap up right to Marquez, who's not in that position to it. And he's there, payment push, you're supposed to get out of the chicane up to hard then just to open either, so I'm a smart thing to exchange lots of different routes past Matt Marquez, and it was the best way of staying ahead of Marquez, just a little bit of getting to him. Still in first place, of course, Marquez getting through that incredibly mulch of the line. That go by the eye, like yesterday in the sprints, to a second time in 6 days, which just the full security over the line. It was a tough home Grand Prix with John last weekend when he was beaten by Mark and Alexander Fabio, the giant Ardio, but it was the same scripture yesterday. The giant Ardio. Stunning taste. His Maverick Viñales goes out of shape for the cane chip. Then the break is open the first corner. It's now back-to-back sprints in Magello, and yesterday near in Assen, and the Giants already are aestheticized it. Nothing them with this race maze, and now it's all on Liz did you, and they were still touring together based on that, making some great time. Maze on the grid, and fought his way through to 4th yesterday. The reason he said he's just going to try and qualify a little bit better because his race pace is bang on. went to 2 in Jello, and we had another one, and it's on the end of the distance, every time you then breathe. Courage down, told you mighty well into the second. And then edit this man, Alex thought, okay, so DJ will be very keen to dip large cuts of line and try and get himself away without leaving goods at the front. But if he can, then he is something to do. Called the make race pace and to do something with it, and of course, sober through the time bomb. That tires that they want made to warm. Well, riders with the hotter temperatures today, the cost to the Leaderboard or even the hard fence tire. A good few riders have gone out on the hard front tire in this model year possession. There's of course in the rear tire. We have sent which of course from the sub to the media. We also did a Podium riders. Around a 50-50 split in this minute session the moment between the medium and the soft rear. It's worth keeping it close. So I know there's some retaliation as well. Motogp Moto2 had a great sprint, yes, and I just showed the what help call it by so important to take a look where the C is the best nothing but his name there was countervilize on that second roaster and Hagerson's third, his first sprint success in an awful long time, just mad the league all the way back in 2023. And so Doug Bass has been really strong. We don't have good years around Hasu, so to discount the actually started the might to really think of the victory back to the board screw this afternoon. Actually the time does get on up nights of 10 jet down at the yeah, looks as though it's turns been real big flat on the bridge about it. You guys can see you can put inside it on. I do that. There's nothing what to say. I mean, there's no secret in the fact charge you say you're interested in whole hay, they're interested in a move to wonder, but also you can't wait forever. So what kind of timeline do you have in place? It's now a deadline. By which you're at the Senate, we need to move forward with all the hardness. What? Very good. You know that? Having it. Great on. That's your little one. We don't know. What do you know? What do you think? This is you good one? Show on me, we blur, I'll show you. When I went to the battle to him, I said, forward. They slotted, you were just saying, Alberto, to make sure that we've got everything. So, how long can you guys wait? Well, we're done waiting. The union. It's not friendly speaking. The studies. It's a matter that you're not breathing on Jorge. This must be clear. I mean, if they figure out all the honto, they will not understand. That's all I can tell you. I mean, we're not in a super hurry. We will see what is the final solution there. That's all I can say. So before you make a move, Albert saying that he's free to sign a deal with anybody, but Honda want to wait for a trillion to say that contracts negotiations really do have a move and people understand it. But now we're in the middle of a Godfrey and I'm really digging with how they've been doing it. But thank you as ever. Good luck today. Thank you. Yeah, thanks Jack. Thanks to Honda Boss Albert on your page. Honda City waiting in the wings to see how it all unfolds with the Aprilia. Have a toy about seeing, as you can see on screen, this is the absolutely beautiful, spectacular livery big sport 2x4 for Yamaha series this weekend on Waystale Sunday. I know it's the 100th birthday for motorcycle racing in Assen. It of course is Yamaha's 70th birthday celebration this weekend, and this is an absolutely drop dead gorgeous special, and that's the livery to mod that carries you. And hello to a night short novice number you can hide the World Super Black Stone. That was the livery that he rode of the Yamaha 70 Super Black in the way back in 1990, and it's still in nothing more stand. All of the Korean liveries winning by only time favourites through many years of watching motorcycle racing. Yamaha in those pullers did win with its TT back in 2011. Ben Spies famously to use one in the TT weight. One to secure a chase in some adventure as the after two subject matches indeed to fun event the one and it'll be sport to Matt Ribery in the Babel and in the Gold Breed made so on today. Warm up on the way then right up the old way that Maverick Viñales to won your songs of each and black. They lit on 6 years today in the sprint, a sprint which ended with a very familiar story at the front. Maverick Viñales, a fully paid up member of the Stabio Quadraro fan club, wasn't he? In the sprint yesterday, we saw my red cup free spitters that are coming to the line. Just Just all this pile of circuit ashes, they emptied it stack of on Saturday. Maverick Viñales service show. They saw Fabio Porteron sending Storm in pole position. And the gate was Storm's up in a bit and a fist on taking a Maverick gold charges afterwards each going. Encourage Fabio. Come on, one of us has got to take the fight. Now to Catty. One of us has got to beat the Catty. Sadly, it was all fast, futile and gesture because the Catty won their 24th successive sprint. And unfortunately for Fabio Porteron, as he mentioned in, there's been every lap on the limit. He's just right now on that, yeah, but on every lap there's a U2 and for him, he had just pushing too hard on that quick time and he flashed out of probably contention and turned 10. It was once again to stop the fleet of Ducatis going past in the early stages, using overtake for pause by both the Marquez brothers. One at the end of the first lap and one at the start of the second. The man was unable to stop Marco Bezzecchi through two. He was on course for a 5th place before he crashed, coming through Manda Bay. Quattraro will be low team. He's able to less the distance. Second this afternoon, you won much of the conditions with good condition tyre choice later on. Everybody yesterday in the sprint went to front rear tyre, although there were 5 gliders. He made me sprint to. Didn't have a brand new software tyre available to him. Quattraro is one of them because it only one software tyre available to remaining in their allocation. They wanted to save that in mid-round and we needing the Saint-Luc 26 lap down pre, so for pasture one and that tyres fair to sprint to some. I'm really hard. Fabio Porteron is going to the sharp end of this asset room to something that is hanging to my livery. There's some serious airtime, doesn't it? This is an absolute deuce. Although for Fabio Quattraro, as he mentioned, 4 totals in the last 6 Grand Prix. Mugello died last weekend. He's nearly around in the last 6 after his exit in the sprint yesterday. And Quattraro has not had at least one do there, so he has been stats, no question about it. But he has struggled to convert some of these brilliant qualifying performances into sort of stellar Saturday and Sunday results. His only return, something like some most totals with that brilliant second place who put to that fantastic crowd in Jerez. It was crushed. However, 2 results it would have been more likely. Here gone was crashed to win the raid. It's Adelmon and of course the DNS from the Zeus third and Fabio Quattraro's full all of potential from Milhouse, particularly in qualifying trim, but then ultimately not able to show the points of their potential, which is also by Yamaha at the bottom of the Constructors' Championship. It's disappointing who represents the around competitive they've been, or certainly how competitive Quattraro has been so far this year, but that is ultimately where they find themselves. Quattraro's second in this more obsession at this stage. The goal obsession that has been laid right now, Alex Marquez, and including through that first call that Quattraro at the contact with Maverick Viñales, crashed through front stance of the great just as we knew he would be. Tried to go the long way around and he lead him on Fabio around the outside. So he viewed fast at that point. Well, it would have been entirely his fault. He was instigated the contact. He said the Quattraro was totally with his right to run that man and bring up the curbs. He was at a 99. It was just Mark trying to find another way through it. Nothing with a sense that restored the weird silver side. If you look in previous Fabio Quattraro success in Motogp, they couldn't get away the fronts and hopefully got this so they could imagine I think Mark was pretty clear they wanted to get to front as soon as to be up there. And seeing how it stood so far it's this year is being able to send off Podium Alex. I think Alex said that it was 30 times to the outside circuit where he was fast, in particular the 9 hands at the top of the circuit, 11 and 12, but the top of they're so fast, it's so hard to compete. I'm not making a mistake in case of a bit of chaos, so I think Matt was 6th spot August. He was just something so good, distinctly in the darts, distinctly. He has a big in the perhaps the circuit when Alex is strongest. There was never really Alex held an opportunity to make 8 clean to do that. You can the best opportunities to hit 9 markers would have been into the good chicane, but Mark is so strong to the fast left of route, seeing turn 15 and proceeds that, but he's able to allow that little gap up right to Marquez, who's not in that position to it, and he's there payment for your wants to get out of the chicane up towards hard then just to up behind either, so I'm a smart games and to understand what's a different route past Matt Marquez and it was the best way of staying ahead of our Marquez, just a little bit of getting to him. Still in first place, because Mark Marquez getting through that incredibly much of the line. That go by the eye like yesterday in the sprints to a second time in 6 days, which just the full security over the line. It was a tough opening career with John last weekend when he was beaten by Mark and Alexander Fabio, the Giant Tario, but it was a second script yesterday. The Giant Tario stunning taste. His Maverick Viñales gives out a shake to the kingship. In the break, he's over the first corner. They start back-to-back sprints in Magello, and yesterday there in Assen, and the Giant Tario has synthesized it. Nothing name with this race maze, and now it's all on Liz did you, and I was still struggling to get the base down. I'm making some great time. Maze on the grid, and what's his way through to 40th today. As he said, he's just going to try and qualify a little bit better because his race placed bang on. It went to 2 in Magello, and we've had another one, and it's on the end of the distance. If you tell me, even then, coverage down, so you're mighty well into the second. And then Edibis, man, Alex Lott, okay, so Digi will be very keen to dip large captive line and try and get himself away with that leading goods at the front. But if he can, then he needs something to do. It'll be make race pace and to do something with it, and of course, somewhere through the pain bomb. That tire is the big one made to one. Well, riders with the hotter temperatures today, through the cross to the medium or even the hard thin tire. A good few riders have gone out on the hard front tire in this model year session. There's some, of course, in the rear tire. We send switch, of course, from the sub to the medium. We also did a Podium riders. Around 50-50 split in this minute session, the moment between the medium and the soft rear. It's worth keeping it close. So I know that it's on Britannia as well. Mandro Baysaki had a great sprint, yes, and I just shows the what help call it by so. Important to take a look where the C is the best nothing, but isn't even there to counterbalise on that second row star. And Hagerson's third, his first sprint success in an awful long time. Just mad the league all the way back in 2023. And so Doug Bass has been really strong. We don't know how good he is around Hasu, so do discount the actually have started the might to be particularly victory back to the screw this afternoon. I took the time, let's get to an update of 10 jet down into the yeah, looks as though it's going to be a real big plan on the bridge about it. As you guys can see, you can pull inside time. I do that. There's nothing one to say. I mean, there's no secret in the fact charge. You say you're interested in Hall Hay, they're interested in a move to Honda, but also you can't wait forever. So, what kind of timeline do you have in place? It's now a deadline. By which you're at the Senate, we need to move forward with all the hardness. What? Garbage. You're dead? Having it. Great done. There's your little one. We don't know. Where you go? Funny thing. This is. You good one? Show me, please, I'll show you. Well, I was able to hit right side. Forward. They scored it. You were just saying, Alberto, just to make sure I didn't think we were going to do anything. So, how long can you guys wait? Well, we're done with down the Union. It's not friendly speaking. The studies, it's a matter that you not really on Jorge. This must be clear. I mean, if they figure out all the Honto, they will not understand. That's why I got done here, man. We're not in our super hurry. We will see what is their find a solution there. That's all I can say. So before you make a move, Albert saying that he's free to sign a deal with anybody, but Honda want to wait for a trillion to say that contracts negotiations really to have a move and people understand it. And now we're in the middle of a country and I'm just digging with how they've handled it. Albert, thank you. As ever, good luck today. Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Honda Boss Albert on your page. Honda City waiting in the wings to see how it all unfolds with Aprilia. Have a toy about scene. As you can see on screen, this is the absolutely beautiful, spectacular livery big sport 2.0 for Yamaha series this weekend on Waystale Sunday. I know it's the 100th birthday for motorcycle racing in Assen. It of course is Yamaha's 70th birthday celebration too this weekend, and this is absolutely drop dead gorgeous special, and that's the livery to mod that occasion. And hello to a night short Nori Yuki Hide, the World Super Blackstone. That was the livery that he rode of the Yamaha 70 Super Black in the way back in 1990, and it's still nothing more to stand. All of the Korean liveries winning by only time favourites through many years of watching motorcycle racing. Yamaha in those pullers did win minutes TT back in 2011. Ben Spies famously to use one of the TT win. One to secure a chase in There's some adventure after two submit matches. Instead, two fun sleep at the one I knew we spoke to Matt Ribery in the Babel and in the Gold Breeding made so on today. Warm up on the way then. Right up the old way that Maverick Viñales, you've won yourselves a beat champion black. It's on 6 years today in the sprint, a sprint which ended with a very familiar story at the front. Maverick Viñales, a fully paid up member of the Stabio Quadraro fan club, wasn't he? In the sprint yesterday, we saw them on red cup, three spitters that are coming to the line. Just all this pilot circuit actually, they exited stack of bonds. So they Maverick have a Gladden service show. They saw Fabio Porteron sending Storm in pole position. And they gave the Storms up in a bit and a fist Storm took it. A Maverick gold characters afterwards each going. And go with you, Fabio. Come on, one of us is going to take the fight. Now two Catty, one of us has got to beat the Catty. Sadly, it was all past futile and gesture because the Catty won their 24th successive sprints and unfortunately for Fabio Porteron road. As he mentioned in, there's been every lap on the limit. He's just right now on 91. Every lap there's a U2 and for him, he had just pushing too hard on 9 front tire and he flashed out of probably contention and turned 10. He was limped again to stop the fleet of Ducatis going past him in the early stages. He's overtaken of course by both the Marquez brothers. One at the end of the first lap and one at the start of the second. The man was unable to stop Marco Bettecchi through two. He was on course for 5th place before he crashed coming through Manda Bay. Quadraro will be low-team. He's able to less the distance. Second this afternoon, you want out much of the conditions which could condition tyre choice later on. Everybody yesterday in the sprint went the front rear tyre, although there were 5 widers. He made me sprint to didn't have a brand new software tyre available to him. Quadraro is one of them because with only one software tyre available the remaining in their allocation. They wanted to save them, did better out and we needing the Santa Luke 26 lap down pre so for pasture one and into fed tyres fair to sprint to south. I'm really hard. Fabian button line those points to the sharp end of this Assen room to something that is having to my delivery. There's some serious air type, doesn't it? This is an absolute deuce. Although for Fabio Quadraro, he mentioned 4 totals in the last 6 Grand Prix. Magello died last weekend. He's nearly around in the last 6 after his exit in the sprint yesterday. And Quadraro has not had at least one do there. So he has been stats, no question about it. But he has struggled to convert some of these brilliant qualifying performances into sort of stellar accolade and some results. His only return, so far from most totals, we've had Podium second place, who put to that fantastic crowd in Jerez. It was crushed. Hobart 2 result, it would have been more likely here. Aragon was crashed to win the raid. It's Adelmon and of course the DNS formerly in Zeus None. Fabio Quadraro's full all the potential from your half, particularly in qualifying trim, but then ultimately not able to show the points of their potential, which is also by Yamaha at the bottom of the Constructors' Championship. It's disappointing who represents the around competitive they've been, or certainly how competitive Quadraro has been so far this year, but that is ultimately where they find themselves. Quadraro second in this more obsession at least. They took all obsession that has been live right now, Alex Marquez, and including through that first call that Quadraro had the contact with Marquez crashed through from the stance of the great just as we knew he would. They tried to go the long way around and he lead him on Fabio around the outside. So he drew fast at that point. Well, it would have been entirely his fault. He was he instigated the contact. He said the Quadraro was trapped with his right to run that man. Remember curbs, he was at 99. It was just Mark trying to find the way through it. After the sense that restored it with Silverside. If you look in previous Guatemala success in Motogp, they couldn't get away the fronts and hopefully got these so good at Maverick. I think Mark was pretty clear they wanted to get to front the soonest to be up there. And we'll see how it's stood so far. It's is be able to stand off Brody Alex. I think Alex said that it was clearly times there as a circuit where he was fast, in particular than the dish 9 arms at the top of the circuit, 11 and 12. Well, the toddlers are so fast, it's so hard to compete. I'm not making a mistake in case of a bit of chaos. So I think Matt was 6 spot August. He was just something so good, distinctly in the notes, distinctly. He was a big in the perhaps the circuit when Alex is strongest. there was never really, Alex held an opportunity to make 8th lead to do that. You can the best opportunities to hit 9 markers would have been into the ultimate chicane, but Maverick is so strong to the fast left of route, seems to 15 and proceeds that, but he's able to land that little gap up right markers to not in that position to it. He's there, payment push, you're supposed to get out of the chicane up towards hard then just to behind either, so I'm a smart game to change lots of different routes past Matt out because it was the best way of staying ahead of our marker, just a little bit of getting from still in first place. Cool smart marker is getting through that incredibly more of the line. That go by the I like yesterday in sprints to a second time in 6 days, which just default security over line. It was a tough opening career with John last weekend when he was beaten by Mark and Alexander Fabio, the giant Tokyo. But it was the same script yesterday, the giant Tokyo. Stunning taste. His Maverick Viñales gets out of shape to the cane chip. Then the break is open the first corner. They start back-to-back sprints in Magello, and yesterday near in Assen, and the Giants already are asceticized. Nothing them with this race maze, and now it's all on Liz did you, and they were still throwing together based on that, making some great time. Maze on the grid, and what's his way through to 40th today. As he said, he's just going to try and qualify a little bit better because his race placed bang on. Went to 2 in Magello, and we've had another one, and it's on the end of the distance. If you tell me, then Breed, courage down, told you mighty well into the second, and then ahead of this man, Alex Clark. Okay, so DJ will be very keen to dip large captive line and try and get himself away with that leading goods at the front. If he can, then he is something to do called the make race pace, and to do something with it, and of course, someone to the table. That tire is a big one made to one. Well, riders with the hotter temperatures today, do the cost to the medium or even the hard thin tire. A good few riders have gone out in the hard front tire in this model year in possession. And so, of course, in the rear tire, we send which of course from the sub to the medium. We also did a Podium riders. Around 50-50 split in this minute, such a little limit between the medium and the soft rear. It's worth keeping it close. So I know that some Italian as well. Marco Baisaki had a great sprint, yesterday. Just shows the what help call it by so. Important to take a look where the C is the best napkin, but isn't even there to counterbalise on that second roaster. And Hagerson's third, his first sprint success in an awful long time. Just mad the league all the way back in 2023. And so Doug Bass has been really strong. We don't have good ears around Hasu, so do discount the actually started, but might simply take a lead victory back to the screw this afternoon. Actually, the time does get on up nights of 10 jack down at the yeah, looks as though it's going to be real big plan on the bridge about here. Shoot out, you can see you can pull inside it's one. I do that. There's nothing one to achieve. I mean, there's no secret in the fact to actually say you're interested in Hall Hay, they're interested in a move to Wonder, but also you can't wait forever. So what kind of timeline do you have in place? It's now a deadline. By which you're at the we need to move forward with all the hardness. What? Garbage. You're dead? Having it. Great done. That's your little one. We don't know. We need not. Funny if the seat. You good one? Show on me, we blur, I'll show you. Well, I was able to hit right side and forward. They slowed it. You were just saying, Alberto, just to make sure that we're going to do everything. So, how long can you guys wait? Well, we're done way down the Union. It's not friendly speaking. The studies, it's a matter that you're not really on Jorge. It must be clear. I mean, if they figure out all the Honto, they will not understand. That's all I can tell you. I mean, we're going to shoot our parry. We will see what is their final resolution there. That's all I can say. So before you make a move, Albert saying that he's free to sign a deal with anybody but Honda want to wait for a trillion to say that contracts negotiations really do have a rule for people understand it. And now we're in the middle of a Grand Prix and I'm just digging with how they've handled it. Albert, thank you. As ever, good luck today. Thank you. Yeah, thanks Jack. Thanks to Honda Boss Albert on your page. Honda clearly waiting in the wings to see how it all unfolds with Aprilia. Have a toy bar scene. As you can see on screen, this is the absolutely beautiful, spectacular livery big sport 2.0 for Yamaha series this weekend on Blaisdell Sunday. I know it's the 100th birthday for motorcycle racing in Assen. It of course is Yamaha's 70th birthday celebration this weekend, and this is absolutely drop dead gorgeous special, and that's a livery to mod that occasion. And hello to a night short number Richigamme, the World Superbike still. That was a livery that he rode on the Yamaha 70 Superbike in the way back in 1990, and it's still in nothing. What a stand. One of the green liveries winning by only time favourites through many years of watching motorcycle racing. Yamaha in those pullers did win minutes TT back in 2011. Ben Spies famously to use one in the TT weight. One to secure a chase in some adventure as the after two submit matches. Pins D2 from Sleeman, the one and it'll be spoken to Matt Ribery in the Babel and in the Gold Breed made so on today. Warm up underway then. Right of the old way that Maverick Viñales you've got yourselves of each and black. It's on 6 years today in the sprint, a sprint which ended with a very familiar story at the front. Maverick Viñales, a fully paid up member of the Motogp Moto2 fan club, wasn't he? In the sprint yesterday, we saw Maverick three spitters that are coming to the line. Just all this pilot circuit actually, they exited stack of bonds. So Maverick have a Latin service show. They saw Fabio Porteron sending Storm in pole position. And they gave the Storms up in a bit and a fist Storm took it. And Maverick gold charges afterwards. Each going, encourage you, Fabio. Come on, one of us is going to take the fight. Now to Catty. One of us has got to beat the Catty. Sadly, it was all past futile and gesture because the Catty won their 24th successive sprint. And unfortunately for Fabio Porteron road. As you mentioned then, there's been every lap on the limit. He's just right now on that on every lap there's a U2 and for him, he had just pushing too hard on 9 time and he flashed out of probably contention and turned 10. It was limped again to stop the fleet of Ducatis going past in the early stages. He's overtaken of course by both the Marquez brothers. One at the end of the first lap and one at the start of the second. The man was unable to stop Marco Bezzecchi through. He was on course for 5th place before he crashed, coming through Manda Bay. Motorcycle will be low team. He's able to less the distance. Second this afternoon, you want out much of the conditions, which could condition tyre choice later on. Everybody yesterday in the sprint went to front rear tyre, although there were 5 gliders. He made me sprint to. Didn't have a brand new software tyre available to him. Quantum is one of them because it only one software tyre available to remaining in their allocation. They wanted to save them, did better out and we needing in the Santa Luke 26 lap down pre so for pasture one and into fed tyres bear the sprint to some. I'm really hard. Fabio Porteron was going to the sharp end of this Assen room too, something that is hanging through my delivery. There's some serious type, doesn't it? This is an absolute deuce. Although for Fabio Quattro, as you mentioned, 4 totals in the last 6 Grand Prix. Magello died last week out. He's nearly around in the last 6 after his exit in the sprint yesterday. And Quattro has not had at least one do that. So he has been stats, no question about it. But he has struggled to convert some of these brilliant qualifying performances into sort of stellar accolade and some results. His only return, something like on most totals with that bullet second place who put to that fantastic crowd in Jerez. It was crushed. However, 2 results it would have been more likely here gone was crashed to win the raid. It's Adelmon and of course the DNS formerly in Zeus None Fabio Quattro's full all the potential from your half, particularly in qualifying trim, but then ultimately not able to show the points of their potential, which is also by Yamaha at the bottom of the Constructors' Championship. It's disappointing to represent the around competitive they've been, or certainly how competitive Porteraro has been so far this year, but that is ultimately where they find themselves. Porteraro second in this more session at least. They took all session that has been live right now, Alex Marquez, including through that first call at Quattraro, at the contact with Marquez crashed through front stance of the great just as we knew he would be. Tried to go the long way around and he lead him on Fabio around the outside. So he viewed fast at that point. Well, it would have been entirely his fault. He was instigated the contact. He said the Quattraro was trapped with his right to run that man and remember curbs. He was at 99. It was just Mark trying to find the way through it. Because the sense that restored it with silver side. If you look in previous W success in Motogp, they couldn't get away the fronts and hopefully got these so good at Maverick. I think Mark was pretty pretty clear they wanted to get to for the soonest to be up there. And see how it stood so far. It's Sichiers be able to stand off Podium Alex. I think Alex said that it was 30 times there as the circuit where he was fast, in particular than addition 9 to the top of the circuit, 11 and 12. Well, the top is the so fast. It's so hard to beat. I'm not making a mistake in case of a little bit of chaos. So I think Matt was 6 spot August. He was just something so good, distinctly good in the darts. Distinctly. He was a big in the perhaps the circuit when Alex is strongest. There was never really Alex held an opportunity to make 8 lead to do that. You can the best opportunities to hit 9 markers would have been into the legitimate chicane, but Maverick is so strong to the fast left of route, seems to 15 and proceeds that, but he's able to land that little gap up right markers to not in that position to it. And these payment push your balls to get out of the chicane up towards pad then just to open either. So I'm a smart game to exchange lots of different routes past Matt out there, and it was the best way of staying ahead of our marker, just a little bit of getting to still in first place. Cool, smart marker is getting through that incredibly mulch of the line. That go by the I have like yesterday in sprints to a second time in 6 days, which just default security over the line. It was a tough opening career with John last weekend when he was beaten by Mark and Alexander Fabio, the Giant Audio. And what was the same scripture yesterday? The Giant Audio. Stunning taste. His Maverick Viñales gets out of shape for the cane chip. Then the break is over the first corner. It's now back-to-back sprints in Magello, and yesterday did in Assen. And the Giants Audio has synthesized it. Nothing then with this race maze, and now it's all on Liz did you, and they were still putting together based on that, making some great time. Maze on the grid, and sorts his way through it to fourth yesterday. The way that he said, he's just going to try and qualify a little bit better because his race placed bang on. Went to 2 in Magello, and we've had another one, and it's on the end of the distance. If you tell me, then Breed, Courage don't tell you mighty well into the second, and then edit this man, Alex Clark. Okay, so Digi will be very keen to dip large captive line and try and get himself away with that leading goods at the front. If he can, then he is something built. Called the make race pace, and to do something with it, and of course, somewhat through the pain bomb. The tires that they want made to warm, well, riders with the hotter temperatures today, through the cost to the medium or even the hard fence tire. A good few riders have gone out in the hard front tire in this model year session. And so, of course, in the rear tire, we have sent switch of course from the sub to the medium. We also did a Podium riders. Around 50-50 split in this minute session, the moment between the medium and the soft rear. It's worth keeping it close. So I know that it's on Italian as well. Marco Basaki had a great sprint, yes, and I just showed the what help call it by so. Important to take a look where the C is the best. Nothing, but his name there was counterbalise on that. Second roaster and Haggerson's third, his first sprint success in an awful long time. Just mad the league all the way back in 2023. And so Doug Bass has been really strong. We don't have good ears around Assen, so do discount the actually have started, but might simply take a lead. Victory back to the wood screw this afternoon. I took the time, let's get to an update of 10 jack down at the yeah, looks as though it's going to be a real big plan on the brakes about here. You guys can see you can pull inside to it. Do that. There's nothing nothing one to say. I mean, there's no secret in the fact to actually say you're interested in Hall Hay, they're interested in a move to Wonder, but also you can't wait forever. So what kind of timeline do you have in place? It's now a deadline. By which you're at the Senate, we need to move forward with all of the hardness. What? Garbage. You're dead, having it redone. That's your little one. We don't know. We need to find it. That's it. You good one? Show on me, we blur, I'll show you. Well, I was able to hit right side. Forward. They slotted you were just saying, Alberto, just to make sure I didn't think we were going to do anything. So, how long can you guys wait? Well, we're done wait on the union. It's not friendly speaking. The studies, it's a matter that you not really on Jorge. This must be clear. I mean, if they figured out all the honto, they will not understand. That's all I can tell you, man. We're going to shoot our parry. We will see what is their final solution there. That's all I can say. So before you make a move, Albert saying that he's free to sign a deal with anybody but Honda want to wait for a trillion to say the non-contracts negotiations. Really to have a move when they brought their standard, but now we're in the middle of a Godfrey and I'm really digging with how they've handled it. But thank you, as ever, good luck today. Thank you. Yeah, thanks Jack, thanks to Honda Bus Alberto Page. Honda clearly waiting in the wings to see how it all unfolds with Aprilia. Toy scene, as you can see on screen, this is the absolutely beautiful, spectacular livery big sporty Bible for Yamaha this weekend on Wednesday on Sunday. I know it's the 100th birthday for motorcycle racing in Assen. It of course is Yamaha's 70th birthday celebration too this weekend, and this is an absolutely drop dead gorgeous special and that's the livery to mod that it carries you. And hello to a night short Nori Yuki Hard, the World Super Black Stone. That was the livery that he rode on the Yamaha 70 Super Black in the way back in 1990 and it's still in nothing more stand. One of the Korean liveries winning by only tiny favourites through many years of watching motorcycle racing. Yamaha in those pullers did win minutes TT back in 2011. Ben Spies famously to use one of the TT win. One to secure a chase in some adventure as the after two subject matches hins D2 fun event the one I know this one to Matt Ribery in the Babel and in the Corporate made so on today. Warm up on the way then. Right up the old way that Maverick Viñales you've won your songs of each champion black. Then it's on 6 years today in the sprint, a sprint which ended with a very familiar story at the front. Maverick Viñales, a fully paid up member of the Stabio Quadraro fan club, wasn't he? In this video yesterday, we saw Maverick to a very special Sunday race day there in the Northings Netherlands. To celebrate the 100th anniversary of racing of the Dutch TT. It all began back in 1925, but now it is the turn of the modern day superstars. The Grand Prix Racing to put on what is always a great show here. The GT Circuit Assen, this mountain of the 2025 GT World Championship. By far carries winning right once again on sprint Saturdays. And it's 6 times Motogp World Champion after 2 Eddie balls there on Friday. I think choice for the 9th sprint in 10 so far this season. Mark been up to 3 points lead now. And brother Alex in the World Championship. Well, the GT actually coming up. But shoot the upload gets our later this afternoon. Over 26 laps. But what is always Melvin Way State here in Assen and gets underway with the 20 lap Moto3 race. As you can see there on the banners of the floating guide to Bishop Chequered Radstand, the 2-2 circuit Assen is sitting 9-25. It is a legendary, unique venue. There's always something special about the drive. So Moto2 has to driving for more success in Moto3 is Jose Antonio de Rueda, the World Championship leader, replicates of Star, who starts from pole position to the third time in last Grand Prix. Saturday, front row start in the 10 rounds so far for the 19-year-old Spaniel. It's quite by the front row 7 time. He did not start with back of the grim, but of course his Silverstone. And yet another replicates of won through with his teammate Alvaro Chalte. His second place, and the Biker for the 3rd time in his short Grand Prix career to the front row. Leaderboard racing is David Halden Babison, who's had a great weekend so far here in our series. But Houston Facts this year stable, it's not only done for his first front row start. In the championship, while Rueda is 56 points clear of his close rival Langdon de Kermas, who's had a miserable Dutch TT so far. That Kermas starting view went down in 16th points over Great Storm. T Helmus, MSI, KTM, and Karas Series boys by in 23. U6 Pajama launched you. Matt Byrne, Lewis Severe, the country laps with Jack Appleyard down in Pig Lane. Now is your pole started and number 9 to go and Jose Antonio Rueda. The 22 laps with Anthony Money's subdominant Tuesday in Hotel 22. They walked just 7 days ago with the Tuscany Mountains of Magellan. And where we don't got most of what we already know, Max Kilos is a massive step on of the future. Under the 30 pockets, but as Kilos winning to the 3rd time, we just did Europe 3. Aside from Breeze Keyless has started so far this year, he's already up to 5th in the World Championship. Some forwards, some starting making is the achieve that's but anyways everybody then coming to pole position. Lewis were expecting another bang at the Moto3 race now, so they sold a disappointment and sold a disappointment. Looking at the lap times, routes are very intense and close battle. We hope come down to the finish on the blind. That is generally the way Moto3 races go around this one thing TNT certainly. We're at the PCO as you are on the front row of the break, away them in Comte, work together beautifully yesterday in TN5 on the first rounds. Carte that helped over way down, returned the favour on the second runs. They qualified first and second. So I don't expect them to be quite so charitable to each other in this afternoon's Grand Prix, because the way to this championship were 56, as you mentioned, from the Keras. So Alvaro Carpe just 1 point further back is becoming a big friend to receiving. Rueda is in Aragon from pole position, 4th last time out in Mugello. Off the podium in 2 successive races for the first time this season. Blue has stood with a commanded 56-point lead in the championship. The only Grand Prix so far this year where Rueda has not led a lap as well was in Termas Monterrey Honda in Argentina, so he's used to doing front running. In Grand Prix so far this year, it was an close front row. It just under 700 of a second split Rueda. That can't take that and Almanza. There is David Almanza. Tried to end KTM with domination Moto3 so far this season. Mind rail is Sid and KTM over the lots in the 16 Grand Prix. This is Handel de Karamas, his last victories. That's all HRC. Heading row 3 in 7th place is Dyna building Tattoo the rider Guido. The VD, like to say, enjoy check on the grid. Good morning, guys. Yeah, good morning to everybody. What a race we should have in store here. Guido, he looked pretty strongly all weekend. In a great qualifying position as well. He's always on a fun race here in Assen. Are you ready for the battle? Yeah, I'm really ready for the battle. I'm looking forward to heading today. I make a good qualifying, so we are already in the room. So let's try to the same with them and enjoy anytime in the race. Have fun and get back. Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Guido 880. He was the forward tied 10 in that qualifying second Q2. So his third time this season he's qualified and inside at the top 10. Time floor Saxo, Lewis leads away the second row. Adders follow Japanese rider Ryusai Yamanaka. And we have to keep them very, very close on the rider at the back of the second row in 6th place. I think magnificent Max Kules, who is already showing what a fantastic prospect he is for the future. In a Panamid, incredible. He took the bookers this season, as you mentioned, with Alvaro Carpe, with the Guido, Dini, Valentin Tarawadi. Fish can see here is also meets on saying on the grid. Just ahead of priority is Joel Kelso, middle on the 3rd row for the entering squad. The Aussie is now sticking on the grid, Jack. Joel, you're specking ahead in the weekend about I think it's good. I've ridden that. Do you feel you've done it this weekend and you can get stuck in here? Yeah, I did have just space about it, so like. Yeah, we're still more concerned at the front end. The areas I feel like we can attack them more this race. Well, that's a happy say. Oh, good one. Cheers. Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Joel Kelso. Get qualified top 10 in all 10 so far this year. Has Kelso, but yeah, his podium form has deserted him. But Blackman, top 6 the last 3 Grand Prix of Kelso, and he's been picked off lately to 3rd in the World Championship by the brilliant surge of form by Alvaro Carte, the Spanish teenager who has not finished lower than its years in the last 4 Grand Prix. There's been some charge to top 3 for Carte. Meeting MT Helmets MSI qualifier Ryusai Yamanaka, who starts from 5th place on the grid to one lap of the bit to find his teammate and help the care. So he's back on the 6th on the grid, qualifying down in 16th place. It's the Yamanaka, light for a side zone, and that you already see on the grid. Did have to come through poor playing one yesterday, but did take advantage of that too. Had a place on the second round. And here is Keyless, the 17-year-old of sensation. What an introduction to a World Championship racing has been for the Asparty rider. Ned, the very first lap he took part on the world stage in Austin. And since then, it just got better and better and better. Chiles, this is the 50th different winner in the Moto3 World Championship. He has not finished lower than 2nd in the last 3 Grand Prix. 3 Grand Prix that he has led. In all of them, you would not be surprised if Keyless makes it back-to-back victories here today Assen after his poorly the last Stress victory. Then Mugello 7 days ago. Very outstanding and cool one as well yesterday. He did Kima's quiz to the rookies. This is one of the tougher circuits to mine, and Kilos didn't race here with the rookies 1 year ago because Kima's plan. Here is Guido Tini, and with the fun and the great they check. It certainly isn't ever dull where Guido Tini is concerned. D-Style 7 looking right back over to the front of the grid. Alvaro and Carface up to Jack. Alvaro, you've been knocking on the door the last few weeks here, and your second last time out is today. Did Daddy feel confident of fighting for the win? I hope I've had the race and a little drizzle. We went all the weekend improving the lads. Maybe it's today. Only God knows. But we are ready for the fight and for the phase. We are ready in panel. Good luck. Thank you. This likes Jack because they 12 hour car by the 18-year-old Spike. His weekend didn't off the best to start, so that P1 crash absent 3 on Friday morning. But his lights, or his form of light, has been super impressive, as you mentioned. Fourth in Le Mans, fourth at Silverstone, third against Aragon, second in Mugello. I guess if you look at the last 3 races, fourth, third, second. High pressure. I guess you have to give Ponti last year because he's going to be winning. Head to that in Assen. Well, he's going to be winning very, very soon, you feel. The trajectory on Lara Carpe is all winning is a matter of time. For the current Rebel Rickson Jr. GP World Champion was an emotional Sunday wiki over this man, wasn't it? That is Holtier, who finally returned to a Moto3 podium for the first time to his last only one in Burn back in 2022. Holtier dedicating that result to all people who didn't let him give up on himself and feels that potentially he's signed to do critics as well last weekend. I mean, has tired that fall forward into him. Liverpool, of course, that he's won it in the past. At Holtier starts 9th. The rest Tony with 51 Grand Prix. It was Thailand 2022. His first 21 at KTM since Aragon in 2019. He is a former winner here in Assen. He won from the front row back in 2021. Monty Bernardi. That always quite the gang about his business in an impressive fashion. He's doing the Argentine rookie, the Red Bull KTM check through. That starts 10th place on the grid at us Peroni. After DNFs in the first three, he's had 6 successive points finishes, including 4 top 10s, I think, after that third DNF in a row. There's a bit of a rocket, wasn't there, came from the team boss, Dayton Chirao. The response has been very impressive, to say the least, on the 17-year-old. Let's hope to get King this great with a point scoring one going. For early tyre information, every rider in the field is on the S7 soft rear tyre, with the exception of Joel Kelso 8 on the grid, who's gone for the medium rear tyre. It's a 50-50 split on terms of front tyres. For away to Carpe, Yamanaka and Chivas on KTMs on the medium from the Hondas of Armans from Presanto and on the soft. Only 120 minutes 5. Seems his Qatar win. None in the last 4. As he mentioned, his worst qualifying. 16th on the grid, 23 starts since Mugello last year when he was 20th on the grid. He has got work to do. From 16th spot. So that was the last time he did made a lap. He's only led 2 laps in Grand Prix this year, and they were both final laps on his way to victories. And he's struggled in race demands to get overtakes done. He's going to have to get plenty of them done this afternoon. Here's Ricky Rossi, second of the snipers on this. Both start on the fourth row. He had a big get off first thing on Friday morning when we had oil still on an already wet track at the end of pre-practice one. A big high side. You. Nolte by the 2, Red Bull K2 Mayo, Spanish stars. Alvaro Carpe, third in the World Championship, goes from second, but leading the field away from pole position is World Championship leader Jose Antonio Orellida. 20 laps around the Cathedral of Speed ahead of us. It's Moto3. This is supposedly I'm so Roy to stand for his third pole of the season ahead of Maverick Viñales. First Frank Rank will that be Mansa. Toil from the Salato. Lines up the played over his slam and get him steal as all three. Cape Ritchie won yesterday. Greed up Didi despite a like Crossy qualifying. Saw 7th out of 2 so the only rider for me medium red iron. Thought she could put it through 3 and a pound tipper already. And this night is on this of Nicola Carver and Ricardo and Rossi. Adrian Fernandez 30. Putting it far. I didn't have it. One Nelson Storm head bin. And got the camera. So deep on the grid in 16th place. He's got Chequered at least. We call it nip to Podium, but that's also out of position on the grid. After Messi on pull them fighting. Stefano net by 90. It's a technical more entry on Marvis or Riarte. He might be turning. No, I don't, Milan. Then I substitute me another one. I put it so on roll 8. As I put so spawn 3 debut. The attempt is so slowly thing. Had about O'Shea. And he have to throw the tolerance into the injured Richigamme Milan. So the bubble lap is underway here. Heavy cloud killer once again in Assen. A little bit like Spring Saturday yesterday where we had glorious sunshine to kick off the seedings, but the cloud has just started to swell up those clear blue skies. So here in the northeast Netherlands, and as you can see, live on board, there is lots of cloud. We'll expect to get it right, thankfully, to disrupt the seedings. 26 laps, just a reminder to him over the time and be the Motogp action. Then deal them with Podium, tell the other way then. He's attacking now through what is our traditional hay tar to the classic Assen. Is the big, isn't it? The two-wheel motorcycle racing started here 100 years ago. There's been a big festival then in downtown Assen. That was packed to the rafters with live music and standers gathering in the local square. From Tuesday out Wednesday, there will be tactical handstands when we're like South or Motogp later this afternoon. Yeah, but it's all about the way to can hear build on this World Championship lead. 162 points. Friendly time. There you go, 162 points. And Rwanda has collected from the opening 9 Grand Prix. That season hold in humongous logistics for lead the championship. Doesn't matter what happens, does it? In the next couple of Grand Prix, Rwanda will certainly be leading the standings, heading to for now, just before last summer break. Paul looking forward to our return to the Czech Republic for the first time in 5 years. The grass banks they didn't tag since about 6:30, 7 o'clock this morning, getting the best vantage point of what is one of these fastest parts, not just of Assen, through turns 11, 12, 13, 14, on the fastest ribbons of tarmac you'll find on the Grand Prix calendar. The bubble then about to be completed. 26 riders set for action here over 20 laps around the legendary Cathedral of Speed. Marco Baksecki third in yesterday's sprint. Dago Bagnoya in these right ready to stuck trick the Cati Livery. He's going for a fourth successive Dutch TT victory. They managed to later on this afternoon. He will side away from the front row of the grid. So we're about to get our century celebration to the way here on Sunday in Assen. Green and flag has cleared the bag. 20 laps of Moto3 BMW away in Assen. Takes lights where racing is a storm there. I think Guido Pini is still down the line, but signal pretty clear. There's near, but I like the line as the Italian teenager. Malapogo has. He leads immediately, attacking Rwanda. Sheila Naka from the second round of the grid. But Katie stole the ultimate. So good he did get the click legs. Yeah, we'll tell you, he was going to be very into the register and the left-hand side to the riders all in. It's a visit. The Hondas on Lori Tinley, Almanza and Parasato went backwards. So too the Kilas who got the front wheel up off the line, but he's already making up places. They'll be inside the big Maverick said. Who's the minute? Straight up into second. There's the Wilson's like Yamanaki was aggressive on the inside of Rwanda. Attacking the world champs leader on the right to the first corner. Can't tell you that. He's getting used to this. He led for the third time in the Grand Prix. Last weekend, Imajal 6 laps. He's already hit the finish here in Assen. Teammate PST from Gilbertiel is MSI. This peculiar exceeded its made plan because of this first lap. He's already up to 12th place. Savage, you will see where you are. He's got a healthy and natty. The 64 was pushed right off the circuit. Now out into turn 9. Jack is informed this is a clutch issue. I'll see feed it. As Creel has attacked on the inside of Mansa. Through the ball. So after in his race, and before they even started. Yeah, real shame and Paulini as we look down from the aerial shot at the leading group. They ran 9 wide as this getting both the cars at the moment, but still very highly looking at move that as Almanza buys it back up the inside of Chivas. He's now led to mile 1-2. We're away there up ahead of Almanza. Look at Munoz on the move. Oh, look at this Lager. You have got to be stuff to your rivals. And fully gas, 6th gear on this high speed sprint. Now into the Richigamme, having a safe on the brakes goes Almanza. He's doing really well there to gather it all back up. And invited then the World Championship starting 10th on leads on London at the end of that. Carpe did much of the early front with him as reminder from Carpe on Mansa back into 3rd place. And Maverick is 4th. So why is Ruben still wanting it on a grin? Really aggressive so start for Maverick. And Q as a from the U back to lead to 5th place. On Mansa be inside him. Carpe didn't have but Eason. And then Giant in that. Don't win. Let's try and keep at it. So the mind's stuck inside for the strawberry, but that Mansa takes out of his hands. Chiles once again favouring that tight inside line. This priority ones around the outside of it. Outside she was on the inside. Damn into the Spurman. What a surge that was by Viñales. He's taken some 10 places on that one. He dragged from ready with him as well. He's come from 10 to 5th to get him. So the BG back in this probably battle. But Kerry Raps has been up with the mobile as well. Big start for the rider second the World Championship. The Carlos from 16th to 9th. And Miss Chilos. You've had some good sick reviews. It was this paint out there for the Bullshit Blind top by Ryan on the outside of that as Almanza and Munoz grid together, but it's dropped Carpe out of the top 10. Yeah, Carpe has dropped a little way back down to 16th place, who were rejoined the track of the exit of Stecker Farm. But Mirios now up into 2nd place. He started his victory and saved. He's taken it around 11.5 to recover 12 spots. Munoz getting 5-2 on there with him in the medal race. It's a bit of a domino effect by the point to the Carpe who's just in the end place at the rain time as a couple of riders on his right make contact to him inevitably. It sent them into him. Keyless up the inside now trying to get through on Munoz scores another opposer backwards in coming forwards to now and he still hates deal plays now. He's got it side by side with our Mansa over the back as Munoz takes Chivas and the set of those away. Now can't they lead in the race for Blunt, who was like avoid to blissfully run away from all the driver Chaos unsolved behind him. Over the line against that's his right of circuit. It's a right in 12th place Chequered. Easton with a 1-1 side 8-1. Chiginez on the inside of Viñales on the brakes into turn 1. We said cheated but iron on Chiles is not disappointing. That means 2nd place. What can he do now? How about our early leader away there? So the dimension in Carpe dropped him anyway down to 18th position on the race, but in 2 seconds of the race lead. So he's far from out of base there. These matter come true. But not the Sprigate or might be catted. Carpe's just going to try and stay posted on Laurie. Of course, he doesn't want to get detention. Did a really good, but he's expected together at the front. He has the luxury of time. The Carlos has been strong in the first part, has gone through there. He has the ability to kill 36 part. He's now going to be himself up into 8 to ace. So they've recovered ace on stream as a narrows Brand. Man's kicking that's wasting precious little time to get on with business here. Hey, Assen, he's at the fin for the field. Twin around down. That's what side talents. No, what a ride. That's leaves here in Assen. There's so much confidence in the fence. Corners is Giles. We've already seen him attacking to step through that base and been through her absolute. He's putting on so much trust in the front end of that KTM, or is there? He's slightly behind there, which opens the door out that way. Let's try and retain away. How do you feel if Chiles to get the place up? Yeah, Keela's made a big mistake there, and that's a let up. And Suburios just swings through as well. He's already to do big attack from Brody. So it was a real big mistake. Cost him already try. Did he cut it down to 12? That's Chiles. Bottom lead back into 5th place as they hit the brake set for the Timor chicanes. What advantage to it that is as the lead current coming out through 16, 17 and 82 this way of the lease. Back to try now on circuits. Carpe having regrouped, having embarked off things so to get a couple of go. Carpe with that 141.112. He's moved sub now back onto the 300 the toy square plate. In fact, he's just got back up in the D15. So no one in this meeting to do is take you long to do this. It's playing in the back corner. I could take on it, but he on that take it. So Carpe at this stage is 10.6 seconds on the race lead. He is far from out of this first time, so we're getting that dry there on the outside of this strip. But he did dangerous up out of the top 10. That looked like the Carras and you know it and getting a big done. He has his segment in front of you. Greg is under the buttons and these Grand Prix circuits. He cuts such a tight line to everybody else down through. So that 5 Street was one line through there really. There is Forsato at the moment. He's in 9th place having started in his Grand Prix instance. Kulas just showing Munoz his foot wheel. That was like going through stacking ball. That's Luca Lanetta out onto the blue paintwork. a letter on the 58 by now. It's going to be attacked by Fernandez. Sorry, we lost a bit of momentum there, and Fernandez switched through into 9. It was a 24 Santo and distracted by Unquaint. Yeah, I know they sent feed fine to the done. It didn't find it anymore. It cost him a couple of places. He's back down to Tlon. We'll have out by a cloud bite. His blinded very soon. Car Pike is in the points now. Argoland Stone, this is Corablat. Thought toward him. At the Chumpike to your right, we've got a good couple by 2 seconds. Priority has to take off his keyless. At the inside line, going through turn to Diddle. On the way back to you, there's negative. Look, sorry, sorry, this plot set note that found the planet right symbol for things. It's back up in 6 to level. The real name was. Move of this linear, the clipping hectic. Absurd, the down, out line we go. 17 riders now killed by less than 2 seconds. There's a bit of hell by Bargy going on failed to have the field here. It's really cost the chair. See, trying to go around the outside of Coruscant. So the crosses, Fred Wheel, there's contact. They both went to test today. And the James has been doing all diet work he's done in these early stages. He's back to ability. So into turn 5 we go. There is Murillo trying to get a bit of payback on Chiles, who's there in 3rd place. Al Mansur looked strong all weekend there. In 2nd. Yamanaka was waiting, I think, to 2nd place at the start of this Grand Prix. And they've got a dynamite launch away from 5th on the grid. The Japanese rider is currently in 6th place. Standers, Kelso, Podium, and into the turn 10. Kalari starts in 11, totally in 11th place. We're seeing some lofty places to struggle on that last side. Here's what happened there with Takeras and Forsato. Aims to come through as much as you can. You know, I've been seeing the rear tyre Big Karen's make contact with the front tyre for Forsato. Forsato then went wide into Strinton on this lap. And that's why he's never announced it, dude. And so that leading on to Maudio as they goes through the Chultang the circuit. And now is just Loyal Barry. He's going to get the driving and the corner speed. Who's got the best confidence? Mansa turning up the wick on that. Always fast layup on Black Giles, the corner speed. He can carry through 12, 13, 14. Now along left hand the 16 of Abshod. Can they get close to Almanza to attack him on the bikes? Of course he can. Of course he can. He makes it look so easy. Chiles is so good on the front at the back. Aspar KGM into the Timber chicane. His latest big team this time round is Almanza. Chicken is back in the 2nd. For wrong road, the priggish rod and circuit just mentioned him. Start to get to 11. And Yamanaka now gets through on the Almanza to the 3rd place. To Barnway Ladders, which where it started Grand Prix. The first rider to do 142.9 with Vormson's behind it. Set the 5th from Harris on the fastest start. Dude Van Edmis did the same. I was going to mention it. He's never started to come through the fielders. Almanza Pulleys. Yeah, drifted out of the way back in the 3rd place, but just behind the other layup on Honda's down, moving into inside shit. Drew Fernandez has gone trigger on Valentin from Remedy. They just disappeared. How did also Fernandez? He did him on by some effects this month on last year. He's now into the top 6. Took check on Carte after his off-track excursion a 2 laps ago. He's that good field take place, but not in 2 seconds. Metric to be replicated by teammate Nueda, who is still doing the front running. You've seen this so many times. You see, this is the 9th Grand Prix in 10. The Rueda. There's a bunch of riders got one on the X-Serve stacking block. I got now this Beach Fuchs to lead the World Championship. Rueda leading the Grand Prix with his 2 nearest technical lineys in 13 from 32 places respectively. Still, we're not at the long way to go, and there is no sign at this stage of Rueda getting any respite at the front of the field. Indeed, with T-Lane lines up your rear side, Max really started where the paddock because G-Lane, we know how good he is in the Timish game. How man's story out of Nan way around. Yamanaka picked some. Actually, there's no squirrely stick, dude. That's going to be bright. The problem is now Kiedis will have the inside line as they speak towards the Timish chicane. Can't get through on that. And Muriel sticks up to Yamanaka. And the Spanish rider gets himself back up into 4th place. We have like out the line in 5th. Almanza, quickest rider on circuit briefly. Hayes is taking up there. For Santo now, quickest rider on circuit with a 1:40.7 9th. Always back in 16th place from Santo. But the quickest rider on circuit is Almanza. Goes all the way with Keyless going through tag 2 and Almanza up into 2nd. Santo is still within 2 seconds. And the race lead is then even in the points. At the moment, the little one that penalty, but another had tweaked somebody's Dawn Breed daily. He's back in 23rd place. At the moment, no indication. Well, that's still the moment. Likely to have been a shortcut. Fucking metal was out really wide. He was almost in the glass. And soon, that turn fired. How much momentum did that cost him on this flying speed sling through the British flag? Lenector at the moment is down in 10th place. At 7th place, which is putting right mid-attack in this field. Peter Matthew Motor3. What is it never? I hate to back in Monday in 2025. And they have a chart by looking man to me. Of course, it's right at one side, you're only 72 by them on the teenager. Cheelers in our land during Devons. Through now they go Vim to turn 10. Which give us so fun to do that. Do the same piece. 30 seconds, then not turn into it. Ball it is gold free. Did he do? He'll take a pop back that use. Pretty quick, but hasn't been able to make any progress back to his the premier race since that moment down Chequered earlier on speed proceedings. They once again go 3, 5 repressed. They once again Almanza brave early outside, but Chiles hangs it out to dry. It's costing time as well, because Medios has come through, and Agus coming from the play, laying on the brakes. The Japanese right there just about estimated tuned. Right to the Chequered. You've lost somebody in the source sector. The try tumbling down the timing tower. Lamigo Rueda is still at the front of this Grand Prix. Rueda's just said his best lap on the race so far. Yeah, still not be able to break into the 140. He is up front side on his day before having that race before she destroyed against the Southern on that. So cracks out of contention. Rueda then still hanging in at the front. Peters runs second main and is looking threatening once again. The variety of lines, the Leopard Honda's humping me left hand side of the ready straight day down, right behind each other. That's 5th and 6th after Almanza's bravery to Ramshock on the previous lap. Headed up by Podium in the backside, just behind them is Turnerity and Kelson. And to remind you, it was the only one in the race here that was gone for the medium Targa rear tyre. Will not get any kind of advantage. It's what he said. He's regained some confidence with the Fortnite, but the only thing to use that to make some progress upfield for his current 8th place. Lovely move that by Almanza on Yamanaka. It's a sad place. It aims to stack about. Perfectly executed move by the number 22, who started from the front row of the grid. Let's not forget. And now Yamanaka's getting worse. He's going to be passed mated by a second length on one of those standards this time around, not able to sneak on through. Rueda then towers out both turn 11 through the high speed 12 and 13 Royanders now. This soon been sat up about a fleet mark. Then left through this long, seemingly never ending left hand to turn 15 before it's hard on the black to the Richigamme. Sheila tried to get them long, like surely that's not going to work out. Roy there, we just have to stay committed to the inside there. There was nothing the Keyless could do. Looks like it's compromised exit speed a little bit here. And how's the number 20 hanging? Now Mudios tried to pound them through. There's a bit of Davey there, getting pinged up by the lead grid. Likely doesn't seem to destroy anybody in this massive battle. 18 riders down to Marcus Uriarte in 82th place. He's split by 1.9 seconds. The announcer we all say that Mark is doing enough position. One is absurd, we are doing not there to take 8. So leaders are all in the 31s. Almanza and Federer is Jade tied to the left hand side. They wave that tight inside lines. And it's driven, of course, you come out from so wide over on the right hand side of the circuit. It just leaves it all wide open. In a race like this in Moto3, someone is always convincing some opportunity. Buchanan's got 60 Moto3 blocks. Some sheer gated quality ever added in. That's what's dragging the back of the contention. And she's riding superbly as well. Scott Thompson is also the back of that battle. As Kiggles then goes through on the way to his 9. He's out onto the blue timeline. That was a stack of our where he's made the move on the way. The right then is back at the front, but for how much longer? Giles showing his hand once again. This time around, ultimately, it was a failed move to lead. Clement mind at the time, the similar way there with Percy of 17 or 18 Moto3 riders right behind him, just continuing to do his own thing. Giles now does have the inside mind. It's turn 12 from away. Has no option there to give up the lead. Yeah, then now Yamanaka tries to anyway to away. Yamanaka has gone for a quantity shot. Not at its time to right on there with the way down and up. He's getting picked off here big time. It's been a real pain. 9 slaughter away down because he's been picked up by Keyless, Yamanaka, and Mansa. Looting all his pocket thing there, going through at the fast 10, 13, 14, and 15 split. Bad did away down. So Keyless at the front then. Yamanaka back in a second, just as he was at the start of the first lap. Right finish attacking Kellis up at 9th place. Behind them, we still find KRS and Carpe 11 and 12. Still makes him very good to tangle grade. It's up to the podium positions, although we're not even, but half race distance yet. Through the left-hander of Shrewford. There is Keyless. Massive 4-8 train behind him. Yamanaka there on the 6 bike. Hal Mansu started this Grand Prix in 3rd place. He's been an excellent decision progression so far from Manchester teammate Fernandez as well. But he's come through from 13th, but he was as low as 14th on lap 2. Now up into T-size. But you're a big result, they said, has ever scored a point since the French Grand Prix Le Mans. Not helped by some injuries. And of course, he missed both the British Grand Prix and failed to start a Aragon Grand Prix after he then crushed one of authority in 4.0 away. They tried to mix it towards the Portugal race again as he goes back up the inside of Mansa. Adrian Fernandez sees a gap, and even his teammate is merely prepared to ride through. So Fernandez, who, as we've just been saying, is very gradually getting up to speed and becoming a big threat in this race. He's now a bit of ball. I think that might be a rookie, but he's no novice at leading Moto3 race. He's letting Counter, Silverstone, Aragon, and Magello. He's back at the front, so they goes through. He got brushed, and the other side there. Kilos is leading through into here we go. On the bikes down into this 16, 17, 82 section of Motos getting busy on the inside of Ferroni. They to this final chicane. The tar out, so you start lap 11 of 20 into the second half of this Dutch 2T. Fact is right now on circuit, Scott Alton the Prince at the back of the points for a place to fall to spot. Alton just find a 130.786, so if I don't discount Alton from that, sticking his nose in this battle. It means somebody's looking up to you to the bonus during that back to maybe around to get Dennis Neal away. He's going to go backstage. Something always does. Gets it storms the 28 continues to be this Grand Prix friend where you sight given. We're waiting to having done so much of the donkey walk at the front of this race. He's now it's a plain bean. Certain line with the nut too. You know he's lovely nothing over way there. He is a nice cool cooking. On top of that, it's a replicating my machine. On thought now as he goes through turn 7. And he's so flashed around this part of the match. There's the natural stack about the he's like little thing. It's late now. He didn't call us here in Assen. You just look at the directly to Yamanaka is second place. He's trying to work out the dozen now. I think you get a 3 on kilos. Right now, that's all end of the circuit, and now this is turn 10. It is under 186 Fernandez dive on the inside of it. So actually Fernandez, who was as low as 14.30 on the end of this Grand Prix, for the 5th time now gets himself up inside the top 3. The gap opening on now for Max Kilos, 3/10 of a second, which is a yawning as a mind turn 3 standards. If you're wondering about the way the Ryan's going out, see the with me inside and stack about it's not a track, but it's violation. Unless the time I'm in these greens, and you know that's 4 at a time like this 3. Yeah, the 2D get to be steered at the top. You've also you saw big day drill tenants in waves made online Ash of the Timber chicane. He's lost all of his exit speed. Maybe you're some Alan extra. Going to try and find your way through. He gets squeezed by the tires and lost all of his drive. Pushing into on the brakes into that chicane. So the later Munoz sees through under Juanita. A couple of laps ago was your race leader in us. He's now back in 7th. So do a couple of days is did now and seeing it in shouting. Grasp this opportunity. Close to finding out his tyre on both sides. And there it is on the 72. Who's trying to pass Pete Neras. Who's going to try and hold him around the outside. He's unable to do so. So Becaras frustrated here. He just cannot make the pole best up the order. He's still on the critics mid-centre. Good couple of surprise contenders here as rivals to Kiwi. As you might know, I thought the Yamanaka Fernandez will be his closest. In competition at this stage of the Grand Prix. But with later having a tail cut from the laps by his essentially by standards. He's now gone Preloidy to company directly behind him. Jacob Ralston down in the last time square place, insisting these 2.6 seconds back to leads. So a checkered flag now. Right, it would actually still be increasing as well. Chance for advantage by another 3 points. But he wants a little tired. He wants to go to Saxaroo. So the couple is maybe in excess of 60 clear of the Karamas. He was going to 3rd in the World Championship, but he's missed their gold prees. And from the 10 we've had so far, but this is far from over yet. Kilos might look like he's got this under control, but he's got a couple of riders right behind him who are yet to win. But at 3 Grand Prix, 3 of them, of course, and Armand's already in 3rd place, and surely I'm not going to just sit there behind Max Dulos. The eminent Flood T-Guys who caught by one, and the pair of them are now back late to the lead in Madon's DT. Yep, Atkins only ever had 2 target for this as he made it with side by side, and the breakings are now to turn 1 with Keyless and Ryusai Yamanaka. Drinks the fin led to the 3rd time in. Vinas and quickest wide on circuit, Joel Kelso, which sets you the race record here for Moto3. Vinas is showing the pace is hot to go at 140.395. Ryusai Yamanaka trying to be just the 4th Japanese rider to win in Moto3. He now links it in Assen. Hudson through on Fernandez is the Leopard Hondas. That's at the 3rd of Phil. We've got trio of Hondas now up the sharp anchors. Netta's built his way up into second place. He's added what goes wide. Forsato, we know he's fast, but he's still stuck in a bit of traffic. He's right behind the World Championship lead every way down. Yamanaka has led already so far in 2025. He led to 6 laps under the lights of the sail in Qatar. He's just having a little bit more than ours. Viñales favours the title entry second bar. Viñales once again runs onto the blue tails. Yamanaka goes super defensive, does it on the brakes. Step into turn 9 as Pirelli squeezes anyway into the bolts. And that's so seeing the Argentine slick through. So now we're away down. That's been truck money soon. 9. It's on the 3-dimension. I mean, you know, when 9 is the same as. I didn't even know, but you could get us the sweet pass 9, can't they? Not baseline, so he's not marked out of the 10 so Chile. So the Ballbird is up in second place, although that is rank 5. That's a change, making some big gains in the World Championship here. Right, we have saw the 2 lane thought openers there. Was the full that to Yamanaka goes down. He's blowing the lead big time there as the going through the man speed. Left under 15. Through come Almanza Munoz has come through as well, so he was leading going into 16, wasn't he? Yamanaka 3 corners later, he's on the line to start lap 14 and 20. Back down is 6th place. We will speak in a neutral hour, I think, on this lap. They both jumped down the order. I think they're the reason of the yellow flags. Maybe in its sector, so they've got down just the tail of this lead. Through basically most of 2 arrows to so we get to see the turn of the line. 10 and 13, and down in the final sector. Only 3 riser by Red Modes to keep the Tyson the 40s as Almanza squeezed on the inside. But Munoz, there wasn't a lot of work there. What there was, he took it. Only 3 wides in the 140s on that last level. And next to Munoz and Forsato, 2nd, 3rd, and 6th as they started this lap 14. Wader now down to 10th place. Carpeters now past him. He's still behind Fernandez. Here is the 10th minute between Talal and the turn. Something that you did to him. Leave it there between 10 of them, but it's academic now. Palmer they're out. But it's Grand Prix with 6 laps remaining. Chequered wins again on the blue time with his track. Him some freeze right here in Assen. Almanza in a 2nd. Valenetta is 3rd. This is as high as we've seen the number 58 in this Grand Prix so far, so he's getting busy the most towards the entire. The Stewart will come looking to do Kevin Kravis, and after this intense Moto3 battle here, that in Assen. Looking back there from Carpa is K2M to Forsato's well done. That's through the lights out time last year through turn 13, 6th gear. Almanza looks like he's winding up, maybe it's an attack on Keeler on the brakes, into the Richigamme. He thought about it, but Keeler just too strong. Mirigos does though indeed get through on the next turn. Chubashi button, 2 screwing. 3rd and more, and sentence issue in a race like this. G30, you know, they part of a battle carpet. That's it for him, though we still having the E-group of 30. Right, is to stop off the figures 1.6 seconds after lead. Turkish rider on circuit right now is Almanza. He's looking a real big threat here, isn't he? I saw the Podium trying to smooth third Podium from his first slugger out here. They now said, only him and Foggia able to be in the 140, just getting so tight. How plunged do you want the battle? Going into turn 5. Chile's coming out of it still as your leader, but the pressure clearly is building to Almanza. Turkish rider on track right now. Yeah, once again with that faded time, might need to struggle nearly. You went into the back to Max Steelers on the 20. That's for a start. So to make his way in the build, very brave indeed on the inside. I think that was from the center. He was batting. He's between 2 of the Red Bull sponsor posted 7. And Almanza's at the front. Almanza has been threatening this. He's got the takes, no question. Chiles though doesn't let him have him fall more than a corner. At the very next corner, Keeler as only Max Quiles knows how to do. He powers straight back on the inside of Almanza. So Almanza led here in Assen for about 100 meters in one corner. So in Dressline Carpe and all of this. He's now into 5th place. Reminder to that contact earlier on when he was close wide in Chequered, he jumped to 18th place. Carpe is now with it. Jim distance to the podiums once again. Yeah, he's a top rider. Well, I was as they longing laps during 2 turns 16. Carpe's front tyre was almost rimming Migos' rear tyre. That was bringing us. That's why it was Yippee on that jump. That was close, wasn't it? That was really, really close. And millimeters between Charlie tyres there are those Vurios flicks the left hand down the start, but it's right. That's what they'll be out. That was because Carpe Palos on track and takes to 3rd spot. Jesus, he's back at the front. There's more going for its own, so Alzala Mansa back in the lead. I don't blind. Singer gives you a story of tail. And we'll see Mario can't some shooting the door to a busy ideas. He's to keep his concentration. Forward, looking like Netta trying to go right round the outside of David Buddy. I should have been impressed if he could take it out of the car. He couldn't pull it off. Yeah, first Sato falls an actual on that wide line as well. He got a little bit hung out the dryers. Ferrari squeezed on trail in the 73 back. Here was our man to try to pick up some slick behind Keyless. Will he attack once again? Into Stackenball, turn 8. The yellow flag's out once again in sector 1. First Sato, brilliant that. This time around, there's no way free for Almanza at the top of the circuit. This is Stackenball, and into A we go. This time around, Achilles successfully defends. This tactical boys reads there. He was brought out the others in the first sector. Carpe up to second place now. Back where he started his small Bribbiet side of Almanza. Almanza, he's not only going to take second place back, he's touring to Tingley. And GUS this time is on out to drown. Yeah, big time. Big time. He was on the curves there. He was almost in the gravel there. Almost Triggerless. How much did that Triggerless? He was back in 6th place briefly. It's getting worse and worse now. He's been relegated back to 9th. How close the combat has been here at Assen. It was inevitable there's going to be some more like drama as Almanza fires the Leopard on the back into the lead. Although he's won a famous play there, Calipay out absolutely nowhere and now leaves this Grand Prix. Unbelievable this by Carpe. He was almost outside the top 20 at nearly part of this race, having had the early contact, but he hits the fin with 4 to go. This is a fun up the over. T-Lays was certainly getting the dive and that into the Tivish came on the last lap, which we didn't back up into big place. Top door was resulted by a corner, a little bit of breeze space. It's going up elements and Linios and next the other repeat. Can then need running it is. Oh, having a simple livery, taking a tumble and poor old Eddie O'Shea with nowhere to go. That just runs straight over the top of that down the major regime. Wazru and Eddie O'Shea then out of contention. Chiles leans on the Netta. Oh, the Nectar stuck in between a Forsato keyless sandwich right now. Who's going to win the back of the bars? They're flicking it into the right-hander 6. Now left through 7. Forsato's got the inside line on keyless. Just down 7. Hold that position. Keyless drivers wide. And now he's trying to dive bomb the Nectar into a heat. He just trying to get himself back into the mix here. He's still in 50s on the tendency. But Pirelli now is into the podium positions on the Tech 3 KTM. The angles have got 3 of them on their identical liveries. The second of those 3 KTMs on the 73 fight is Pirelli. Although he's now being passed. Martin right down Munoz. Where that Argentinian ride is finished on titles in managing the for Gabby Rodrigo. Of course, but Camp 2 already is today, the day they're due. Find his way onto the box. It's Almanza at the front. He started this spring on 3. Against like to that for a start, so on the inside of Rueda. That's going to be super bright. But Cavani almost finds his way toward all the G-less gets to tracking this warning up his line. That could have gone to 60 of the previous lap. Wow, this is going on to be an all-time plastic. G-less gets pumped big time, doesn't it? In the Tibish again. Then he held up there, was both Netta and Forsato. Only let it go. Almanza still bloody. Keyless is taking care, is that he trying to go the inside of Tim Envy, and that is side wheel taken almost completely away from him, so he had to check up. But held up 3 riders behind him. But as a result of that, Keyless is a fantastic start. Sorry, into wide grant there, I have to say. Big mistake that one. Almanza over the line. We have 1.4 seconds covering the top 14. Almanza straight back through on Munoz. Into turn 5, Kelso 14th place. Not even 1.5 seconds away from the lead. Somehow out of any beast. It's the BTMI duo once again. Carpe and Rowena, who suddenly found themselves back in the front position. Rowena tried to take the lead into turn 7, but Carpe not going to give that one over down almighty fight. Yeah, Rowena is under attack. Under attack is massive Herschel, thin plaster, stayed Assen. And that's the motto. The keyless is adopting as he gets through on Pirelli. Another extra stacking ball that narrowed away the back of the front end. Now keyless trying to find their way through. Munoz. They thought Saturday's front time was going to clip me. He was like, instead of roll out of it, they stop. Let's go how G-Nice has been pushing just that little bit. 2-2 on G-Let's. Class is out of contention there. Will be no fairy tale. Back-to-back victory for Keyless. He put up some show, did he? Well, they're fine. He delivered here in Assen. But he's going to come up short. Kilo's down at turn 10. We're using danger restrictions and Lancer reason how into the car park is on the right hand side. That's the end of Devin Almanza's on to victory in. We are starting to drop away from this leading group. Then Almanza now outside the top 30. As Carpe dips the step back to Video Superior to for me because the big try is the World Championship leader who reads with Tuntagar. Set 6 or 7 laps into this Grand Tour. You're going to be hard pushed to find a full customer in Moto3. There are these intense battles and then Rueda. He's been so smart. So excited once again. It's not a given. He's going to win this Grand Prix with his back at the front of this big flag trade. The flag trade will just be reduced to just 13 riders now. With Q-Less's X6. There'll be no fourth successive podium for Q-Less. He has joined the Grand Prix. Waits for Wader from Carpe from Murillo. Slapping hard to go here. Finassa. The KRS was high just beginning this Grand Prix. He's up to 6, just behind Forsato. Has he played the ultimate pacing game in this Grand Prix, or is he just fights as well as top man? It may have been Dennis Sport yet. There's been an 1 penalty in takes place. There's been a bad luck for the F party. This is the replay. Q-Less, he was out wide onto the curves coming through turn 9. Just that tight to ring the sideline there as he tips it through the right hander of Ted, and the front end just cried down more. Frustration inside the Moto Aspire garage as Fernandez goes on the inside of Forsato. That mistake he got pushed wise through 16. A couple of score really hurt our man, so he's back in 13th place. He had just been given up into 12, but did that do for Almanza's podium most? Not sure that replay, but then you find him inside of Forsato, so it took the beat, so he finished it way out wide. So that's really against the Forsato now down to 8th place. Sammy to reach the podium to Matt. Oh, moving up to Chops. It comes front tire. You better have child type 5. Had drama, but Lunetta down through the Timber chicane. Speed gone flipped by Forsato. I think Forsato and Fernandez also caught up in one of the real nasty looking. It's a man through that final chicane. The net at Forsato and Fernandez, I think we're through the way down. These 3 unders, I'm pretty sure Leopard under was caught up in that driver plug in. Come out, you know you'll squeeze. But at the front, it is still been Wader that lead, but this has split this league group. Just 3 of them now left, really at the front of the race. Bankly for the podium position for Wader with Yoss. Advantage already Carpe delayed by that, as was the Kara, so then now detached in 4th and 5th. It's a 3-way fight now. That was a real mess to use here. Clearly we saw there Lunetta was run over as he tumbled down the tarmac through the Timber chicane. This 81.2 that the Wader is yours. What going from Sagan? Ready for it only now thrown to Rodney. Fancies this, doesn't know. 2021, W. Rodrigo was the last Argentinian to finish on the podium in Moto3. It's going to be Sebastian Porto. At 250s, what, 20 odd years ago since we see an Argentinian rider win a Grand Prix. Problem he might deal though, of course, there are yellows at the final chicane. So if you want to think you move in this final line, you might need to make it now. Might need to make it now. But they're going to get that yellow flag clear. Inside there is a big pilot, wasn't he? Involving Lunetta Forsato and Fernandez. Yellow flags, but still else in the final sector. Well, we're in the final sector. Munoz now tell out the inside the yellow. As it goes to half being to the good to Mr. James, so surely knows those two red flag that's been out at the race has been set. Although he didn't need them younger. The red flag has been set. I don't think really you'll sip earlier around. It might just be now. The red flag down. And it gives a throwing. We can see a rider on the inside there. That's so every chance, didn't they? Chatting on a green flag finish, but it was ultimately possibly. So Rueda, who led on to that final lap, will also be credited with the victory. Munoz and already 2nd and 3rd across the line at the start of the last lap, which is why we'll take over as Ethan. Rueda then credited with the victory here, and Assen records first and foremost. I thought I'd sing out with Luca Lunetta because that was a real nasty instance in the Timber chicane, just a real bad to complete. The penultimate laps that 300's been involved in that league group. And the Lunetta is being carried away on the structure. It looked like he was witching it down, so it does look like he is conscious. Of course, it doesn't. Any updates will bring them to you as soon as possible. But yeah, congratulations to Jose Antonio Rueda. But of course, for success of Samos Morara, so you saw with Luca Lunetta, who clearly came out there the worst of that one. So another Rueda, Munoz, Pironi, that would be your top 3. And the end of it was what's to go. Another classic, the Cathedral in Moto3. Big never ever disappoints. Carpe, that is sort of fastest from Boils. There he is on the 83 bike. What a recovery once was again by Carte. It was as low as 8-2 at one stage in that Grand Prix. But a bad day, a pretty decent rescue by Engel de Carras. 6 stinks up to 5th for the Spanish rider, so he certainly limits some of the damage that could have come his way. But Jose Antonio de Rueda, your race winner in Thailand, in Austin, in Jerez, Le Mans and Silverstone. When he makes it the win at number 6 in our the 10 Grand Prix of the campaign. Top mission time is completed up to 19 laps. 19 for laps, which is one short of the distance that they've got. We'll have further confirmation among one of our timing screens at the moment. Being over Rueda, Munoz, Tironi, Carte de Carras, Foggia Singh, Halmatza, 7th from Ogden, Kelso, Oriate, Yamanaka, the 11th. Ahead of Blurston and Neto and Rossi and Max QS, who did remount after crashing down a Mandabane. He does score the end point. Being on point where it's all 3 of the decider racketing could prove significant. So Aldera Carte then, the replicating my rider, at the moment in 4th place. So we are just being told the Podium will be confirmed as Rueda, Medios, and Veronix. How's Antonio Rueda increasing his world championship lead? Let's give a thought to the boss of the guy who joins Jag. Nicky, congratulations, another victory. I mean, what can you say about Jose Antonio's mentality, his ability to stay so calm in phrasing races like that? After us, and I think he we've talked many times already before, I think he has made a massive step himself mentally this year, and he's much stronger in that area. And today's race is absolutely crazy. I'm not too happy, to be honest, to see this kind of races, but what we can do, it's a big pack and people are doing crazy goofs, but anyway, it's a great result for the team. Congratulations. Yeah, it is a great result for the team, and I think they don't realise it now. Rueda is going to be creative with the victory. Tire first side, so happy to see him. Look, here, relatively okay. I'm sure he's very shaky. He's metal a bit stirred as well because he was caught up in this horrendous accident. Look at the action with Didier Black. He's just behind Angel de Carras. He's going to move on the inside then of Bugaras. First auto past Fernandez further back. And then there's a Chequered, isn't there? The car paved with Taribding. Well, the better checks up and then behind him with no way to go. Nice. First auto and Fernandez. The chain and reaction of that one, the domino effects. How to do we've seen tire first auto trackside looking relatively okay. Of course, the race was allowed to go on at that stage. It was red flagged in the final sector as this top 3 Rueda and Migos and Parodi did fight it out for the victory. Patrick Fernandez just can't catch a break at Motor Natural, can he? He's had a real wretched race in one of luckiest now. He missed Silverstone, didn't start in the morning. He was crashed out in Magello last weekend, and after he died, thought of his own goes pointless to go here in Assen. But it is Jose Antonio Rueda, victorious once again. He is dominating the 2025 Moto3 World Championships. David Mirios, a great job by Mirios. That's his 3rd podium in the last 5 Grand Prix. And we have to congratulate the brilliant Valentin Parodi, who we told to pre-race about his brilliant recovery from 3 successive DNFs in the opening 3 Grand Prix. As since then, he's got this great run of what it was 6 consecutive points were in place. It's now 7. And showing a podium as well, a medium podium for the 17-year-old. Great job. As you said in the latter stages, you do to credit Rueda's founders and know it was almighty pressure in that Moto3 battle. And as Nicky Ayo said, it was a crazy old battle. As you can see, some tears in the 17-year-old eyes. So the Valentin Parodi, he is a bit of a tatey face, isn't he? In this Grand Prix paddock. I think he almost looks over this body a little bit grace in that one, but boy, is that a puncher out. Proud of his young charge. But as I said, Rueda was back in 10th on one point through the craziness of that Moto3 race. Gets his head and takes the answer to the victory. That takes him now to 6 from 10 starts in 2025. Yeah, he's led 9 Grand Prix in tow. He's won 6 of them. No question, he's the cream als a very talented cross through Moto3 in 2025. And he's done the business of power once again. See it on, you can see this tall shirt there with the number 73 on the back of it. Before the Valentin Parodi, what a great ride he had, coming from 10th place on the grid. Scott Ogden, 7th place. That's it is only Ogden forced the top 10 in 68 Grand Prix. Kelso and Uriarte were in the top set. He's so close to the podium. A great recovery by Carte. Make that 5 Grand Prix in a row now. The Carte is finished inside the top 4. Some talent that is to watch him in the future, isn't he? Well, it was dramatic, right from lights out to the conclusion, wasn't it? That race was declared a result of the 19 of 20 laps. And of course, if there's any information to bring you about the local Neto, we will bring you as soon as possible. As we told you, all riders were conscious. Lanetta, Forosanto, and Fernandez at the end of that sort of very nasty looking free rider tied up going through the timber chicane as the lead group was just about to start the final lap. Here he is then. What a moment. What a day for Banting Parodi's first ever World Championship podium, and he's with Jack. Valentin Jude, congratulations onto a Grand Prix podium for the very first time. What are the emotions like? Well, I'm really happy also for my team doing what they did a lot. Also, I want to thanks to our because I came from the Rubies and from the talent, you know it, and they were right there in Moto3 before, and she did it for me, and this is for him, also for my family, and there is was crazy many over there, so they said, with Peter on the D7, I'm okay, but I saw the group was, like, I've been invited, so I did, and I said, I need to be in the finale if I want the podium, and this is what I did in the last 3-4 laps. I started to put to be more hard, to think a bit more hard, and finally, Petri is fantastic result. Thank you to all the people who believe in me and trust me from the beginning. Riders from Mesa and Never and Peter. I've been with them more than 5 years. Also to my team, to everyone, also don't worry about it. Huge congratulations. Thank you so much. Yes, moments, a race a day. The hill that it connected to Vantage Road, it will not things to get in a hurry. I'm on a place to take your first World Championship podium. And a track that is sticking to so much history, sticking to so much heritage. Everybody will tell you they would love to finish on the Grand Prix podium in Assen. Well, there's an honour that has come the way. The 17-year-old for Red Bull KTM Tech 3. Brilliant performance by Brody, his first Moto3 podium. Don't think it will be his last. Very sure then will be his top 2. David Munoz for Liquid Moly died off Intact GT after a whole bunch of DNFs himself at the start of the season. Well, he has regrouped, and that is now 3 podiums in the last 5 Grand Prix for Munoz after 6 now in the World Championship. There he is, second with Jack. David, second place. I know you're frustrated not to have had that opportunity at the final chicane on the final lap. Overall, how did you slot that podium? For the moment, it no worse because there's only student but in the restaurant and there's a flag. I don't know, but maybe is for me. Maybe I better victory today, but the position is the second. We will see the money because maybe I need one more on the right. I need one more on the right. My one. We will see the network. Then you do the team for the work. A great ride. Well done. Thank you. So here in Assen last year was Munoz. He goes one better this time around with a very hard for second place. Yeah, pretty good boost. Of course, next time out is a massive Grand Prix. That's all his done it on Intact GP2. They are based in Germany. So they'll be like confidence and hopeful that Munoz can produce the goods once again. Having no problem producing the goods in 2025. 6 Grand Prix win the season for Jose Antonio Rueda. In a real dramatic Dutch TTE Moto3. Here is the Rueda winner with Jack. Jose Antonio, huge congratulations. Yet another victory as you extend out that World Championship lead with so much craziness. Do it on behind. How are you able to stay so calm? Yeah, it was incredible idea. be done runners best as possible on the way to this big tour. This is of the citizens. I'm very happy. I'm to say there's all of my family to support me, my team for the third one of the weekends. And that's let's keep body like that. And gentlemen, congratulations. Thank you. My that way to celebrate your 50th Grand Prix appearance was it for Jose Antonio Rueda. He will do it from the top step on the podium. Having missed the top three in the last couple of Grand Prix in Aragon and Mugello, he bounces back near the style. He's now 69 points clear in the Moto3 World Championships. 69 points after just 10 rounds of season. He has had some big paydays on some days. There's only 3 Grand Prix in our opening set that he hasn't finished on the podium. In fact, the only time he finished on the podium without winning was the Grand Tour in Argentina. And whether you was this still wants to go to the replay of this pretty terrifying grand final. Sure, Chequered. It's to look at the netto. He just has nowhere to go. Carte's checked up to avoid contact the head of him with Ferrari. Yeah, and then Alexa with just nowhere to go. Slams into the back of Carte's KTM. And then Fish slapped the goals completely really. Same to all riders conscious. Lanetta Thorosato and Shanamdas Aris Thorosato lived dig away from the sea. Can tell you the type of Thorosato, although he is walking there, had them to be made at the centre. House we cover the Lanetta. You also have the technical Bawantry who might be Kevin of Dunstan Medical Centre. Too, of course, we saw that scary crash earlier on between Bawantry and Eddie O'Shea. A reminder of how skilled these Moto3 riders are today, but also a reminder of the strong and heady risks involved. So here are the final results then. Jose Antonio Rueda taking the finish line at the end of the penultimate lap, which ultimately became the final lap. Your second for Valentin Peroni. Alvaro Carpe credited with 4 from Ancon to Karamat and David Almanadis. Spot after 7 to be aimed, his best of the season ahead of Dennis Holger, Joel Kelso and Marcos Oriarte, the top 10. Jonas Period led early on in Leopard there at Chequered stood 7 after record, and we'll see. And a point in the end after crushing him in Nancy for Max Quiles, Typo Rosato, Luculeta and Andrew Fernandez, as you saw there, down on the cave. The final lap, Fabio O'Shea and Fiscal Boashu, their contact earlier on, we also saw a collision between Comet Cannon and Nico and Kalara. The Cannon, who still away the back crash, had also gone for a checkup at the medical centre. Mionado so got on that penalty, but didn't have time to serve it. He crashed before he did. The Guido Fidi didn't even get his bike to the line. Actor Kirch Prevalence. So after a dramatic and highly eventful GT in Moto3, it's time now to once again claim a rider who is fast on his way to Moto3 title victory. That's the evidence of the first 10 Grand Prix. He has now won 6 of them. Was until you're waiter. Extends his way to Chequered and show you in a moment to 69 points now. Alvaro Carpe taking second in the World Championship ahead of the Caras. This afternoon, they're moving at a story for Valentin on the straight up out of the European time punt. Read the these last year. The livery was raised in GTP, straight to bring a 10-3. I'm already in the podium, being the third 10 races, the 12th different rider this season to stand on the Moto3 podium. Look at yours is just giving him pulls knee. Didn't do what's chicane lunge. A little fortunate to the Red Flag C, never got a chance to do that. In the best metros, the Antonio Rueda. Your Dutch TT would have. DTI simply winning constructor wise. So a bit picked in my scored by 1 by 3 out. Or big on BT stand there was super. I got the lip by 1. Yeah. Pure of strength did be resolved for them today first, and if they do that, Moto2 is head of Arctic, our event sponsors present say first. Podium turn pre for Valentin Peroni. Prince really difficult piece there. And we were speaking about the most at the start of the season. What a camp day to be together. Frank Van der Winden, third member of the TC second Assen, and Chris celebrating his centenary this year. There's a second place too. But even moves. This isn't like a career to a given third. It's just season. Well, they've driven typical sport races, so they found President Trump Biergats. There's the race headers trophy. So you see what sick to win. Fantasy con those entire oida. Who checked his head in the tail Moto 3 at Assen. Jose Antonio Rueda's domination of this year's Moto3 World Championship, so no sign of relenting, does he? These victories for the 6th time this season. KTM's domination in Moto3 this season rolls on. They are undefeated. Perfect 10 out of 10 so far in Podium Austrian factory. Just Toro Banting Roadies. There are 2 youngers who are tasting the toast race for Prosecco. Don't worry, I'm sure they'll get a chance to it at some point in the future. I don't think he's going to be too bothered though at this stage, as he celebrates his first Grand Prix podium. And what a weekend to do it. The weekend of the Dutch T2 celebrates 100 years. Always a special trophy here in the Netherlands. As for Wada, Munoz and Brody, then your top 3 of what was once again a nail-biting and friendly Moto3 battle. A reminder of your results then: Jose Antonio Rueda, your winner, from David Munoz, Valentin Parodi, Alvaro Carpe in 3rd place, having recorded from 18th of endpoint to Deras, which is fit, but no how really serious championship challenges. Gabriel Mansa, sick, heading also by Gabriel opted for Jeff Calaso Noriate in the top 10. Podium was demoted after the race after how you not served his one-man Moto2 so didn't get a chance of a final lap. Future up to 8. Kelsey and Real to the top 10 with him, and Akko, another rally leader. Wolf's been there for Bussi and Piles, who scares one boy and he's quite up out of the grapple trap. Man debate. So Jose Antonio Rueda leads the championship now by 69 points. He's extended it by 13 today over Motogp Moto2 so header ankle to Gareth into 2nd. Joel Cancel reaches the century points now. He's here to Motogp as Munoz takes a couple of places in LP to 6th. Almanza only so moves up the order today from 10 to 8. He got ahead of his teammate. Brilliant Fernandez. Parodi up to 13. Taking this, but fucking say stop up there also. Moving off his stack news after his press results of the season. KTM calls remain unbeaten, maximum 2 to the 50 points with 10 wins out of 10. Team standings, record KTM Pile 128 points playing out. Hold 47 on its MSI. Triple KTM IO taking up 38 points from a possible 45 today. tumbling down the order. These 18 to beers that lap. Jose Antonio Rainer and Max Viñales did the bulk going wing in that form. Pre-all the living during Vinicius. Watch as 18 riders at the end point. Carplay, spirited recovery back to the order to lead into the final through-uphill lap. Still using second place then hanging on about the other readers. This particularly a bit wide. Good territory. Green white is on that big too. I think it's to under your the nose leading and the tip two. You're ready to hit the Bullman for those outside your way to regaining the weight and preventing like skiers after such a clump showing once again. Talking that it proceeds in every cover we met to ski point. This was until the end of the race. Keep your plungs. It's like that. Tip them back in car paints and hopefully the right line. It's over a certain time. I'm excited to leave to avoid the simply useful to the medical assessors for the shots at this time from start time for the auction we all was in house outside Euro 8 till victory makes that as well champ simply 260. One of the biggest sporting events in the Netherlands takes place at the TT Circuit Assen with the world's fastest riders ready to tackle one of Motorsport's most iconic tracks. Motogp has been racing at Assen since its debut in 1949 and has been motorcycle racing in this region for 100 years. Who will end a weekend of centennial celebrations in style? It's time to race the Motogp. Good afternoon and welcome back to arguably Grand Prix racing's most iconic venue. You mentioned at the Wives TT Circuit Assen, and motorsport fans across the globe will know that of course it is the home venue of the Grand Prix of the Netherlands. They will know that it is one of the biggest traditions in the Grand Prix calendar. The last weekend of June is only one thing, it's Dutch TT time. Racing of this part of the world started back in 1925. There's been some wonderful celebrations to mildly centenary here this weekend. Well, like everybody does it special celebrating after winning a ninth sprint yesterday afternoon here at Assen over 19 laps, double the distance my GP riders will go in just under 2 hours time over 26 laps. But right now, we focus on what's a pretty intense battle for Moto2 Moto3 in 2025. Who will add their name to a very long winning roster at the Dutch TT? Maverick Viñales, in many respects, is the three-race favourite. He starts on the front row of the grid. The liquidly very intact rider is the World Championship leader. Goes to his broom victory 7 days ago here in Mugello. 9 points, Gonzalez sits clear of his fellow Spaniard Aaron Canet. Canet's just one place further down on the grid here in 4th place. For the moment, we've got a bit of a qualifying start in the Moto2 World Champs, but he gathers by the name of Diogo Barrera. who having taken his first Moto2 pole position in Aragon, followed by the narrowest defeat in Moto2 history to Dennis Anjou. He was back on pole position 7 days ago in Mugello, and he's done it again. 3 on the spin for the Italtran Racing 2 rider, the brave Brazilian with a 134.777, taking pole position from Steven Altora, rather surprising name on the front row of the grid. Altora, proven winner in Moto3, his first Moto2 front row start, coming up ahead of this 22 lap. Batting in the Netherlands, Matt Barton, Lewis Sillaby in the Concha box, Jack Appleyard down in pig lane, Morera, Altoa and Gonzalez dead. Visuals from roll of the grids. I saw this Moto2 battle. It's big names of the second round. Aaron Kinen, Single, second the World Championship, Albert on lane Assen. Of course, fresh off the back of his second toe deep in Moto2 last time out of Mugello. Barry Baltus, the impressive biology so far this season, his fourth behind the World Championship. He done 3 events per weekend so far. But Manu Gonzalez then, in the boxing in terms of the championship, the leader of the series after 9 rounds, try building that 9-point lead over connects. Only starts TT, starts third, and he's on the grip with Jack. Yeah, I'm going to start calling him Mystic Manu, because every time you've won this season, Manu, you've told the before, but you're going to do it and exactly how you're going to do it. So, what's going to happen today? I don't really know what to expect. I'm ready for everything. I'm ready to battle. I'm ready to block away. I think I have the best pace. So I would like to win the first lap. Sim was the first lap, so it would be a bit more difficult because everyone in the new diet is on up. Then the diet seems to be better in the out of the race. So I would like to put my rhythm and not having it with Bryce during the race, but also go up the battle. I'm ready, but. And this guy doesn't have a gun race. People are negative. He's always ready for everything, isn't he? It's Manu Gonzalez, already victorious this season in every Grand Tour in Thailand. He's started up with victories in Iraq and in Le Mans. How much recently? Well, most recently, just 7 days ago, the Tuscany Mountains. Oh, Mugello. Gonzalez completing the front row in third. The first 80 grid this with Julian Morera, the recent King of Tennis eyeing on, told us he shouldn't do it. The big up now to the front of the course is Altola. Starting to second place, you just see him there. Moment the third, like the meeting busted score on the grid. And boy, did much to his champions. And that's I need something positive to cheer. May have Paddock did it this weekend. Altola has been on the pace all weekend so far. So, although it's unusual in Moto3, Moto2 this year to see Altola on the certain row, don't expect him to get the names from me from Moto3. He has had such a good weekend. Looking at him, he's feeling ahead of his first Moto2 front row. He's with Jack. Yeah, what a weekend is so far for the rookie, man. It's been brilliant. Friday fast till Saturday fast. What are you expecting in the race? I didn't expect anything. I asked, and we will give my best. I will towards one. We're not thinking about it, but did pass him up. Well, it's been a great weekend so far. Let's hope he can continue it on. Good luck. Thank you. Right, he's a big fan. So yeah, thanks, Jack. The 20-year-old Spaniard. He didn't win the Moto3 race last year. And what was left to? Did know I could break you a few thousand Dutch hearts as well. When he took Colin White to the free final toe, then go showing career best second. Anyways, Manu Gonzalez then. Lucky as always, completely unflustered, not bothered by the pressure whatsoever, once about to unfold. Had a reason to surge. And here is the old toe, which is soon out. The stars is front for the American national flag in the main grandstand, so there's some support here. For the Joe Roberts. I impressed him yesterday and qualifying. Was hoping Joe 8th on the grid and he's with Jack. Yeah, after a tricky start to the season, Joe trying to find that fitness back when he feels like you're really getting into a rhythm now. He must be looking forward to this. Yeah, no, it's behind an interesting starts and then this year. But I do I'm starting out mid back and teams have a great job did in the end. Good feeling bike and yeah, just slowly progressing forward and putting up our best starting position all year, which is kind of crazy, but yeah, it's not that. I think we're in a good fight, so good position to fight for the front. Just got to get a good seat first lap and stay. Good luck, have fun. Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Jeff. Thanks to Joe Roberts. Twice in his last 2 Grand Prix, missed his bicycles last year after breaking his right collarbone on the opening day at Paps turn 7. We just saw there some Brazilian fans who are enjoying these Since the Leaderboard celebrations here in Assen, I laid up plenty to smile about so far this weekend as that Maverick Viñales to his third straight time. These very bouncers who stand sixth on the grid, he's had an eventful weekend. Stood mildly so far. That's come to qualifying one yesterday, though before it even done bad, he crashed in the chicane on Friday while the yellow coats around for a crash all in the bar. There you're about to see it. You'll see on the left hand side of your screen as we look, the yellow and light tunnel. That's actually way Panthers crouched into that yellow flag zone with marshals in the danger zone on either side. Then man penalty. Big suit on this T2, which, despite the taste squad, is going to limit any hold here as a fighting to the Podium. And the 3 podiums he has scored in the last 5, but a little bit naughty this one, crashing under the yellow flags. Not what we want to see. A double on that penalty coming to like fully 21-year-old Belgium. And that was the second of our 2 falls this weekend. That's all the 21-year-old. 5 away in front of his home crowd from the back of the 4th round in 12th place. They give the home crowd something to recall in this upcoming race. Let's get the 4 from Zonta. Abandon Goldberg is the Jack. Zonta, what a weekend you've had so far. Meeting McCune on Friday. A great qualifying yesterday. You've got a lot of support here, ready to put on a show for them all. Well, that's the most important, isn't it? Obviously, they put a good solve on the fires in the grandstand. The whole weekend it being quite packed, especially yesterday. It was really nice to see. The VMC is even more busy, so I'm glad to be here. Hasn't been a bad weekend so far, a special weekend, that's for sure. So we're going to try our best today. All the best. Tag 2 in 2026, watch this space. In some rumours that came with the move to the Blue Crew pranks, but it was 2 squad. The next season we will watch that space. Tire information has come through at Tonker, and every rider in the field has gone for the solid tyre and the development soft rear tyre. The only exception to that is a rather battered and bruised Phillips shoe slots. From the middle of row 5 in 14th place. He had contact with the one side off. There's a big Halley side that resulted from that. He couldn't find 2 yesterday. He's got a sore arm amongst other injuries, but he is going to start for 14th on the grid, and he's the only one on the medium front. Absolutely long as that. I love that America's flag with the number 69 Nicky Hayden on it. Of course, it was right here in that unbelievably dramatic Richigamme in 2006, about where Nicky Hayden came out of the Betcher afterwards by American. I call it out works a victory that ultimately proved so pivotal, allowing Nicky to win the World Championship that year. So the satellite to those stands, of course, we're seeing American flag, we're seeing Joe was on the grid of the Nicky Hayden flag. The Liberty Media acquisition of Motogp all confirmed and has gone through exciting times for Motogp fans of all around the world. Back off that 3rd row, which features Senna Aegis and Joe Roberts, is Danny Polgado. He's not had a bad weekend, so looking his way back to full thickness after a recent planned pop surgery. Top Taylor first 4 Grand Prix, an excellent start to life in Moto2. A bit of a barren one to see us. Elegant Entwine and lasted 5 in that case 7 days ago. With 16 to Magello. Outside of all time, the rookies had a tough time, I think. Right, one Friday here in Assen. Waldado, though, did manage to advance to qualifying 1 yesterday, and boys, that transformed his weekend. The plug to the 3rd, or his teammate having the 1, so wasn't quite so lucky. It is really Panther going tough. But it's so deep through there. Even if his Moto3 day wasn't a particularly strong circuit for the come on be the 1, so it was in the 7th round into 1st place. 5 minutes then to race start. Shout to Ted in Moto2 coming your way very, very shortly. Diogo Barrera has been so close to ending his victory down and out in the Intermediate World Championships. He's been top 5 in 7 of the last 9 Grand Prix. So hard and hard to be consistent. In Moto2, well, it's such a level playing field, the same Triumph engine, the same Ferrari rubber. But they're the real differential. There's the tyres and the tail, really. Morera is flourishing. Still a few whispers around that he might be in Motogp next year. Yeah, of course, on to Van den Gorp, they're not the only Dutch interest, big Dutch interest in this Moto2 battle. Colin Viñales, massive support. I see the sea of CV95 flags and merchandise around here this weekend. 22nd on the grid goes by. He was so close to a memorable Moto3 we did 12 months ago. As he has Jack on the grid when he smooths his automatic goal, but the trying this for fortunate to meet His Royal Highness King Willem-Alexander of the Netherlands, who was here on Friday to mark the centenary of the TT Sardasn. There is good so much. As mentioned, he is far from 100% for this Grand Prix team. Already know what he was comfortable aboard his Boscastoro, collided with Alonso Lopez in qualifying yesterday, which has left them both deep down the grid and both carry injuries. The front row of the grid down, which features the championship leader, Manu Gonzalez, this is the lowest front row starting position of the season so far, though, with a bunch of first and seconds for Gonzalez. Well, our first Moto2 front row from last year's Moto3 race, but here Assen, even on time with that. But Diogo Moreira, a third successive pole. Can he take a first victory in Moto2 here in Assen? So Jensen then for 22 laps of Moto2 around the Cathedral of Speed. A third consecutive count for Diogo Moreira, and it's all trans. Even on to here, made him from which was leader Manu Gonzalez to attack for third. Richigamme, who is up to the point himself in fourth. The Dalvin Arenas fifth, and Barry Bowles with 2 dominant penalties to serve from 6. So he reaches 7th out of John Nicholas and Danny Valdado, who came through Q1. Jason Chu took the same route to 10th out of Jake Dixon and all favourites on to about the Goldberg. Marcus Ramirez 13th out of the so actually had a big pressure on to Lopez in Q2. Tony Arbolino and Justino Rienzi start between him and Lopez. Ethan Dumaran had up to Q2, so he's in 18th. And of Ibis Septi and Horby Navarra is pushed twice at the Timothy Dane already this weekend. To a tick weekend for Alonso, the Moto3 champion in 21st, out of Coed by Adrian Puertas. But I went to straight into 25th and Darren Binder. Henry Fernandez, Victor Sumo, me of a size board, and current actor, Stu the time completes the brief. He's still in to the Intin Mario Manchun. For 7 days ago, Magello, we were treated to and throw the closest since this date intermediate world championship history. Some nothing was just 11.9 seconds covering the time scoring places. Must time around. Now, what's going on here with Dennis Andrews? He just looking to play track in the back. Yep, this was front, but there's no issue. This is sort of a normal tactic sometimes employs, but don't let the safety car and take you like that. He's asked to some trouble. Here is then Mario Gonzalez under some blue skies, some rather heavy proud cover that endorsed Assen around the tower of the GT Nemo session this morning is sort of waking up as the sun beats down. If you're back to Sarah the Grand Prix car, sun splendid in the sunshine. The 100 years of racing in this part of the world. It's a mecca, some other GT fans. As we get set for Moto2 action. 22 months. 9 points. It's begun between the 2 top Spaniards. Gonzalez versus Cunans. Jeanette was taken just the London victory so far this season. Well, that seems like some time ago now. Where he recovers with shocking start on the month from the front round of that bin. Cats on. His lowest DNT wasn't. So many stories, there's so many rumours of the speculation about riders and their futures in the current Moto2 grid, and how can that is being exchanged linked potentially he wins a move away from this paddock. Could he possibly find himself over in the World SBK next year? The kid did get close tabs on that one. First and foremost in his mind right now, though, is trying to find a way to close down that 9-point deficit to Gonzalez as the orange flares. Here let off, sitting the Gramble track to add the Timber Chicane. Moreira then, on tone, just as he was in Aragon, just as he was in Magellan last weekend. It's today, Moreira's day, to produce some more Moto2 magic. There is the green flag then that gets played at the bow. Through the orange haze, we look at 28 riders set to do battle here to be in the Dutch GT Moto2. Like Sam, we've got his singing manager here in the Netherlands and quite stop him. Ricky the foot there by even Arturo. He's going to get them all shot. He's got the drop on Navarro and Gonzalez. Apes shoot at the first corner. Navarro jumps across slows with Gonzalez into the first corner. That looks like Onshu spearhead Onshu doing really aggressive around the outside. Gonzalez then back his own. Towner's line going through tight, so with the fancy all time, like Spoon getting turned. Chequered now up to third on the inside of Gonzalez, three things. What do you start that way? Onshu, Kigram 10. But the great, he's trying to go around the outside and manage Gonzalez. There he is. Elbows out early on, and he's made the boost. You can see on Gonzalez. He does slot in between the two championship frontwarders. The Roman, he still leads. And that's on net up to third. So Walton very easily leads about a 2 race to the very first time from his first. I mean, this is looking a bit more on. You've got him still in. It's has been 10. He started his Grand 3 team. It's connected is for a super tight line there. Going through, stacking ball. He's made it work. That height of needles of there by Connect back into third. Rather, he lost out on that first line. Was the other intake to becoming center ages into 11th place. So these will subpeer places on this first lap. There's Onshu was negative and the older, so the Lando Benedict's always bigger than Jan Paul the Greatest trying to go away out of yon. That tiny thing ready to coil. Yeah, into the big touch here right now as Dimmel some minor, so they do CD racing back Kanaksus in some pretty decent form of himself. Joe Roberts sticks to one place early on his turret. I get these up into 87 span. That one here, the book said here, surely in Assen, it will be in the rare if in pole position. There's going to lead. He took the lead in the second corner when Old Solar ran wide. So the rare Portona. Net in third place. Onshu goes be the star of lap 1 here, up from 10th to 4th. Not least that Murray Mountains we've been looking for his back to anyway. So we see Green, but now coming up beat. It's out there Gonzalez. There's a game of Gonzalez and it's shocking. Moving lap. He's not back to 8th twice. Yeah, exactly. Tell the star. Hey, Gonzalez. It was a Assen first lap. So it's shocking start to lap 2 as well. Next, on the inside of Auto with the fantastic move there. It took the 3, but I started connecting busy on it. He's up into P2. Here's the bounces beating Travis and then Bambush. He's trying to leave the net meter. His health coming to the mud penalties. He hadn't done that. He is still low. He started being 7th with payments. Now, from the DP places, it's good slot. He hit to sit. Gonzalez, I'm kidding. It isn't in. Takes him from an 11th to the 9th. Of course, the last thing longer here a couple of years ago. That sells your seconds. One of the blue career Mahaz. Connect that is the front. A little tap on the rarer dice. Could be, but it's at 9. The Kenneth then leaves. Gavala's done down heavily then. Amser stepping by. You can see that got makes up his screens. But his Kenneth then does lead then. Not the first time this season we've seen backings between Richigamme and Diogo. Right, really nice. Tossies. Oh, but Dan Fraser sees so foul already this season. Looking straight naked at him, breaking. Will he be aware of how far back Gonzalez is? If he is, then this will be a team face for the race for the 40 field. But a massive up to 7 days going for Chequered. When Chinex said if he wants to be, I'll give him on the Indy. Well, he is giving on that. And right now, his name, so he's struggled on the wrong route. There was nothing something like that to 8 and 10, Scott to Rio. They were jelly waving right around, hit each other 3 times in one corner and 9. With Flay track ahead of him, back Cadet's got his head down here, and 135 by side 9 floor. First is having the Grand Prix, the only rider actually on circuit in the 35s. This is the blue as we were watching in the background Deborah. And his crash shouldn't, because they were friendly left Maverick on the inside of Barrera to go through into the wind. We'd all send the red where they somebody then might stand second back, still somebody wants to turn to attack he's picking up very shortly. Gonzalez now man to 9th place now. He's been passed by Duke Dix and Gonzalez sort of to second attempt to leaving struggling. The biggest for the drop 1 position, so causing contact down the field. That while Connect was true to his words, there was some instant tape, was there on Barrera? The end of that set size. Mayer's Connect on the 44 by Hill leads. They switch left into side 9. Marama second. Ortola in 3rd place. Gonzalez is just stuck in the back end of the top 10 right now. And Leeson has tipped him outside. You don't know this going on here. Man, you're going to like the KD body here. I saw this man coming to him up. Championship League, who's really suffered early on. This retest of the calmness of Gonzalez has been from a man. Early on, it says the Sunday start bowling for the disastrous first block there, so the Jack Prayers are sent with the debrief. The inside and then tell us to move into the tidy positions. Gonzalez continues on this week. A suit so goes smart into Alters. This year's I come back to the field. As he learned his lesson here. Where was Christopher been hidden and then sang. To need so I'll be spare by because perhaps the go to Michigan. What a move. This so move that might want to shoot. That must have been a real move on all time. It's through the high speed around. We saw the first of his extremely long laps up to the crunch and the yellow flag. They two did to Richigamme. That is on these to Gonzalez back up into 8 twice. Behind him, Ted Gardo there, so he'll be in 11th place, and unfortunately, he just never looked like being that Alonso's weekend. You know, he suffered from the get-go, because if it appears that only between Moreira and Anju, second to third, or two stealing run right now, so if you look connect, doesn't say you're off to the fin of this, signaling up for oh, I audition, I mean, Gonzalez in the back of the picture, he's losing further ground, and he's down the first from Ramirez, and he got Gonzalez struggling as much as receiving, and he's led in 2025. Just still choose on the grid, does he? What's going on here with Gonzalez? Moreira on the last laps. I did the first substrate time, 1:35.25, like a 0. It's just 3 tenths faster than Onju. Was Onju having to do a bit of work to get through on all time. He's got some real pressure building behind him. After Moreira's and Leverts, they swayed through. That's I should do this time around all the time. He was wise too, but there was no way he's doing a good position, although he might lose him out on the banks into so he does. See Moto3 world champion hunting down Bent. I hope it's for the third time in Moto2 is right as he's up man 2 team. Fours, he started at 5s. Still very, very the orders now. They must come through. Oh, it's only that. He's doing to lean on the American, but he's got the outside line. He's going to answer you for that one. Gonzalez is in serious danger here of losing the world championship lead. He started his debrief 9 points ahead of today. He's trying to lead the race. Yeah, that means the red was made on the whole side runners. The whole Tyler's front tire dropped up the curve. He almost walked and chucked the front. Then somehow was good through on all Tyler as well. So Maverick started second. Briefly there, did he on that run down to the first corner? The whole tower that the pace of the Mowers. He's just had a little bit too hot out at the moment. He's lacking a little bit of experience, isn't he? One lap completed by Baltus further down the field. He's completed his second one lap. He's very enjoyed in on 6th place. He referenced earlier to comment to connect. That's the battle with Royal last weekend when he said, if he wants the ball, he's going to get one. He also said at the media scrum, not to the Warriors, not to show him that Agna Daddy and he's but maybe. So a chance for him to go back top again this weekend. Because Moreira fancies a rematch. Yeah, he does. So you know that Moreira is not going to be scared to succeed because it's kinetic. On the one, he did the choice words by one last weekend. He will not be scared to sharpen the old knees and elbows, will he? Moreira, so good at this third section. He'll swing that through, charge to we've got nothing after up to attack further down the field. On the bike to into the other chicane. I mean, the Canet is her lead at the end of lap 5 of 22. And she was closing it down. This don't to see with the back of the pictures. They're going to pass me on at 36-0 on quad 2. Quarter of a second quicker than McGrath and up back it is a right. He's now potentially losing that 4th place to. He's on references lately on each of them. Meeting 2 of advance. Where he's now starting to close up again. Here comes others. Aso has gone through one all turn today. He made that move on the brakes into the third corner. So Gonzalez start to finally to make some forward progress. Ashland, but really has to tough it out here with the rain. That's really full. Now, so they still it's desperately clipping on. Back to Tice. So Gonzalez has really gripped someone now. That could seem his normal career, shall we say, as he's up for his level as high as 7th, which Darren's looking at the top 10 at one stage, wasn't he? It is just under 3 seconds off the race lead is Mena Gonzalez. He was in the 35s and they started around inevitably. The first is right on the ready strap, so he's really got some confidence and some grit now. There's the ball championship lead and the only rider in the all 35s, so it's the first 3 or 4 matches Gonzalez, even Merkel's lead. Barry Baltus at him on 38.5 on that last time. Of course, he was in the long lap penalty loop, so he's lost about 2.5 seconds on each long lap, so just in 5 seconds, and that was terrible of Matt's putting on to work out this around 5 seconds. There's a few some trap back from where he's to bad in terms of the gap back to the lead, but he'd be sort of right in the heat of his podium. That's right now with Baltus, so keeping himself fully crash right into the Timber chicane on Friday when he was doing yellow flags being waved. Cadence at the moment is resisting, and he looks like he's quite comfortably. That's anything the rare of that by the gap between the 2 and the line. just a couple of tenths of a second. Those Andrews still about a second behind your race leader, Chequered. Then Marina ain't no taste. There's a rain that's now loses a further place. It's time to look towards Dixon's order go to sure that what somebody's down. This is sort of interview. It's a big jet in his Sue's down there, been misleading route to where trying to fancy to Panthers by the back. Steering it is very bad suffers 2 on that penalties. Wolves make his way back to the 3, just past Tuesday to VNT for 13s, but it races over. I think that's what you call the weekend tip again, as long about as it's concerned. 2 crashes, about 2 long laps, a crash of the yellow flag, and now a clash. The Grand Prix, this is all the Blakes made through the first corner. Twitchy nervous on the front as he was squeezing the brake lever on. Yeah, there hasn't been too many bad days, so a bad weekend so far this season for Altus Suits hasn't been incredible. A resurgence so far this year. That's whole height of Navarro, well that's not accurate. The wanted action for Navarro. He slips off the Ford machine at turn 2. So he's a little rise. We'll keep much use certainly on the Dutch TT in 2025. Canadian Navarro on that pace on the last time. They were bulleted with 35, and that's what's time to a little further away from this route after he just starting to get his teams into the carrying on to us. And I mentioned simply in the drift, but he is still lapping quicker than Ruben Sticks in Red Bull Towers. Well, hi Davis, you're on a plane with Moreira being to the good to that you carried. And Moreira, and he was staring at the back of Curie. He's done a little wee so far this season. He led the Solomonian Silverstone, couldn't get the race over the line. Of course, we saw the same in Aragon. Tibet will maintenance, so he's a long time made here as well. This could get a big slice if it Jews. You couldn't expect it in from Moreira after the exchange of the blue volleys last weekend. With him, Magello. They're not going to want to yield, are they? We know that they're not scared to lean on each other as Gonzalez tried to find a way through on Dixon. Those 2 live over, but I think it's out. I'll see him mid-top. He's so much as into the pit, so I wouldn't be a tear surprised if he's just in too much pain to continue. He was running at the back of the field anyway, so much at that thick high side after collisions with Alonso Lopez in qualifying. So much as which one is still, I think, yeah, like you see it goes last night. He was in so much pain. He was so tail after that Massachusetts. And with Alonso Lopez yesterday, there, I think he's just a car opportunity. He's just far too thankful. A shame that for such. And that brings it into a sequence of 6 successive points where he finishes for the Czech rider who was actually clawing his way back in and contention with the top 10 in the World Championship, clawing all over the rear tyre. Now is Moreira versus Kmet. Through they go, 3 turn 12s. When will Moreira feel like is the time to pounce? When will he feel like it's his moment to attack? Winning still like at the moment, just managing the grip, managing the pace, and does he still like if he does his giant connect later on in the Grand Prix? He's got the speed to maybe pull away. Just bit his liberty. It was it's the way if he does, he might attack a little earlier. Didn't he like the stages? Back in at 35s again, Wolves. We're there in half a second point, and most of the other riders on track. Gonzalez has been chased, but he's still been traffic. Arenas now to be true. One here, it's on who's actually tinkering back through the field here after his impressive pull-up ride. There's a big gap behind the tail just behind him. Ramirez and Lodano and Backman thirds. They can't 10, so it should be too much more damage here. As Gonzalez now takes off Dixon and goes back into the top 5. You feel though Gonzalez needs a miracle there to getting himself back into victory contention. Was it just simple as it's really going to do 20 times? And was it just scoring on the hand of this? Your time to finish down on that Grand Prix. He's going to be the Diogo Moreira thankful right now, isn't he? He's going to want the Brazilian to slug it out with Canet and maybe take those important flight points away. Moreira himself, do you feel he's a world championship contender? As you see on your screen, he's third in the World Championship before the race began, and of course he would close the game down to 36 points to Paddock Gonzalez. If he can win the Grand Prix with Gonzalez where he is, of course that would come down by that 5. So Jim Moreira in such good form as a blade, he might be easy in this World Championship battle too. Plus with that, Black Gonzalez on the inside of Dixon going through turns 3 and 4. Gonzalez surely added victory contention. DR your top 2, your motorweight top 2 in Moto2, that's it's a league grid up just the tail of it's Canet versus Moreira. But what's the game? Hey, look, and over we go. We're just about to start left 10 of 22, approaching the halfway points of this 10th round of the season. Nothing once again between Canet and Moreira. Then out another huge go now. Oh, just has no more the speed. He's seconds behind Moreira. Now the lonely side of my Richigamme, a second Ivory wrong. Oops, and that's coming down now. It's not to be speaking second to me. It's a start of a second to Gonzalez, who now has a little bit of empty time that Debby could get through. They got to have a 3-rod Dennis Unchu and course, but all that progress. Incredible start to the game for him, where he came through the wider on the outside up to 2nd place. Unchu, Mike Narek start to blink over his shoulder. He was about to go up. He's not lower second. The railroad has taken 9-10 point guard out. It's the reason one on the lost to extend 9. So this one is still taking gold, taking it to 1 scoring finish. Manson Ramirez, who's a consistent finisher. Here is Kneplen. Wins, turn 9. Through the left-hander he goes. Knee just skimming over the inside curve. Through the secrets of the smash for Adam. This is for Adam. 76 by TCN. You saw the singing now there. Whereas they build up the power into this Moreira clean gas as he tries to find a way through on Connect, on Jew there. Still in 11 certainly. Roberts has got that guy down to 9/10. Really a case of waiting on that if we had to move this from deals of the railroad. Is that mean we're now non-white, but he's simply close to Jiranshu on the way up to the going to Michigan and also kind of VDC. It's been kind of tricky that was calling into Maverick Viñales. I think for the Podium Imagello a week ago was that he's most certainly pleased. It need plainly it. So the Moreira is overtaking and defending Fina. That's what Gonzalez now does get through Medwards and moves up to B. He's back to salvage a big point, so there's Gonzalez up into teeth, and that's 13 points. He's so not at the moment now to keep this lead in the World Championship. As you can see, it would come down to 3 points as it starts. This is Gonzalez on the inside and Robinson the break. He's out for the first corner. Job done nicely there, because on either sideline there was nothing that Rollins could do. Much turn in that piece of time that had already been stolen by Gonzalez. Started been done. Has gone down. Well, we'd already had a drop 1 position for instigated contact. The first has involved in that one as well at turn 5. He's correcting myself. Schools would connect the into World Championship leader. If we do see an overtime for Ferrari, he gained 10 points because it'd be a 5-point swing. From Chequered, a 5 points advantage. Gio Moreira, that's his teammate of those, out of the Grand 3. It's all Trant Hops now slowly on the shoulders. Head for Brazilian, he's still firmly on the rear tide. America, they're still doing low 136s. That was Huertas trying to get himself into points going contextually. He was just over 2nd behind Saudi Arbolino. That way to be bit the dust at turn 5. And Moreira, he just keeps showing Kneplen through wheel, but does he there into the Timber chicane. Look at Kneplen there, the number 10. Dean Dolly, when he's here voting with 9 now. We get a Leaderboard, who was sick of saying +0 out 10. How long are we going then? Gonzalez having 2 floor plays. Gonzalez doing a 146.3. He's absolute right line on. He's half a second quicker than on during the last land. Now this could be Gonzalez at the moment going 11 on points with Connect spin the World Championship. He would have retained the lead in the championship. Courtesy of the fact that these great calls wins and connects. He makes the move then. Throw it 2 turns, thighs. 1 jiggle that you could do about the house. And Maverick Gonzalez is going to be ruining, isn't he? It's like 2 or 3 laps of his man through it. Because right now he's quicker than Connect and the railroad. I'll put the right. On choose looking at Tasty. He's not giving him 36s. He was slower than Gonzalez. Maywood, Dixon, and Bermuda race. So the damage right. The over again, he did his own shoot. The Sir Roberts is now shooting on 2. Having got the turn. And well, going into last weekend, as Sir Italian Grand Prix Magellan, there was nothing to split. Pat Gonzalez and Kneplen at the top of the championship. We could be going to our next Grand Prix. Halfway point of this season to the Saxony of Germany. Back with a tie at the top as it stands right now. Kneplen and Gonzalez would be 11 on points once again at the top of the World Championship. That Moreira, though, is going to have a massive part to play. And now Kneplen, they start to here in 2025. What is the game? Do you really want to? He could pass Kneplen on the brakes to that Timber chicane. It is just at the moment, it seems, playing the waiting game, playing the patient game, and let Kneplen lead, let Kneplen on the pace, and not the frogs. When will Moreira take his mind? And that's the big question. It's certainly like no these then and goes fine. I know at the States with Moreira's should be able to just sort of manage his tire a little bit. Oh Barney kidding, oh they always on the atmosphere really. doing that they're doing now. Still, the two fastest riders on the racetrack all over Ramirez and Dixon gone down into the 10:36 steers. They're doing race leading pace, but they're nearly 5 seconds off the race lead. It's 2 and 7. See, Onju's really tight to my aggressive style. He's the only rider at the top 11 now. It's back in the 37, so depends on start attack. It's starting to lice up and with a few bits of shoes. Remember, still leads from Rivera. That has the tail of the type so far here in Assen. Nothing between the pair of them. As Gonzalez, there you can see in the background, hasn't been able to make it for some of that clear breakaway with him on and Roberts directly behind him. So given that Gonzalez will take the final place in the podium. Chill behind Gonzalez, goes all the way back to Vigado being 10th. There's just over 2 seconds covering the lot of third down all the way to 10th place. Holdado doing a really good job in the back of this 10th. He's doing mid 136s. Right behind Ortola in their battle. The top rookie in this WTT. John Roberts having a great somehow to keep in Assen once again. Moreira's just got such bright quarter speed through. It's over 60. Sets himself comfortably launched towards the break. He's over 60, but once again, that he resists the temptations of flinging on the inside of Canary. So now for the 3rd place, he's got Onju late on at the end of that lap 13. This could be a first top 16 Roberts. It's got the Italian Grand Prix Edmund Cello over a year ago. That's received 10 lengths in 12 months. And in dies doing mid 36s down to include one cheers. He looks to get a fat the road. This is the move into the dirt to Richigamme Onju losing place. Certainly showing out be what you need Matt Straight looking to make their way through on the start of the arguing lap, but this is Patton onto the front end of the race. It is still right there, but this is 2. Jeanette for expecting to Valencia, but Diogo Moreira from Sao Paulo in Brazil. So fans never received one of their own win at Intermediate World Championship Grand Prix. That could today be the day. Moreira just needs, just so confident, doesn't he? Just sitting on the rear tire, new Babkiners. How much he tastes. He must connect got potentially here the last stages of this Grand Prix. Is it almost waiting to see how the Floyd Sebatan run from Moreira? The leader of the moment, though, as far as Moreira's concerned, Delburn's coming. He will just know. Some of the battles that already. The Mono is I think the toy given him a gym and won't go. Why know about me for a podium? Joe Moreira is not the kind of man, just a sick man. Absolutely with the leader. He's dinner attack. It's a matter of what rather than it. Yeah, this is the title, isn't it? These two are man. Next year is on the way, man. I'm 52 players, is it? As it goes on, that change, just sadly was on June. It goes tumbling it through the gravel trunk. So, as we said, Orange dropped back into these 37s. And just pushing that a little bit too hard. That's right, so but Orange frustration then. Now saw the Turk who was in the podium battle for so much of the early time. It's gone break. So he never had a chance to save in that one, did he? Up front name just won't have from underneath him. They saw he could blink an eye. So that's put Dixon then up into 6th place. The top 6 now in the offering through with Ramirez. Right, that's all Taylor Hologado now. Monzo Lopez inside the top 10. You just Vietti, Vanden Goldberg, Abelin and Fire. And the moment the boys scored places. You can already see how big the Downton was. It's ahead of Unchu. To movement to Gonzalez, who fading and fading. So Aston ultimately just couldn't match the pace and might not have talent at the end of the Timisha carried on Black D2. So aren't you another Grand 3 to Dixon as mentioned up into 5th place, but he's just underestimating the trick of Niblets and didn't use the taste about it. So Dixon might not struggle is going to be further up the order, but he doesn't need to have some up to time again to do. We'll don't shoot down on the way. Well, it's been bubbling, it's been boiling. What is this battle of the floor going to explode between Connect and Moreira? The championship still all now zoos. Potentially the tie between Gonzalez and Connect going through the sack streaks. What a game. How many times have we seen that successive laps? Lap after lap after lap here in Assen. Just easing to the inside. Maybe playing to Connect on. Hey, man, what are your case? Don't worry, there's a move coming. Not when will it be? But you see, seems to see in you. So the question is right now, as far as Moreira was concerned. Didn't want now and on tubes out of the way. Dixon in there, tell you. He's down to 136 million. No, that's not these double the best channel on the racetrack now. So Dixon might well get himself into probably a battle, yeah. Marrera runs a wider sweep in the line. I clumped out to Kennedy, picks up the drag by Sutag, like the destroyer an ambush. Like so high to grip. Did Marrera pick up that? Are running now wider sweep through turn 5 though. Kennedy still easy, still hanging in there. He's just buzzing around like it all even this. Then behind our Kennedy, it must be a little bit irritating now with the variety of lines and some wheels that be shown by Joe Marrera. Bit credit to Kennedy. He's not to the wheel and the police so far. Still there may be resistance is due to here as far as Kennedy is concerned. He's almost shooting out, isn't he? They didn't array around now with the back of the time Chequered like Calix need Alex versus Cummings and next versus Marrera. Please don't forget 7 days ago they gave Magello these two were not only swapping pace and they were spotting some frank views of Hadley battle to that Italian Grand Prix. Now that is this divided, is this fairly where Marrera's had enough of sick extra tyre and now he's not one sick guy. It's got on the bridge. Snack this was the thinking we're gonna do this time, you know. We're gonna come through, so with this battle what do you do now? Ayrton, the kind of runner he he loves to roll his sleeves up and have a bruising back into the race. You feel like this might be right up Ayrton and two gliders never wants to shy away from his trap of the front Moto2 race after what Chequered said last weekend about what he wants than being given awards. He's not been one because this particular mouth lizard and not optimal. He goes defensive, he goes time and throwing size on that swagging wide line. Looks again at his Marrera and the rail looks at the big straight there. Right to his right outside. I think he's just checking and what is a humongous scout back to Maverick Viñales, who's nearly 4 seconds off the back of this intense fight at the front, and I which is still his lucky man's coming down that kind of to its eyes. Now it's a 3.3, but I guess Marrera will be trying to understand it because of the rate and direct and Gonzalez behind on the moment with the onset piece now, unless these two start finally, and of course they did start. I mean, we go in Magello. And God was more chimney to unity to that Podium battle. Up we go then now through the right hander of turn 10. It is the number 10. Piling of pressure on the 44 flank of Kennedy. Now they tail through the wonderful turn 12. What a section of Assen this is. This is the that has remained untouched. That was throughout the years as Marrera there now. We keep posing the question as they sweep through the high-speed left hander of turn 15. Is it now? No, it's not. He is going to once again play the role of chaser here. Connect over line to complete lap 17 of 22. 5 to go review. Nothing retreat, get out Marrera. The ring is just playing a waiting game. Run better as Dixon now takes the place in the Midlands. If any kind of keep, there's a wait too many in around. We are to the point now in this CTF. So where if they get a red flag in the closest stage, just need to declare to present to the scroll praise. So I don't lead already finished line early end at the last completed lap. So he's playing a very calm Delhi Marrera. He is just waiting through my reads at times. I'm down to wait too now. So he might find himself quarter. Like we were expecting Gonzalez to be in the stick of this party. The somebody has been nowhere really is a foot running force, having a shocking first 3 blacks. He is going to salvage Podium. As you can see there is the big gap between himself and Jake Dixon, who has picked up Joe Roberts on this lap 18. You can just see there in the back of the picture the 96. If Dixon has gone through on Roberts, some question when he's been had some traffic. Maverick Viñales had race winning case here. Instead, it's Leaderboard to miss back to me and watch you family read, where he just has so much time in the first couple laps. I mean, ultimately, found himself stuck being traffic. Viñales now has paced away this Grand Prix, but he's left it on too late. This is fascinating. This is intriguing, isn't it? This battle, much later than this. Marrera. Now once again through this steam. Marrera's quarter speed so good on that top race machine. Well, they get no one through the timber chicane. And then once again, under the 9 near the Nets. That's your leader, just piling through there as well goes Gonzalez. And the gap between him and Maverick is down to 3 seconds. Oh, that's your medal. That was super intense faster. But Connect and Marrera, he's going to run out of lunch. So when the time is the Gonzalez, hanging daily, paying heavily, so subject to a start. Unless this policy feud breaks out once again between Eric Viñales, particularly header over T. Slowly, I'll think there because that 3-second advantage could very easily shrink to nothing if these two start seeming tame to their respected talences. Jeanette's mood has never been mere that are at a tenth of a second with this small Brit O'Reilly almost reeks out and tracks Jeanette because they go through the beach like there and now through turn number 7, 3.5 blocks left to settle this one. Those needing were connected. Downshifting with the leg as he went through turn 6. Now we attack towards turn 9. This is the bolts. Still there. He's always been there so the entire team got this Grand Prix, hasn't he? Have the high kinetic fires he didn't want us to go. Absolutely stunning, sensational. Dean fudges this, and as Kinect has a twitch on the games. That as they came through turn. It's absolutely on the rack in a time that he's due. Is this the moment? And does Moreira now, having seen that, realise that this might be the opportunity to finally chim up the inside of Aracanet? He was his up through the ranch, showing me that rides on alongside Aracanet and just too good on the brakes into the Richigamme. He just know that camel to like Trelabis, that's in circuit, is he? And the other guy, Moreira, just gives you an indication of just and the high speeds that these riders generate around this plastic circuit. That'll be limited, wasn't it? Through that sort of sector. Brilliant stuff by Moreira as a great attempt to see just how much pressure he is putting here on Connects. Sorry Sal, has not prize. And we keep saying as close to that might be potentially gone. This Moreira, if surely he don't leave it. Oh, if I don't suit it to Bishkagu. I mean, so that's me why to red killers nuggets of him. You take the unsweet and that big Majali, but surely he's already packed himself to leave it that late. The Meyer's confidence, if that is what it does, and it did be the ultimate revenge, is covering his lines actually beautifully. I have to say, it suited the good Michigan. He's so good at mid-breaks that Moreira at this point hasn't been able to drink along his side, and also into this deliberate turn 5, which is an opportunity for an overtake. Connect favours that tighter inside line, which doesn't leave any depth for Moreira to touch through. There's going to be more than tinge of regret here for Gonzalez, because there's been 2 or 3 laps now where he's had the better taste, the Connect and Moreira ahead of it, but just gave himself a mountain to climb, didn't he? Here, that's a lot of really weak those 2 or 3 laps. Was he just not big? What did the tie not come in quick enough? Was it a fuel turning that was pulling up a combination of that base? We're just this dude we guys. That was again that Moreira all poison at the back of Connects. Next to get off the label job is you. And the middle suits have maintained space. He looks at his paintboard as you there. He did what miles. He is more just under 10 kilometers away from one of the hard-stern victories of his Grand Prix career. Well, I think you might assume some of the elements here this stage. He led practically every lap. So the British Grand Prix, there's the mistake. This is going through turn 3. The pressure starting lead to Alton, I reckon. The deal. These is the lead. On that, Captain Moreira with plenty of track ahead of him. Just starts to steamroll away there. Assen Connects. Certainly rarer than that. Still clear track ahead of him. But here's that day now, but those pounds Connects concerned in this WTT. Has that mistake robbed us of that falling climax of Grand St. Frisier? What has Connect done centre last? We're immediately 3/10 clear through the first centre. It looked like he got set up, so she looks the front man. The 2 turn 3, but he closes up now through Chequered while turn 8. Is it Jeanette having been the hunted for the heat team? I'm sort of half of this 20 Grand Prix. Is he going to become the hunter on this final lap? Is he going to have to be second once again in the Moto2 World Championship? So it takes a kid as we know he what it is not taking this, going down now to him. He's got to find a way though to get back on par with Moreira. He's been so good here this weekend. A stunning pole position here. I guess they the top Q2. Will Connect maybe try and dive on Moreira on the back 6 of the exhibit straight. Only harnessing up. So for about then 2 stars of the last lap here. 10 times 5 kilometers. Starting between the ring and her stalling first victory mattered so, but it's getting one because Connect all on the stage right on. Starting on this moment, they move on this last lap. John's not agreed here. No, he was so close to it on the way to the good to be steering if he touches done. He thought he's going to ultimately lose race victory. Gonzalez would have been wishing in this race have been about 3 laps long because he would have joined this back there at the front. I'm straight turn 2 working it. Here's the lead. But the 3 who start no dramas for him. This time allowed to scratch twin sunglasses by stops. But it was the leader through the first corner, having started from that first footmost start in Moto2. And let me get a difference for you, the base check. They'll slick your left now through the high speed. Turns into else. There is daylight here, was that? That between me and Matt, our voice race. It's connected to be willing to change. Plus, Maromas move into the lead. We'll see Manny Gonzalez have the outright lead now in the World Championship. He's taking plenty back through Chequered. He's desperately trying to get himself to within striking distance. Reach this final sector. You know it means anyway near resist. Beats not doing it to be the internet is done to drop it in. Yeah, he is building taste, building with Manchester. There are some Brazilian fans. Not quite sure why that. I'll leave this is live. Space Brazil about to go nuts there. I knew how Giacomo Moreira is only going to come down back to the last chicane. That's not back to us, but it's busy. You just try to go around the outside, hold the round. I do now is make sure it keeps enough the green. How are you feeling the king with Don? It's gone having a sense of well then. There's still eyes to do not the Madeira, a Moto2 Moto3 Sure, Syrian same success outside trucks racing because going to fast times heading to be the World Championship victory. It's family of a Brazilian rider who thanks to spoils. It does get like just 500 of a second. Lots of the two laps. Brazilian fans will probably enjoy that more. Those we also going to be going to Brazil, and next year you get the Motogp World Championship in Guyana. This up, and the list goal they're going to hit this up. Heroes reception. Apache take this now as the Yoga Moreira factory ace history. These districts have historic value and saw the Brazilian. The first Brazilian to win the Moto2. Manny Gonzalez does take third place, having dropped as low as 9th, which does see him retain or keep the lead and end the World Championship. Dixon falls. Joking was its best 6 with yellow last year. Ramirez completes the top 6. That has been coming. Yeah, well, don't miss anything about that. Free to targeted Kenyans, but now a first Moto2 victory. And this World Championship at the Moto2 is far from a 2-house race. Do not sleep on Diogo Moreira. He is very much a factor for this Moto2 World Championship at the top. After the Travis Todd, Richigamme with Chequered to Podium. Away from Moreira. Diogo is the daddy at the Ducks TT today. Yeah, he's had his nose rimmed in the sand here as the Canary will not quite that one, that's all. The place. If Moreira walks the wall and in the wall, well, he's lost the battle. Very nice. I think 2024 is 5 points. You got chance. As well as this World Championship, he down to when only said and done. That is now the 23rd time in Moto2. The neck is going to have to come to the podium in second place. He's not a good side, but just came up short at the checkered flag. That feels love chub. They used to revenge, isn't it? And as far as Moreira is concerned, you always bounce about thing like Cadet. Now that he was going to have his measure, and this was Cadet. Shifts running at Leaderboard on him to turn 3 with 2 laps to go. That instantly through to be the decisive moment. Pressure finally tired. But I'm jaded beyond that. Relentless pressure. So 18 laps and 2 quarters. Moreira finally most offensive beats that crucial mistake. Moreira then would descend to Richigamme, which did connect to run and to turn 18. So the finish 19 just in time. So Diogo Moreira and Richigamme. Smashing history, frustration, and through another win. That's his time. Yeah, this is going to sting this now. To stand next to Moreira on the podium. And when you dished out some warnings about the future battles, and on this occasion, where he's lost it, played to Moreira. This has been coming. He has threatened a big performance. He was so close, wasn't he? In Aragon just a few weeks ago when there was late Arte, because he towned out the final corner in Aragon. He must have thought that first win was secured, and then Dennis Onshue looking around the side of him had to take victory in the closest finish in Moto2 history. It is the 5th closest finish ever in Intermediate World Championship history. Each on the London gone at that. You just saw the Dexter man didn't take my knocking fact on that, but it's applauding years high for 12th place. Actually plays the home drive riders finish aside the 20s. London Goldberg 12th, pulling via took the checkered flag at his same teams twice. And even second in the Moto2 Tours for just the third time in his career. He did a vibrant, what a day to remember that saw Diogo Maramra to South American Moto3 fans, and in particular saw Brazilian Moto3 fans. Just the yellow characters in the base of the St. Assen. You see till Dreadstein having animals and all the success to celebrate to his name, world champions in 2020 with an AMICD, and they returned to the Motogp 2, the Moto2, and the 3 riders on the 3 motorcycles that you see there. The entire summer, I think that is your 3-way fight now. So this Moto2 World Championship is where we reach the halfway stage of the season next time out. And the San Summering 31 points covers the top 3. Sive splits the top 2. Maverick Viñales, I think we've been expecting to see his lead reduce here in Assen. He had great pace all weekend, but just in all the races, Van nearly thought about that 22-lap race. Jack Dixon in 4th place, that's his best finish since his victory in round 3 in Austin. So Dixon steadying the ship after what's been a pretty tough recent run for the Briton Leo, British racing boss for scorer. As I mentioned, is a bachelor for Jack Robertson over a year. Excellent 5th place for the Californian. Both American racing riders inside the top 6. Yeah, he's going to enjoy these celebrations. They certainly know how to stay to party, don't they, in Brazil? So I'd imagine that's Robbie Brivio. Our brother over track out to Troy Boss Davide Brivio, who for so many years has tried to Valentino Rotti's factory at the Yamaha cans. Davide Simmons, so really there's never that one to declare the good old shindig. Certainly did one this evening for Diogo Barrera's maiden victory in Moto2. It's very early in the morning, of course, for Brazil. So they'll walk up early to see his success. Let's call it by it. Returning after points at his Podium 350th place for him today. It is not mentioned. Holding the Dutch challengers of his Moto2 clients a renowned point today in front. They filmed the crowd here at the cathedral. Yeah, good job that by both Band and Goldberg and Backfire. Very sure that tell me there's already a team twin, isn't it? Somewhere just not I reckon I was mentioning this city, man. You know, you can see the background there out Driv, where Barrera was at Alton Racing, our teammate, so just coverage to congratulate Barrera. Well, he still leads the Moto2 World Championship by a bank. His figure third was Romano Gonzalez coming 4th place. Let's get his thoughts out here in Assen with Jack. Manny, I imagine there's some frustration at the end of that. It was obvious you had the pace to battle with the top 2. Just what happened in those opening laps? Was by the start, that's with it's not a bit hard. The first lap was done in with the react. It's him now. This no, they were tired and they was staying to manage a bit there. The guys except the Podium is not it was not Bush was over dig because when I was going to well, there is a lot sliding. But I said, okay, we maintain the ground and know what went off, with the bike went off. But yeah, in the difficult moments, like in P3, and they have to happen, you know, but we need the wood to see what it happens because the baseless wood not, I was not really good at it now, so we need to learn the water and go for the suction to with the new mentality that's always keeping 100% or doing everything. And over top ride, well done, thank you. Yeah, top ride and an excellent point ball made. It's your bad days, but our 3rd places, well, it shows the potential that you have. That was the move that he made on that is on due. So I got a lot of work to do in that Grand Prix to work through on the turn, through on Joe Roberts. Album to right now, so Jake Dixon we're at the land points. It is another podium finish then. Cast hold Manu Gonzalez. And significantly, it means the Kingsley in the World Championships. Here's another 2nd place for Aaron Connects. And let's get his thoughts with Jack down in platform, mate. Aaron, I'm sure there'll be disappointments with lost hour after such a great battle with Diogo to have held you both. There's so many laps, what are the emotions like at the end of it? Would it have happened because they're not interfering from the last year? Instead of the day, but is there, you know, maybe get a mistake blues at the last safe slap for again, like with my windscreen on the straight. So I lose it with the velocity on the straight. For that was if you go down and to the only on the last second bad. you know, but it had to be because the Turkish because the nine, but the name honey, it's in Berlin, in the lovely says the great ride. Well done. Thank you so much. Yeah, a great ride. The totally British 4-hour connects. The Troca's scream was 90 post-race frustration. From the Spaniard that you heard in that talking to Jack. That went with about 6 laps to go. Here he is, powered 5 laps to go actually, as he towers down the back straight. But it just cracks. Not there. There was like split resistance. Not on these sides of what is leading. So there was no debris or stones being flipped up in his direction. I mean, how decisive, how crucial was that in the final reckoning? Just had to nothing out of here. Well, he did crack on the pressure. His screen certainly cracked, but it's huge. Congratulations. Always, especially to Chequered history. Brazil's first ever a Moto2 race winner. Diogo Pereira with Jack. Diogo, what a spectacular ride. You were so patient behind our run for the entirety of the race, and then took your moment to become Brazil's first ever Moto2 winner. How good does that sound? Yeah, we are super happy. Also, I think we managed the weekend very well, so improve this. The race was amazing. I was waiting a little bit for the end and said the tire. Then finally to launch to the end, I passed Granate and I was pushing. And yeah, finally the first victory, so we're really happy. Now we need to enjoy and in actually we need to push more. So thank you so much. So to all the people who support me there at Brazil and at home, so thank you so much. Congratulations. He is some talent, he is some prospect for the future. If you believe some of the gossiping Motogp right now, we might actually even see him in Motogp as early as 2026. And this is the reason why Pereira wins his first Moto2 race. The Brazilian fans, if you really want to know a time transfer race, you will Diogo Pereira in Assen, yeah, it's all. Maybe in Amsterdam as they start flying high. Well, all I can say is good luck. It might be a slightly noisier flight than you anticipate to. And rightly so, because Diogo Pereira was absolutely brilliant in that Grand Prix. A big thumbs up from him. Just his second victory, of course, the late victory in Moto3 came all the way back in Mandalika in 2023, taking him a little bit of time, 28th Grand Prix Moto2, to find his way to the top step of the podium. What is not in doubt is he is class. He is one to watch in the future without any question. Because he was the Rookie of the Year last year in Moto2 when he took that first podium at the Solidarity Grand Prix Barcelona, which saw just actually Rookie of the Year prize away from Senna Aegis. So he has clearly been on the rise through his short Moto2 career so far. How far will that rise take you in the remainder of this season? More than just the Moto2 winner now, he is certainly a bona fide Moto2 World Championship contender. Big he really is. Jake Dixon, with his very hard fought place, does move back into 4th in the World Championship after a pretty eventful and ultimately fruitless weekend as far as Barry Baltz's is concerned. Baltz's crashing out of top 10 contention, having served his 2 long laps. So his mistake means Dixon moves back up into 4th place. Dixon those 30 points. Chris Pereira in 3rd. Perhaps more concerning for the Brits is over 60 points behind Maverick Viñales. Time for the 93rd time we see the Brazilian of Slag standing proud over at Podium in Moto2. Now it's Diogo Pereira, a winner's here in an Assen. Ducks to you too. This break I started to is nearly not very surely the first time as today. No, 2 times in the fair. Viñales are smiling about Gonzalez and did was damage limitation, destroy match leaders, send back to do a dreadful players turn 3 laps. He just salvage powers out in a second. Man, and certainly Dixie South Dog Sugar there turns it. Thank you. The very third Bozell. There's the business of the Ducks. TET. Diogo Pereira. He's in Lord Sub 2. Grown pretty winner. And in a personal head-to-head with Aaron Kidd. It's Diogo who has the last word in the Netherlands today. there were the choice of this mission to the Intel Trends team. Run champions were made by Steedy 5 years ago. Well, hello. Yeah, also the vice president of the Golden Air at the duty circuit and said, to win the 7th podium out of 10 stunts for Manuel Gonzalez. No better. Not Star World Championships have won. Well, they can't win it. Make sure you're on the podium. Anything's on anyways. Santa did that today. He does pass a smile, does Aaron Kadak. He actually chose level now with Tito Rapan. The 33 Moto2 podiums. Only Thomas Luzzi in the history of this Moto2 class has more podium finishes than Aaron Tinet. Well, just the winner. Then the centenary occasion at the TT Assen. So the front side of Moto2 makes their valley San Brazil. As the style crime star Pablo Gio de Herrera takes his past Moto2 victory. Time to start the celebration of Samba here in Assen between Brazilian Diogo Moreira. That was going to taste very, very sweet, as for the very first time in Moto2 he takes the victory. Absolutely loving those race-winning laurels here in Assen. They're having a real flow back on, like to bygone hero as he champions the Prosecco Shower. The team got time back because he didn't die. Why? Just don't know. It's a Superman. Drew can blame him. This is the 76th year of Grand Prix motorcycle racing. We've never had a Brazilian win. That needs to be the category. Battle on the long waits. That is finally over. And it has been done by the teacher Chobarera. Let's hope they saved her. Don't believe him. But before is a Tal Trunch racing team.